And then she told me to hide the bodies in the backyard, and I just don't know.
No, I said the basement. Get it right.
Is the
I also
basement
said
not
she.
connected to the backyard?
Well, I guess
I
there's
mean,
the
they're
root
two
cellar
separate
door.
areas, though.
I guess that's true.
Like, even if there is a
Well-
door directly from the basement to the backyard, when you say hide the bodies in the basement, you expect them to be, like, in the basement, not the backyard.
Well, they won't be separate when I'm done.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna
Probably
build
better.
a bunch of Roman tunnels.
Bunch of Jewish tunnels underneath the mosque.
I was indeed implying what you're thinking, Creed.
No, the thing I was thinking was fucking Amnesia Rebirth, which is pissing me off immediately.
That's exactly what I was referencing.
Bastard bitch!
Is there going to be an annoying pregnant lady down there? That's the only thing I give a shit about. As long as she's not there, then we're good.
No!
And if she is there, she won't be alive for long, so it won't be anybody's problem.
Hate! I am going to put that on the soundboard, Pagan. I have to now.
Yes, do it.
Do it! Kill her!
Gotta work on adding some more like soundboard effects for my streams as well, because a lot of people have been saying,
Do it! Kill her!
There you go.
there's one.
Stop! I need to do a bunch of stuff for like Twitch points and things like that. So there's a program you can actually integrate directly into Twitch. I don't know about on YouTube and everything, but it allows the chat to like throw items and objects at you. If you have a 3D model,
it's called Tits.
No, there's another one.
Oh.
There's another one that's specifically for 3D because it actually has physics and stuff like that. And you can actually interact with them and try to knock them away from you and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that too, and I kind of want to get. There's this one VTuber that I've seen on Twitter, and they have like a black and white, like early '90s, '30s looking, or sorry, '20s, '30s looking character.
Yeah.
And there's several clips of her like just having a piano dropped on her.
Yeah. there was one I saw where as part of their marketing thing, they're throwing like a bunch of beach balls at them and then a bowling pin and it knocks them around. They're like, oh, and then suddenly a cardboard box falls on their head and they can't get it off. They're just like trying to smack it off of their head because it actually has the physics of covering their head and everything.
I always think of the one of the I keep forgetting her name, but the one she's playing Mario Kart and she's calling all of her chats degenerates, and they just constantly throw shit at her to the point where her model literally goes out of view.
It's not a 3D object being thrown, but I know Buff Pup has this thing where like chat can slap her across the face, and they'll usually do that several times in a row.
Yeah, usually when Buff Pup does the, well, I mean, yes, and then suddenly there's a slap, like, stop.
Yeah, there's a slap, there's a spray bottle.
God, there's so many streams where like Chibi Doki will have just like random objects thrown on her, and her model will like fall over, and then she just gets buried alive under junk, and you can't even see her anymore.
Pretty sure there was a skit. I'm trying to remember what cartoon it was that always had a skit like that.
Looney Tunes?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Anyways, we've got a video to cover today, and I know I think I said last time that I didn't want to cover any more Fallout show videos. Well, Fate decided, no, you don't get to do that. You don't have a choice in the matter. So here we are. Covering another Fallout show video.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Oh god, is it Nier's video? Why would I give him attention?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
No, definitely not Nier's.
Like, that's the thing.
No, anyone... I was just gonna say, anyone who has watched any of my streams for the past couple of days knows exactly what we're covering.
Yeah. It's been brought up in Cree's suggestions, it's been brought up in my suggestions. Wolfie actually came out of the blue, just in DMs that recommended it. I was like,
I was
oh
literally,
god.
like, it came out like the day of. Watched it for like 5 minutes. I was just like, oh, this is perfect. We should watch this. This is terrible.
Yeah, but anyways, on this channel, I've always tried to avoid, like, obvious drama bait, attention-seeking kind of stuff, because we've had videos recommended to us before, like, numerous times. I've been like, yeah, that's clearly someone just, like, attention-seeking. We're not gonna bother with them.
Yeah.
And, yeah. But this video, dropped just a couple days ago, and while I was hanging out on Pagan streams when he was playing Metro and stuff, Metro? Stalker.
Same universe. I'm kidding, by the way.
I don't know why I went to bed. Anyways, Pagan was describing things from this video, and it was just kind of fucking driving me insane.
Yeah, I've avoided it because it's come from so many different sources. I'm like, we're definitely covering this at some point.
Yeah.
So I've just been avoiding it.
It's just frustrating.
All I keep hearing is that it's a fucking doozy.
It's just incredibly frustrating for me because it's like I want to be done with the Fallout show. I'm trying to finish off this fucking video. We covered a Actman's video and talked about the show on stream. I don't want to fucking deal with this stupid garbage show anymore. And I literally say, yeah, we're not going to do any more coverage of this. And then this fucking video drops like a few days later.
Yep.
Fate brings you back, Cree.
Yeah.
Just
and
when I thought I was out.
Damn it! He said it before I could.
Yeah. Get fucked up. I'm a Sopranos. Sorry, Sopranos. God damn it.
You fucked up.
I'm a Godfather aficionado. Damn it. I even liked the third movie, even though it is objectively the worst of all of them.
That's
like it is not good.
I can already tell what the theme of this stream is going to be. I accidentally said Metro instead of Stalker. You accidentally said Sopranos instead of Godfather.
Yep.
This is going to be a fucking disaster.
At least all of these are tangentially related. Slobjank versus Slobjank, and mine is mobsters versus mobsters. So you know.
I really like that scene in Goodfellas where Tony Soprano.
I wasn't a real big fan of the ending of Goodfellas. I don't know why they just showed Tony and his family just eating, and then they cut to black as they zoom in. Oh, it's very very strange.
I saw Ray Liotta in the fucking title, but I didn't see him anywhere in the fucking movie. What the fuck?
Though, unironically, the Sopranos opening is a fucking banger. Holy shit.
I need to finish watching that. I know I said, like, over a year ago I had started watching the first episode. I never got back to it. I really want to watch through that show.
Yeah, absolutely. Show, man. It's a fantastic show. Again, the ending is controversial. It's not bad. It's just controversial because it's so, like, what?
Out of the blue.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make any sense.
Only knowing vague things about the show and knowing what the ending is, I could see kind of why they went for that, because when you're doing a story
keeps people talking.
Well, not just that. When you're doing a story about a mob family, like, you're not going to have a happily ever after. We could just end it at this point, because they're always going to be in conflict with other groups, whether it's the cops or, like, rival gangs or whatever. Yeah. You're quiet compared to Setch and the Rat. My mic... hold on. I know what it might be.
I guess I'm somewhere in between, I guess.
I have to go to properties on my microphone and turn it up again.
Oh, there. God.
What?
I gotta turn you down now.
Yeah. You're quite loud now, on our end at least.
Oh.
But I want to read this comment. I really like the part where Tony Soprano was making meth and shouted out, "Say hello to my little friend," to Joe Pesci.
But anyways, yeah, with a mobster...
I could have been said, "What the fuck are you talking about, Tony?"
With a mobster, like, TV show, you can't really have a happily ever after. It's either going to be a constant fight until the next generation takes over, or they're going to get fucking killed. So to have an ambiguous ending like that, it's one of the only ways you can end a show like that, I think.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
you...
I understand.
Yeah.
Like, and as Wolfie said, it did keep it in the public eye for a long time. People trying to understand that ending.
Yeah.
A lot of analysis of that scene. Like my favorite aspect of it is there's no clear answer to the whole like why did the guy go into the back of the non-employee section when he was clearly supposed to be a customer. It makes you think that maybe he's a hired hitman.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't comment on that much because I haven't seen it.
It was a fantastic show, though.
Anyway, I hate the way that he names his videos, because he always does this, where he says like such and such is a nightmare. Here's why, and
Yeah.
it's very misleading because he does it with everything. Like whenever he talked about like the original Fallout game or Fallout 2, he also titled it like Fallout 2 is a nightmare. Here's why. So you could probably imagine how that went. And it's like, yeah, no, don't. He mostly just had a lot of good stuff to say about Fallout 2. He didn't really criticize it very much. He does really like it, but yeah, don't title your stuff that.
It's his shtick, unfortunately.
The only thing I remember him complaining about was just like him not getting used to the gameplay.
Yeah.
Like it was just a stark difference between the other Fallout games that he's actually used to. At least he said it with the first Fallout game.
Just quickly before
I didn't avoid.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I didn't avoid this video because I actually watched this guy's channel, and I just thought it was just gonna be another video where I figured he would just have like a normal review of the show where he'd be like, it had a lot of problems. There was some stuff I liked. I figured it was just gonna be that. So, I just watched it because I watch all of his videos. No, that's not what it was at all. It's fucking awful.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect because, like you said, when he says it's a nightmare, sometimes just like it's I got a few annoying things, but here's a lot of praise, and it's just like, is it going to be that, or is it going to be like actual complaints, like it's his couple of his Fallout 4 videos? But 5 minutes in, I was like, oh, I see where this is going.
Yeah, it's pretty bad because almost everything that he does praise or does criticize, I mean, is very superficial shit that doesn't really matter. And he just constantly goes on and on about how, they nailed it. It's so perfect. It's just like the original games. Oh, it's so good. And he just keeps going on and on and on about how good it is, to the point that he just ignores entire sections of the show because he can't defend it. So he just pretends it doesn't exist. Like there are certain things he doesn't even bring up. And it's like, how are you going to skip that? What? And just shit like that. And he also gets some like story beats and plot elements just completely wrong.
Yeah, I feel like he also misses the point where people's criticisms are when it comes to things that he's comparing to. Like I don't want to spoil too much for people that haven't seen it already, but I don't know. I already had a lot to say, and I only watched 5 minutes of it, so I knew it was just like this is something special.
Oh yeah, it's definitely something special. All right.
Just before we get started into the video, membership message for 8 months from Duncan McCockiner. Thank you. Hi, I'm Creetosis, and welcome to Jackass. Yeah, then $2 from Box Fox Scoot. Thank you, Cree. You're quiet compared to Setch and the Rat TM. Yeah, I fixed that. I fixed that because of that super chat. So, yeah. All right.
I'd rather go through a fucking Jackass stunt than watch this video. Probably less brain damage.
Well, let's see how this goes. Everyone's in. Yeah, there's 4 people in the watch together. So let's get started.
Yep, I'm just eating my spicy ramen and really regretting my life decisions.
Hi there, I'm Matt, lead scientist here at Jump Tech, and I'm here to talk about our research on adapting video games into TV shows.
And from the dawn of time, people have looked down on video games, seeing them as something only degenerates would enjoy. So we at Jump Tech have been working tirelessly to find out what the American...
I don't know about degenerates, that seems to be more of a modern thing, but children, absolutely. Like, that was always kind of always the stigma the Atari even, and then the Nintendo Entertainment System, was that only children or stupid people enjoyed video games, right?
Yeah.
And Degenerates
It's
has
only
become
a
like
hobby meant for kids.
yeah, Degenerates has become a modernized thing where like there are people that make up these charts like women won't date men if they've played more than 3 hours of a video game. It's like what?
Like a day? What do you in total?
Like a week.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
wild. Again, these lists are wild.
20 NOK from The Voices Will Not Stop. Thank you.
Nice.
American purely value in their media. And while some of our experiments have resulted in minor setbacks, it is a small price to pay for long-term company profit, for long-term happiness for our valued customers.
Wow, so Jump Tech can turn any game into a great TV show? Well now, slow down, Jimmy.
I'm already sick of the skit. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
if I was just watching a video for the sake of watching it, I would have checked out by now because, like, it just hasn't gotten to any substance you can really comment on yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't
Again-
really know what to grasp.
Here's the weird part about this skit. The skit is actually a good microcosm of the show itself. Like, you can see the effort that was put into the visuals and everything, right? But
I was actually gonna
There was
say
no-
the animation is actually really fucking good.
yeah, but there was no effort put into like trying to make it funny or witty or smart at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they took the directors like instead of making people awesome, let's make them stupid. Or make them dumb. Sorry, they said dumb specifically, right?
Yeah. Usually, most of his skits are pretty good in his other videos, but I watched this entire video. I don't think there was a single skit other than where he literally just steals a joke from Smiling Friends that I actually enjoyed. They were all pretty insufferable.
Even some of his cringy ones in his other videos still like kind of have like a little bit of a that's kind of funny, but I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened.
Can't be bottled, but we think we've gotten pretty close. Well, that was weird. But yes, to prepare for this video, I sat down and watched every video game to movie and TV adaptation ever made. And from this
I don't believe you.
I absolutely don't believe you.
Well, considering he doesn't bring up Arcane or Edge Runners at all.
Or the Last of Us show.
Or hell, even again, you could argue that its tabletop isn't, gaming or anything. Even just Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, that's like probably one of the most accurate depictions of a tabletop session I have ever seen in my life.
I'd assume maybe he's probably referring to video game adaptation, but I'd still would include D&D as a gaming one.
Yeah. But again, though, like you said, Arcane is probably the gold standard right now for game, especially because the game being a MOBA and then it has a shit ton of lore, but it isn't brought up in the game at all. To then make that into a series, and I apologize, the spice is getting to me. To make that into a series and it be that fucking good is incredible.
Yeah. Like, whoever, like, we got the Fallout show and it was awful. We got the Halo show and it was awful, but the fucking League of Legends show turned out to be amazing. What fucking timeline is this?
Yeah. We have shows that actually have lore and history and like intricate details to them and good stories. And then you get League of Legends, which is a fucking just multiplayer smash each other in the face and get down a lane and win. Again, I'm being facetious for a reason. But that's the one that comes out with literally like Oscar-worthy fucking writing and everything. Holy shit.
It's like when the Sonic movie came out and everyone was just expecting it to be bad except for Jim Carrey, and then it actually turns out to be a pretty decent story.
Yeah. I mean, Jim Carrey steals every scene he's in, but that's because he's Jim fucking Carrey.
Yeah.
But it was still a fantastic movie. I even liked the sequel. The sequel was fantastic too.
Second movie's great. The Knuckles TV show is just weird, and
I haven't seen it yet.
it doesn't even really revolve around Knuckles. It revolves around the deputy cop from the other movies.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them, so I can't comment on them.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Membership message for 6 months from Mirthful. Thank you. Bethesda designs their games with retards as their intended audience. How else can you explain quest markers and invincible NPCs? Or Starfield? I'm kind of shocked retard got through on that.
I am still I still find it funny that whole GDC Game Developers Conference talk about how they design games with special needs people in mind, and you can see DSP's fucking his fucking face and everything there. They tried to blur it out, but it's fucking obvious. Like, oh my god.
Damn, that's nice. Get fucked.
Horror ordeal. I came to 3 major conclusions.
1. Hollywood are idiots. See, until
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, yes.
You didn't
I
have
actually
to watch
agree.
through all the fucking adaptations to understand that, but okay.
Yeah, I agree with most of his opinions on the on like most of these adaptations he's going to go over, including Mario, because he actually has some stuff to say about the Mario movie.
Ooh, I'll be
And
interested.
but the only problem is how he segues from this into the TV show, because it makes absolutely no sense.
Till recent just weren't that well established in mainstream culture, so Hollywood writers and producers didn't trust it's what the people really wanted. Take the 2007 Hitman film, which, rather than having loads of exciting assassinations, instead has several scenes of completely unwarranted female nudity. What proves that they messed up is when this film does follow the games, it's pretty good. Watch as Agent 47 poisons a drink, observes his target getting sick and running to the bathroom. He silently follows him. Oh my god, look how cool this all is. He sneaks in, gets out his untraceable poison, and starts shooting everyone in the building.
What? 2.
Okay, I agree with that one. Yeah, that was fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not even the worst example
Mention of
the
like he gets out the
fucking-
untraceable poison so that he'll be a silent assassin and no one will know he was there. And then suddenly, it's like what?
kind of accurate to like the main games where it's just like you can kill all the bodyguards, but nope, this guy was an accidental death because he got poisoned.
Well, to an extent, but Blood Money really hit you hard on that whole like even if somebody was a non-intended target and they died with a gunshot wound, it's like, well, the police are now way more investigated. But if there was a series of accidents, yeah, the police are suspicious, but like it's a series of accidents. Shit happens.
Weirder shit's happened.
Yep.
We're gonna take the
Like-
stealth approach. Pulls out the fucking rocket launcher.
Yeah, it's like that one. Oh god, you could do that in Far Cry 3, by the way. As long as you fired the rocket and you hit the alarm, this thing at the same time, you would actually count as stealthing the entire base.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, and it reminds me of that one meme where a guy is with a group of people and they're all just talking, having a casual conversation, and he goes, "Okay, guys, I'm gonna go step to the bathroom." He leaves, he goes to the bathroom, he comes back, and everybody's dead. Or like one guy's head's through the TV, another guy is swinging from the fucking ceiling fan. There's a guy who's inside the oven, so like that. And he's like, "What in the fuck happened? I left the room for a minute and a half."
You know what that actually reminds me of, Setch?
What's that?
It reminds me of the fucking stealth kill section in the Suicide Squad with fucking Bloodsport and oh god, what's John Cena's character?
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker, where they're going through the camp, just like killing everyone. And like they keep walking the people who somehow don't realize they're there, and they just keep killing people. And then they're like, they run into the leader of the rebels, and they realize, oh wait, this is the group that's fighting against the evil government. Oh.
Yeah.
They're the good guys. Oh
Whoops.
shit.
Yeah, the Deadpool game did one of those memes as well.
I want to get that game, but it's like I discovered that like it was taken off stores after like 6 months because they lost the rights.
Yep.
And resale keys are like $50,000 now or something. It's like, jeez. I really want to play this game, but
I have a copy for my Xbox, but I have not played it.
Ooh.
Deus Volt in chat. Not again. That we my community yesterday watched the movie Spaceballs. I love that the ending there is just out of nowhere. There's just a fucking alien reference. Just out of nowhere, all the crew of the Nostromo are just talking in a space diner, and all of a sudden it's the same guy. I should remember
John
his fucking
Hurt.
name. Yeah, John Hurt. He's sitting there at the thing, and he starts going, and they're like, "What do you have?" Oh, he had the special. Change my order to soup, please. And they look at John Hurt, and his chest breaks open. He's like, "Oh no, not again."
Not again.
See, the funny thing is, I didn't understand that reference for a long time because I saw Spaceballs before Alien.
Oh, nice.
Same.
20-month membership message from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. What kind of sorcery causes the Fallout show to be regarded as good, or as a good adaptation, when it's immensely worse than a lot of the bad adaptations? I don't know.
I would say it's budget. Because it's one of the things, it looks good. And so if you turn your brain off like Drinker did, and you're not paying attention, it's barely up on your second monitor. You're literally not paying attention to it whatsoever. I could see how you could like warp your way into thinking it's good.
Well, one of the benefits the Fallout show could work with is the fact that there is no like necessarily like main character from the other Fallout games that they have to follow. They can write a mostly original story so long as it follows the world correctly. They could have their own characters, build up their own groups if they wanted to, but
Yep.
they just don't do anything with it.
God, now that I think about it, I think this is the same Hitman movie where they have this scene where the Russian dude puts a Makarov to a woman's head and threatens to kill her, and fucking Agent 47 is just like, even if you were to pull the trigger and the gun were to fire, you wouldn't even kill her.
I don't know if I remember that part. I just remember the weird train fight where they activate a bunch of 47 clones and they come to kill him on the train. That was fucking weird as shit.
I have more memory of the other Hitman movie, like the 2016 one.
Oh, yeah, the sequel.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a sequel. I think it was literally just like okay, we're just gonna try to do the Hitman movie again, and maybe this time we'll get it to work, and they just didn't. I was forced to go watch that with a family member of mine when it first came out. I missed out on watching Straight Outta Compton to watch that fucking movie, and I'm pissed to this day.
See, the reason the adaptation, the key point of failure in the Hitman movie adaptation is they didn't have the homing briefcase.
Dude, that is the funniest fucking thing. Holy shit.
I love how when they were told about like that glitch, they literally were just like, yeah, fuck it. We'll just keep it in. Put in the sequel too.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, yeah, sure, it breaks immersion and everything like that. Doesn't make sense. But it's genuinely hilarious.
It's a very
somebody,
goofy thing, yeah.
Somebody added, what was it? There was a voice line of somebody like from a cartoon. I want to say it was a cartoon show where he's just screaming like, "Ah, help, help!" and it fades in and out of volume depending on how close the jet ski gets to the fucking camera. It's fucking wild.
Just grabbing a quick comment from chat. How's the video coming, Cree? Extremely painfully. I have to go through.
We're only a minute in.
Huh?
We're only a minute in.
Oh,
sorry, your video. My bad.
That's what I assumed was my video. I have to go through the entire 7-hour timeline and try to fix any clips that might go on for a little too long, and I'm finishing off the last of the editing I need to do for the video at this point. Once it's done, I'm going to render it and upload it, and if it gets hit, I'm just going to go for the nuclear option, the appeal, which could land me a strike, but they have 7 days to respond. I'm hoping it goes my way. If it doesn't, then it's back to the drawing board, basically.
Damn.
What I was doing before, trying to get it past copyright, I lost that file. Because, it was at 5 claims, I got it down to 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Then 2, then 1, then 2, then 1, blah, 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 whatever. And I went to render the latest version after fixing the most recent claims against it, and my computer immediately blue screened. And when I got the computer up and running again, I tried to open the file again. File not found. It's there in the folder, but it will not open. So the 40 plus uploads of the video, the 40 plus renders of the video to try to get past copyright was all for nothing. The entire month was wasted, essentially, and I am still immensely pissed off about that.
Yeah, and I don't fucking blame you.
Mm-hmm.
Full works. You hear that, 47? Don't do it. Think of your wife, who I assume is also bald.
Oh, I hope my husband comes home for dinner soon. So even with
Bruh.
That was fucking weird.
Yeah.
I got nothing for this one.
Hollywood adding pointless stuff like this to their films, you would assume most adaptations would have something to do with the games they're based on. So when I sat down to watch the film adaptation of Street Fighter 2, I was excited.
But nowhere, at any point in this movie, is there a fight in a street. I can't quite believe it as I say it now, and several times in this movie, a big fight is about to start, but then it immediately gets interrupted. And let's be clear, it isn't just older video game
Yeah, but the thing about Street Fighter 2 is that it's one of those cult classic movies. It's that perfect thing of so bad it's good. Like,
There's also...
for you... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to reference that same exact line, because I wouldn't even call that so bad it's good. That is just outright a fucking amazing line.
Yeah, that line, somebody had their fucking thinking cap on that day, and that line right there was fucking incredible.
Jesus, this is fucking cringe. Yeah, the skits are painful.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think any of the skits in this video were funny at all compared to his other videos. Usually, you know, at least some of his skits get like a chuckle out of me. The only one that got even a light chuckle out of me in this video is literally where he just says, like he does the Alan voice, fucking, I sprayed him with dirty water, and he literally overlays the joke that he took that from over what he's saying. And it's like, okay, that got a bit of a joke out of me, or a chuckle out of me, but it's literally because he took a joke from the Smiling Friends.
Yeah.
It wasn't his joke, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even his joke. He just took a joke, and that's why it was funny.
adaptations to totally miss the point. The 2002 Halo TV show is adapted from the Halo games, which are all about a super soldier that simply kills aliens and never takes off his helmet. 3, just focus on characters.
Now writing good.
I just noticed, didn't he say 2002 show adaptation? Did he get the year wrong?
I
believe
didn't.
So.
Oh god. Anyways, I don't know. I feel like you could have said a little bit more about the Halo show, because the problem with the Halo show wasn't that he took the helmet off. It was the writing in general being dog shit. The helmet being taken off was just insult to injury.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as you'll see throughout this video, he has very superficial criticisms of everything. That seems to be the only thing he cares about, is superficial stuff.
Why? It's so frustrating that so many people just have the, like, basic bitch superficial takes on everything. Oh, hey, look, this show looks vaguely like Fallout, so it's just like the games. 10 out of 10, they fucking nailed it.
Yeah. That's why I said I think visuals has tricked the normie retard brain, right? They can't view past the visuals, because even the Halo TV show, it looked bad. Like, it didn't even look good either.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still remember us covering it and seeing that fucking plasma pistol that wasn't fucking CGI'd properly, and it was literally just the base model.
He
I
was
still
literally
remember
the
us.
foam prop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't easy. But most of the video game adaptations I've watched miss adding the one thing good characters need. Flaw. Flaw. The 2000
God, that shit is fucking annoying.
It's throughout the entire video. You're gonna have to get used to it because that is like 99% of the video.
When you said skits, I was imagining like
some nostalgia critic nonsense.
Basically, where it's like, okay, we're in the skit section for like 3 minutes, we could skip past this, but no, it's these quick little bursts
we're in the
of fucking
section,
cringe.
actually. Sorry, got it confused.
2001 movie is a good example of this, because not only does Lara Croft shower like she's trying to solve a really difficult math problem, do I carry the 4 or do I multiply? What do I do? She has absolutely no flaws. She spends her evenings perfectly flipping around rooms for no ascertainable reason, and when a giant unstoppable robot monster appears, no problem. Oh, and a giant stone 6-armed monster? A shower will fix this.
The Sonic films, though, are an example of writers getting character flaws right.
See, in these films, Robotnik
Ooh, okay. I guess I do want to talk about that. It's fine if that's your starting point, right? If she's supposed to already be well established, you have to define why she's well established and what she does.
Yeah, part of the point of Lara Croft is that she's been doing this for years, and she's already at that point of being like exceptional.
Yeah, we're not coming into her journey near the beginning. It's not like the Tomb Raider game that came out after the movie, where you're starting with her origin of what got her into it, where she's weak and helpless and she grows into a fucking sociopath. That game is fucking wild, by the way.
Editing Whiplash, the video, yeah, this editing is very irritating. And also, H-Bomber guy jump scare, what the fuck? You didn't need to do that to your viewers.
I'm curious what he's going to say about the flaws of the Sonic characters. I think this will be interesting because the Sonic movies are shockingly good movies.
Yeah.
is small to the point that he's basically a god, but his flaw is that he thinks he's better than everyone else, and so most of the other characters dislike him. What's even better though is his flaws become his undoing. Robotnik loses in these films because he doesn't understand the power of working together and relying on his friends.
They've really summarized Robotnik's whole career there, you know. He's cool, but he's fucking weird.
Saying all of this, it is amazing what Nintendo seems to be able to get away with.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty accurate, I'd say, honestly. Like, Robotnik's ego is what destroys him all throughout that movie. And like, he even has a moment where he actually gets surprised by something, and he's like, "Well, that was surprising, but I expect to be surprised, so it doesn't count."
You're comparing a comedy villain to a wish fulfillment heroine. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does seem like a I don't want to say false equivalence, but you know what I mean, a bad comparison. Apples and oranges.
Yeah. I'll be curious on these
If they
as
don't
well,
bother
because I thought both of these movies were terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
I haven't seen either of them, so... Yeah.
I haven't seen Detective Pikachu, but I have seen the Mario movie with Setch, and yeah, it was... Oh, God. I did not like it.
I've only seen the Detective Pikachu movie, and I still don't understand it.
Wow, we have the full range of everyone seeing status of seeing these movies.
Yep. Both.
Neither, both, or one.
Neither, and
one or the other.
The other one.
With if they don't bother at all with good characters and just stay obsessively faithful to their games. And while I think
but they're not faithful. That's the big annoyance of both of them, is that they're not faithful to their game.
I mean, even like Detective Pikachu's game is very different from the actual movie, so it's more of just like, hey, it's just the world but Pokemon, and it's even not really done like how the games have done them, the normal games.
Yeah, I'd say I'd say that's more accurate with what chat says, but the Mario movie was full of references, and that's kind of the same thing with the Detective Pikachu movie. It was full of references.
I recognize that Pokemon. That's my
But-
favorite. 10 out
but-
of 10.
That's also true of Fallout, though, is it's just full of references.
Yeah, exactly. And
Oh
again,
no, but you see, it's different. It's adapted well, and the characters have flaws and shit. I don't fucking.
They nailed it. Don't you know? They nailed
They fucking nailed it.
yeah.
It looks like Fallout.
Look, there's a bobblehead and a junk jet and a laser gun. Look, it's the NCR flag. It has a bear with 2 heads on it.
Oh god, I kind of spoiled this for Kree. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, but I can't wait to see your reactions to when he talks about Thaddeus.
Oh god.
Specifically the last part, the very last time we ever see Thaddeus. He has a bit of a theory. And oh my god, I cannot wait for you guys to hear that shit.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're referring to because, like I said, I've only got 5 minutes into this, so everything past that is going to be new for me.
Alright. The general public reviews see everyone frothing at the tash.
Think about it. The Super Mario Brothers film, for example, begins with Mario's family making fun of him because he becomes a small business owner. But actually, I do know how that feels. Up is Not Jump is a f***ing terrible YouTube name.
And this isn't resolved by Mario, say, maturing as a character. No, the only route to fatherly approval is to literally save the entire universe right in front of him.
Bowser gets done so fucking dirty in that movie, it annoys me as well.
Who gets dirty? Done dirty?
Bowser.
Uh,
I mean, Luigi as well. Luigi's my favorite of the 2 brothers by far. But the fucking character assassination of Bowser to turn him into a fucking retarded simp is just... Ugh.
Yeah.
Just dude,
Hell, Luigi
not
wasn't
like-
even in most of the movie. He gets like cut out of like the middle section of the movie for almost an hour.
yeah. He only shows up at the fucking ritual sacrifice, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, wait. When did ritual sacrifice become a thing?
Much
Bowser's
prefer
a leader of a kingdom. He's not a leader of a cult.
I much prefer the other Mario movie where they predicted 9/11. That one was better.
Oh my god. Fucking,
Oh, so you have the same opinion as he does then?
oh no.
I can't read this comment out, but I'm surprised that word got through.
Same.
Question. How in Fallout 3 did the Super Mutants kidnap and bring people in Vault 87 if the entrance rads are insta-lethal? Good fucking question.
Yep. Don't think about it. How is it the Enclave got in there through the vault entrance, and that's where they take you out if it's so lethal that even in your power armor it kills you instantly? Good fucking question. Don't ask questions.
Well, but you
Yeah.
see, they have that special psycho rad, whatever the fucking bullshit is that the leader takes at the end of the fucking main story. They all have that. You just never see it.
It's not at the end of
Which
the main
is not the
story. It's
end.
when the father dies, and it's never explained what that is. It isn't even given a name.
Is
Yep.
that not the
Yeah.
end of
But
the
a-
story?
a-
I never played Fallout 3, so I don't know.
No.
No.
That's just the kind of like...
That's like the halfway point.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
that's
Oh.
kind of like now the end of the second movie. In terms of if there was a trilogy of movies, that would be kind of what that is.
It's the empire of the Fallout 3.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
Yeah.
if
It's like the
it's
2/3
story
mark.
arc and beats.
But apparently it made him completely immune to radiation because he wasn't even wearing anything when he went through the fucking vault door to get to you the second time. He's just there in his normal armor.
Yep.
And which it's revealed that he's still alive, but it's also like, what the fuck? Like, how did you get through
Incredible.
that shit?
Because the guy's in full sealed power armor in the room with him instantaneously like cease existence.
Yeah. Somehow they die before he does. And it's like, what? They're in power armor. How is he lasting longer than them?
Yeah, how is your father able to limp his happy ass over to the window and talk to you? So
Yeah.
fucking dumb.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but Thief made a meme for us. Don't play it on stream, though.
Oh, no.
Oh.
You know, I might have been a little bit more lenient with them if they had actually shown your father like disintegrating, like his skin splitting open and his bones cracking, and then him literally like melting into goo or something from
It's
the
literally
radiation.
like it's like the Green Goblin grenade from the first Spider-Man
Yeah,
movie.
it's like that.
The worst part of Fallout 3 was the end when Fox stopped progression of the main quest to list every racial slur alphabetically and read my IP address. I don't know, it seems pretty base to me.
Yeah. Dude, that is still... I can't believe that anybody... I mean, I can believe it because, you know, we have evidence of Bethesda being retarded, but I couldn't believe at the time that I was playing it because this was before Bethesda was known as the absolute fuck-ups of the industry forever. That anybody could write that you gave me a character that if I was nice to would join my side, who is completely immune to all radiation, and when I ask them to help me, they say, no, you have to kill yourself. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's your destiny.
It's your destiny to go in there and die horribly of radiation poisoning.
Even though for me it'd be a complete, you know, it'd just be like a minor inconvenience. I just have to walk 5 feet.
I prevented you from walking into deadly radiation like 20 minutes ago, but now you need to go in there and die, and I won't do it for you. Fuck you. Eat shit.
You have to die like your father. Right? It's poetry. It rhymes. I read that in a book once.
And details about a man so embittered by the fact that he is physically disabled, he turns evil, kidnaps a literal god, performs numerous experiments on animals, and commits a citywide terrorist attack.
True, actually. Yeah, that
Mewtwo-
movie is fucking wild.
Mewtwo isn't a literal god, though.
He's not. He's in a Pokemon abomination, an experiment gone wrong to clone Mew.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even consider Mew to be a god either.
Yep. Yeah, no, it was a wild movie. Wild fucking movie.
Fundamentally disdainful here.
Nintendo, guys, being angry because you're in a wheelchair is not a good character flaw.
And so you see... Oh, wait, sorry.
I mean...
It can be. The context around it is what can make it a good character flaw. Like, if he was world famous, and he was known as... It's like the Hugh Hare in real life. He earned a lot of competitions and praise because he was a very skilled mountain climber. And then he, unfortunately, I want to say it was frostbite. He got frostbite and had to have both of his legs amputated. And now, obviously, that destroyed his life. That destroyed his identity. He was known as a great mountain climber and everything. But instead of wallowing in that, drove him on to make prosthetics and to start the integration process. His team is the one that discovered that squid ink actually acts as a great conductor between human nerves and electrical signals. So now that we actually have prosthetics that can directly integrate into people's nerves now. Like, that was an incredible breakthrough, and it was because of him and because he lost his legs, something that was what put food on the table, is what he was known for before that.
Yeah, it's more so that the execution wasn't done like properly, less than that his reasoning behind it is bad. It's like, I understand why he acts and does the way that he does, but there's very little, like, I wouldn't say, like, there's nothing, it doesn't really get built up. Like, you don't really feel like he's, you don't really get a good reasoning behind it. Like, he doesn't explain it very well in the movie.
Yeah, his positioning is very fucking wild, because like he did something to his son as well. Like, trying to rewrap my head around the plot of the Detective Pikachu movie is fucking weird.
And then for whatever reason, they also confirmed in that movie that Dittos are just a failed Mewtwo experiment. Like, the movie just throws that in there. It's just, oh, okay, sure. I guess that's confirmed. Why not?
And then you have Pokemon that are literally so fucking big, they're actually like damn near continent size. They're bigger than a fucking island.
Wait, which ones are those? Because, like, the biggest one should be Wailord, which is a fucking whale.
No, it's
Who-
the rock tortoise things. They did an experiment and they made these things, and they're literally like mountain ranges in and of themselves.
Bruh.
They're
Yeah.
fucking enormous.
He kidnaps his son and replaces him with a cop. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah. Because I remember he was a dick to his son, and his son was a dick to everyone else. But it turns out they're like the son is okay because his dad is actually evil, so it's okay that his son is a dick to everyone else. Because now he turns out he was a dick because his dad was. It's a fucking weird movie.
Hmm.
Hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just in general, I find these, like, really poor, lame criticisms irritating, where it's like, oh, him being upset that he's in a wheelchair is dumb. It's like, no, that's a completely fucking valid thing to be upset about. It's
Criticism is distasteful to me.
it's everything surrounding it. Like, again, I haven't seen this movie, but based on what you guys are saying, it's less that the motivation itself of being pissed off of being in a wheelchair it's the problem, and it's the writing surrounding, like, what he does as a result that's the problem.
The execution was not done properly.
They
Yeah.
also made him the villain like at the 11th hour.
Oh, so
And they
like
were
he was a
oh,
good
there are all
guy
these-
until then, and it's like, no, he's suddenly the bad guy.
Yeah, they're like, oh, there's all these clues and stuff like that. It's like, you mean stuff that we weren't privy to until this very moment?
Oh, that's the worst.
I hate when shit does that. It's like, oh, if you had all the information behind the scenes, you would have known he was the villain from the beginning.
That's the worst, but that's especially bad in, like, mystery stories, which is, I'm assuming it is, because it's called Detective Pikachu.
Yes.
Because the whole point of a mystery story is to give you clues, and, like, give the audience, the information subtly that they can figure out for themselves if they're really paying attention.
Yep.
Must
So-
have been inspired by Knives Out.
Oh, God.
Second. So that segment about Nintendo has annoyed the internet so much they've fired nukes at me. Fortunately, I have a fallout shelter just downstairs.
Cringe.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I don't
fucking
even think-
cringe.
I don't even think we're at the point now where people would go nuclear about your Nintendo takes. I think we're far past that point.
Yeah.
People are more privy to how fucking shit Nintendo is nowadays.
Especially the fucking Pal World lawsuit that's going on now.
Yeah.
Like that's soured most people's opinion on Nintendo quite heavily.
Yeah.
Because it's so blatantly like corrupt and crooked.
And petty.
Yeah.
They
it's-
did a
it's not one of
concept
those-
better than us. How dare they?
Yeah. Because it's not a thing where like there's any rationale behind it whatsoever. People try to rationalize the whole like, oh, they're just copies of the Pokemon things, and it turns out that was fucking bupkis. But at least there you could have made an argument of like, okay, copyright infringement. Right? Here it's literally they had to go around, make a trademark for something so specific that it actually fucks over a lot of other companies and studios and industries. So now it's like, okay, and then they're suing somebody for violating the trademark that did not exist until after.
Apparently it did. Like, I watched some videos on it when it first came out. It was part of a larger patent thing. And
no.
because they had that before, they're allowed to cut it off into a separate patent and make an issue of it now, which I really don't like, but apparently that's how it works in
There's a problem
Japan.
for Nintendo because, a lot of other companies probably weren't aware that Nintendo had said patent and now have been made aware that said patent exists. So I expect Nintendo's going to be quite a few legal battles if they win Pal World.
I hope they don't.
Let's hope they don't.
Yeah, they shouldn't. Like, there's no merit to it whatsoever. It's just being petty and spiteful.
Yeah.
It's like
But if
even
they
if they
do-
were even if they were legally like correct, like yes, this is
Yeah.
factual that it's it's their fucking patent or whatever. Still fucking what? Fuck off. Let them make their own
Yep.
fucking thing. Like they're doing their own fucking concept that's similar but not the same.
Yeah.
And you're just screwing them over because you're fucking jealous that they did shit better than you.
Yep, exactly. Like again, this is one of those things. If Nintendo wins, you have all these other major companies that are immediately going to turn around and sue Nintendo because all of their products, like they had no idea that this patent existed. Like all of their products use it as well. The patent is so fucking vague. You could go after Digimon, you could go after Monster Rancher, you could go after everything else under the fucking sun.
It's
Oh, yeah,
just like
this is
it's just like the
very-
fucking Warner Bros. And their fucking Nemesis system bullshit, where they copyrighted their own goddamn fucking gaming concept, and so other companies can't do anything with it, and they're not
Yep.
doing anything with it either. So what's the fucking point?
Yeah. Another game did that with, like, mini games and loading screens. That's why, loading screens in video games for, like, 20 years have just been... Yeah, it's an image or whatever that just you see while you're loading into an area. As
Like,
opposed...
same
you
thing-
can move the stuff around on the Fallout 4 loading screen. Isn't it cool?
Mm,
Same reason why, like, we haven't gotten really, really good, fucking, Lovecraftian horror stuff because Nintendo patented video game insanity.
I hate that shit so much.
I do too. I think it should be an actual fucking crime to patent mechanics.
Yeah, because,
it's
like,
fucking
what if the first FPS game patented, like, being an FPS? Like, it's a first-person
Yep.
perspective with a gun. Oh, so now no one can make this entire genre of game.
Yeah, if
Somebody
id
tried to
Software
patent
fucking
jumping. Keep in mind, somebody actually tried to patent the ability to jump.
was that
Bruh.
Nintendo as well?
No, it was somebody else. They got slapped down, though, rightfully so.
Shocking.
I want to grab this member message quickly. For 13 months from Waylay108, thank you. Damn it, I'm late. What did I miss? Mostly cringe in this video so far.
Yeah.
We're almost 5 minutes in, and
Yeah.
90% of it has been cringe and pointless.
hmm
You also,
We
you
haven't
also
even
missed
gotten to
the
Fallout yet.
Godfather. You also missed the Godfather Sopranos crossover. That was pretty great too.
yeah.
Yeah, and the Metro Stalker crossover.
He hasn't even mentioned the Fallout TV show yet. He's literally just been talking about video game adaptations into shows and movies.
Yeah.
Here's
and-
what they all did wrong, and now let's compare it to
I'm-
the Fallout show that did it all 15 times as worse, but we're not going to talk about.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
yes,
curious.
and that's why it pisses me off that he never brought up something that's actually good, like,
Yeah.
fucking Arcane or Edge Runners or any other really good video game adaptation. And he's acting like, oh, yeah, no, Fallout is the first one. It's the first and only one to get it right. They nailed it for the first time.
And how dare you not bring up the best adaptation, the Postal movie? Fuck you.
Yes. Unironically, like a actually fantastic and faithful recreation of Postal. Like not the exact story beats, but it's exactly how a Postal movie should go.
In the Borderlands movie.
Oh god. This dude takes half a year to make one video. Really? I figure with how short his video
Yeah.
is, that he would be able to, get them out faster. Especially how they're, like, very clearly not well scripted.
Yeah.
It's the skits. He hires, well, you'll see at the end of this video, he hires like movie productionists and stuff like that, and animators and all this other stuff that takes a really long time to get all that stuff done. It's not so much like the content of the video that is taking up most of the time. It's literally like the superficial set pieces that takes up so much time. It's literally the fucking what is it? The nostalgia critic thing where it's like, yeah, maybe you should talk more about the fucking thing that you're covering and less about the skits.
He also
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
because-
sucking off H-Bomber guy, so that doesn't help too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, generally when, like, a show or a game or whatever comes out, the sooner you could get your video out, the more beneficial it is. And obviously this varies depending on the type of video you're making. Like, my 7-hour breakdown of the entire show, of course I'm not going to be able to get that out in April or May, unless I dedicated 100% of my time to it, and I didn't have a full-time job to deal with as well. So, it's a matter of necessity that my video, breaking down the entire show, is being released this late into the year, this far after the show's release. For his 42-minute video, which is so far largely just unfunny skits, it's like, yeah, this probably should have been released a month or two after the fact, and all that money spent on these dumb skits and all the time you had to wait to release this probably isn't going to be worth it.
It's not like he only covers Fallout videos either. He's done a lot of videos about VR games. Like I think he did one on Half-Life Alyx that was pretty good. I know he did one on I'm trying to remember the fucking game. It's like the spaceship VR one where you like it works like a flight simulator, but it's a spaceship.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of that one, but I've seen that one.
Reminds me of Elite Dangerous. You could do
Yes.
VR mode in that.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
it is Elite Dangerous.
Oh, there you go. Elite Dangerous, the space trucker simulator is the joking title for it.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
He also did Skyrim and Fallout 4 VR, and he tore into those pretty good about how bad they were.
He also talked a lot of shit about them charging full price for what was essentially just a VR fucking DLC. Like the thing is,
Yeah.
he's made a lot of great fucking criticisms of Bethesda games. Like he's done it a lot. He's made some great points about certain things. Like he does have some weird points in a few of those videos. Like don't get me wrong, like him blazing Fallout 76 a lot was a bit weird, but that one's more of just matter of opinion type of stuff rather than just like, this is a factual like, observation.
Yeah, it came down more to I enjoyed it and here's why, and I feel like if you played it the way that I play it, you'd probably enjoy it as well, rather than just being a straight up like, well, actually it's really good and you just don't understand. Like he didn't really do anything like that. I don't know. Usually his videos are pretty good. Like I've said, I genuinely do watch his videos most of the time. Although recently, his newer videos have been a little not great, and this one was easily the worst I have ever seen from his channel.
I mean, just based on these 5 minutes alone, I'm actually glad I've never seen one of his videos before, and I don't think I ever want to watch any of his content ever again.
I don't blame you. I really don't. Even if we
I don't blame
have
you
some
either.
good things, even if we have some good things to say about him, and if this is what you're starting out with, it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'll go watch something else. Waste my time watching H-Bomber guy.
It's funny, the first video of H-Bomber guy I ever saw was his takedown of how dog shit the Sherlock BBC Sherlock TV series was, because it is genuinely awful. So I had come on to H-Bomber guy from a high, and then the very next video I saw was the god awful Dark Souls 2 defense video. It was like, oh god, talking about a fucking pendulum swing, Jesus.
I've only ever seen H-Bomber guy's Fallout 3 video, and that was a good video for the most part. But everything else I've seen of him is just like, no.
Yeah. I've had moments where I'll even say to somebody, like, it could just be viewership bias, in that we've only ever seen the bad from this content creator, or we've only ever seen the good from this content creator. So it becomes that whole thing of where you're more inherently trustful or distrustful, depending on. But a lot of creators are honestly like, they're more... What's the way to put it? It's honestly like the Blue Menace, where he was more willing to go into detail and give actual site examples for things he liked. So there was a genuine, like, he felt a genuine drive to do it, whereas everything else was just like, absolute piss water and shit takes.
Like, and the other fucking issue I have is some of his videos, you can clearly see he has some sort of bias towards one thing or one person or another. Like his, stealing content video that he did and his whole section on Internet Historian, I have major fucking issues with. But the rest of his video, from what little that I've seen about the creators he does talk about, and from another video that someone made on the same person, he makes some great points. It's just like that fucking Internet Historian section is a weird fucking, like, you clearly are going into him heavily and making assumptions about this person and his character without like without like really just saying anything besides, when he does this, it makes me think like this. Doesn't that make you think? It's just like, no, not really. I don't.
Well,
I
the other
didn't
heavy
really look at
thing,
that.
the whole inner historian drama was so fucking stupid, anyways. Because this is when plagiarism or plagiatism was going around pretty heavily, right?
Yeah.
And so people were just assuming that, oh, because the internet historian recounts things in a chronological order, he's plagiarizing everyone else that does that. It's like, it's because it's in a fucking event. It's a thing that happened. That's what an internet historian does. He's talking about a thing that happened in chronological order. Like, I'm sorry that they're going to be similar to other people talking in a chronological order. He doesn't jump around the fucking timeline like a madman.
Yeah, and
yeah.
that's
It wasn't even that I had a problem with. It was more the fact that when because he mostly was referring to his Man in the Cave video, and how a lot of the points that he got was from a specific article that talked about that same story. And then when he got copyright striked for that video by the people that made the article, and he re-uploaded it, the H-Bomber guy was like, well, when he posted the screenshot of the re-upload, he actually didn't say who copyright striked him. Does that mean he's racist?
Oh god, I didn't even get
Yeah.
to that part. Jesus Christ, yeah, that's fucked. Again, what
Didn't
I
he
think
also
that
defend
he did-
Hassan in that fucking video as well?
Oh,
Yes.
fuck. Yeah, he did. God damn it. Stop making me think of Hamas Piker.
Yeah. What I think, the only reason I think that Internet Historian was even in that video to begin with from H-Bomber Guy was because all the rest of them would be a literal fucking who. Like, to normies would be like, who? But a lot of normies know Internet Historian because his videos are funny and they get shared a lot. So they go at all kinds of different circles, on different servers, on different communities.
Was it him or was it one of his fans that was also like, look, he said that his birthday was on 4/20, just like Hitler.
Yeah, that was H-Bomb.
Oh
Because
my
his whole
God.
thing against Internet Historian was trying to paint him as, like, some horrible, awful right-wing person.
Yeah, it's...
Because they also brought up
How
his...
dare he have a brain and not obey?
H-Bomb also brought up Internet Historian's video on DashCon and stuff like that, and making fun of, like, weirdo leftists.
Well, God, okay. I don't know how. Why would you defend? Why would DashCon be the thing that you would try to die on the hill?
He seems to have a lot of bullying when it comes to the Dash Connors. It's like, yeah, because they were fucking stupid and their event was retarded, so yeah, he's gonna fucking make fun of them.
Yeah.
And they did shit that was like fucking borderline illegal. It's just barely in the line of being legal.
And then they pocketed the cash and ran away.
Yeah, as
Guys, we're going to get kicked out of this hotel. Can you please send us money so that we can keep having this terrible fucking event? Sorry, what were you saying, Kree?
As Thief said in chat, Internet Historian did take an article one time because of its storytelling quality, but its real offense to H-Bomb was being a shitposter.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate.
But praises Hamas Piker, yeah.
So, that is a question, I guess, is at what point does it become plagiarism? Because how are you supposed to talk about actual real events that have happened when your sources are going to be news articles and stuff? Like, okay, I want to do a video talking about the sinking of the Titanic, so I'm going to source articles from the time. I'm going to source investigations and whatever information has come out after the ship was found, and so on and so forth, to
Well,
do a
the
video on
issue.
everything, you
Sorry, go
know?
ahead.
Yeah.
The issue was that he didn't really source the article. That was the major issue, which, you know, I still agree with. It's like he still should have like had the source of where he got his information in there. But you know, rightfully so, he re-uploaded the video, he sourced the article, and then he made his own he did his own, you know, things in the re-release of the video. He changed things up a bit. He did his own like interpretations, and then he also sourced other articles so that it wasn't just going off of the one thing.
Yeah. I'd say plagiarism is one of those hard things because you can get into a nebulous gray area where because you'll be retelling something, especially if you're retelling something that's a factual thing that happened, and you want to keep it to a specific timeline. You want
Yeah.
to keep things coherent, and so you want to use a chronological order. You can get into a situation where your stuff sounds like a lot of other people's stuff because everybody follows the same idea, because it just makes sense to go in chronological order. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to like start at the end and then jump to the beginning unless you're doing it for funny effect, right? Start at the end, jump at the beginning, and then suddenly jump back to the end, and then jump to the middle, and then jump to the beginning. It's like that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. Yeah, after H-Bomb's plagiarism video came out, I even had one person in my comments accuse me of plagiarizing Mr. Caption, because we both said, oh yeah, Vault Tech and Vault 111 and Fallout 4 are creepy and suspicious as they should be. It's like, okay, but I'm working from the same source material he is, and I came to the same conclusion independently looking at the game. Because I had heard his take before, but when I was going through the game for my own video, I wasn't just like, oh yeah, he said this, so I'm going to copy him. I actually took a look at Vault Tech to see if what he said was accurate, and I found that, yeah, he was right. They are suitably creepy, as they should be for Vault Tech.
They patented linear time, so you're not allowed to do it.
$100 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Hi, it's been a while since I got to listen to a live. How's it going? It's going. And yeah, we haven't been doing them super often anymore. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
God damn it, Thief, you took what I was gonna say. Fuck you.
You have worked with known plagiarist Patrician TV, who stole the unique masterpiece of writing that is "You Get What You Deserve" from Never Knows Best, lover of Skyrim. Yeah, I definitely want to make a video on that for the 1-year anniversary of that shit video being released.
Never knows what the fuck he's talking about.
I got a comment the other day on the STAG re-upload channel. Remember that commie idiot, Super Rad? Apparently he referenced the Never Knows Best video in his Fallout 4 video.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Actually, let me check real quickly to see if I got a reply to that comment, because I asked, like, how did he reference it?
I don't even know who Super Rad is. Can someone inform me?
You know the criticism Mahler gets that he just describes things that happens in a movie and that's all his videos are?
That's a dumb fucking thing to say, but yeah, I guess I know of that retarded criticism.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Super Rad does for his own videos. We tried covering one of his videos, I think it was his Fallout 3 video on STAG, and it was largely, like, the first 20 minutes was him talking about how this game is totally anti-capitalist, guys. Trust me, bro. It's totally commie and everything without any actual proof. He just kept asserting it. And then when he started talking about the actual game, it was just describing things that were happening with no deeper look or analysis or commentary. It was just, this thing happens and this thing happens.
Yeah.
And
I
then
remember starting to lose my mind from that because he was literally just recounting shit that happened, and that's all it was. It's like, oh my god.
yeah, and like
Gobo-
recounting stuff that happens is important when covering a show or a movie or a game. But you have to add additional stuff rather than Bob did this, Bob did that, Bob killed this person, Bob stole $1 million, then he went into hiding. It's like, you're just describing the movie. Or in this case, the game.
Gobo Jones here is saying he makes recaps claiming to be retrospections.
Yes, he
That
calls his
seems to be
videos
accurate.
retrospectives.
Okay.
And this shelter will protect me from any unwanted nuclear fallout. Sturdy. Oh my god!
I think picking the title, "This Video is a Nightmare," was 100% accurate.
Yeah.
The Fallout TV show as a thing addresses every one of my observations really well. The character
Incorrect.
And
Already.
here's where I stopped watching. Here's where I stopped.
The
So everything
first
past
thing he
this-
says about the show, and he's already fucked it.
Yeah, already strongly fucking disagree. I have to question, what show did you watch?
You said you watched all of the video game adaptations. So how long ago did you say you were gonna lie, or was this just a spur of the moment?
Yeah.
characters and plots are adapted really well from the original game.
Of course, he shows Fallout
Original
3,
game.
the most retardedly written one of them all.
No, but
Yeah.
don't you see it's similar because a father is up against a pane of glass here looking at his child, and the same thing happened in the show. They nailed it, guys!
Yeah,
I-
holy
you-
shit.
You're partially joking, but I'm not even kidding. That is the majority of the comparisons he makes throughout this fucking video.
I mean, I figured
Where-
it would be
Oh,
because of
isn't-
how shallow it is.
Yeah, it's literally almost entirely just him going, look, guys, doesn't this thing vaguely remind you of this thing from Fallout 3 or this thing from Fallout New Vegas or this thing from Fallout 1, even though it's not really the same, but they're almost similar enough that you could almost make a vague comparison to it. Oh my god, guys, they nailed it.
If he was to say like original Bethesda Fallout games, it'd be, it'd still be retarded, but it'd be less retarded. But the fact he says original game and then it shows a picture of Qui-Gon Jinn getting fucking radiated is just fucking stupid.
Games and weird Hollywood stuff. I mean, the
What do you mean? There's weird Hollywood stuff everywhere.
There was weird Hollywood fetish shit everywhere. It was one of the things we couldn't get away from. It was constantly
Fucking
happening.
waterfall scene, the fucking giving birth to monsters that then eat the mother. Like, what the fuck? And again, and it's all framed in a way that it's just very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Weird,
Yeah.
No weird Hollywood stuff. Shows a literal cult of fucking bombing survivors getting naked for a pagan ritual or some shit.
Get
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
blood cult
Also-
getting naked and spreading blood and the ashes of the dead on themselves to get revenge for a town.
Oh, I
Yeah.
need to find the fucking video, but I saw someone on Twitter take that scene from what was that fucking show? The new Star Wars show where they have the power of one and they played it over this fucking scene. It's- I don't
Well,
know
keep in
why. I don't-
mind-
Go ahead.
Well, keep in mind, even the stuff that like makes sense, where it's like, okay, yeah, they're in a vault, they have a dwindling population. You do run the risk of like incest starting to become a thing. But the way they handle it in this show, it just comes off as like a fetish. It just comes off as like, oh yeah, my fucking cousin. Oh, that's all I
Well,
can think about
there's-
is fucking my cousin.
Well, there's two things in particular for that, and that's the fact that Lucy outright says that she's been fucking her cousin for 10 years, which, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also the
Very,
fact that
third-
her cousin appears to be depressed for the rest of the entire show because she's gone.
Yeah. Because he can't engage in his kink of cousin fucking. It is. These are those unintended like messages that are all throughout this show that are just like funny in hindsight, because they're funny because they're not supposed to be, because you can tell they didn't think about it. Like the black man being the one who chimps out and goes on a retard rampage and hurts a bunch of people here, and then has to be extolled while he's being a naughty boy by the fucking the naive white girl, is like not a message they were actually going for. They were trying to show Thaddeus the fuck up as being like, oh, not Thaddeus,
Maximus.
Maximus as being like, he's defending her and everything. It's like, no, that is not what's happening in this scene.
It's all throughout the show too.
Comment.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I want to pull this comment because it made me fucking laugh. I can assure you, the incest is vital to the plot.
Have you
Well,
seen
keep in
that
mind,
meme?
I was just gonna say, well, keep in mind, he didn't even bother to like verify what was happening. He just like sees some weird stuff going on where he's like, there might be something shady going on, and then immediately, without even bothering to verify if anything is actually happening, charges in there and starts attacking all these people. And it's like, you didn't even check to see if anything was actually wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say that meme that got posted, it talks about how anime needs incest and lollies to keep the normies out.
Oh my god.
It's like, oh my god.
The show is very smexy, but this makes sense because the games are too. The show starts with our first
Oh, shut up.
Oh,
Oh my god, guys, there was a robot that was basically a sex joke in Fallout New Vegas, so that justifies the entire show being a huge, massive fucking fetish porn thing.
yeah, who could have guessed a fucking setting taking place in fucking post-apocalypse Las Vegas is gonna have a lot of sexual stuff in it? Who could have guessed?
It doesn't even have a lot of sexual stuff in it. It's like they have like maybe one or two jokes involving sex stuff, and that's about it, other than like the really like fucked up stuff that isn't meant to be taken as funny.
Well,
Yeah.
the stripper, I'm talking mostly like the strippers, the prostitutes, like the whole mission where you have to recruit.
That was working for a brothel. Like,
Yeah, but
specifically
that's
working for a
what I'm
brothel.
referring. That's what I'm referring to. Is what I mean by that is like the whole sexual stuff being in there. Like I'd expect it to be in there. It'd be weird if it wasn't.
Also, as someone else in chat points out, Fisto was a pun you purposely make.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the whole joke is that the fucking brother of the owner of that bar is also a secret degenerate as well that pretends he doesn't like it. And then when you finally actually give him the robot, he gets fucking excited and he does a shit job, like, hiding the fact that he's excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And plus, again, like, let's not forget that one of the oldest professions on the face of the earth is fucking prostitution. Like, if you don't have the capabilities to do something else, like, it's a pretty easy job to fall into to make ends meet.
And also, I just want to point out the thing that frustrates me the most about a lot of these videos is just that whole thing of, look, I can point to an instance of this one thing happening in the games, therefore it's totally open season on doing this shit constantly.
Yeah.
Hey, there was a sex joke in New Vegas, therefore let's put dozens of them into the show. Because that's what the series is all about, don't you know?
Yeah. It's not about the story or like, the grim atmosphere or any of that stuff. No. It's whenever there's a lighthearted moment to break up that stuff on occasion. Oh yeah, no, that's what the entire thing should be. We should just throw out all the other stuff and make it entirely about the fucking jokes.
Yeah.
Not even funny jokes either.
Nope.
Korean Fallout 1, there was a Brahmin that had funny dialogue, therefore the series has never been serious. I genuinely hate these people. I genuinely fucking hate these people.
As we call them, they're not tourists, they're fucking colonizers.
Yes.
Carrick Howard, and he's at a birthday party with his daughter Janie. In this opening, Cooper and his daughter witness some of the first bombs dropping, and it may be early on, but this is one of the show's best scenes. There's a
No, it's actually one of the worst, especially
it's
once you
fucking
get all the
awful.
context. Like, it actually gets worse as the show goes on, because Cooper Howard is entirely aware that Vault-Tec are gonna nuke everybody. That they're the ones they're planning to do it themselves. Why in the fuck is he out and about doing this stuff?
Yeah, why is he not
building
in
his
a
own
shelter?
fucking fallout shelter?
Yeah, exactly. Why is he not in a shelter, like protecting his daughter when he knows that this is going to be happening?
Why is he near a populated city to even fucking begin with? Like, even if you could argue that he can't fucking get into a vault for whatever fucking reason, why the fuck would he still be with his family in a place that's going to be heavily populated and therefore a target of where they'd want to fucking throw these bombs?
Like, the daughter even asks, "Oh, you don't think they'll drop the bombs, do you?" And he's like, "Well, I hope they don't." It's like, you already know they're planning to, you dumb fuck!
Yeah. With now all the information laid bare because of the entire series, we know that this retard knows that Vault-Tec is going to nuke the planet.
Yep. Plus, you know, the fact that, you know, even if the bomb isn't technically close enough to immediately vaporize them, they should all be blind. Like, the fact that they're even able to get away, to even get on the horse, to even attempt running away is fucking bullshit, because anyone who was looking at it when it dropped, it should have melted their fucking retinas.
Yep. And then, of course, you get
the Green Goblin skeletons.
You then get the secondary and equally as fun, the shockwave coming in that has radioactive material just carried straight into your fucking face. And all those people inside this building should be torn to fucking shreds by the glass shattering.
Yeah, I was just about to say, well, don't you see though? But the glass broke. You know, no one was hurt by it, and there wasn't a single scratch on anyone from it, but the glass broke.
Yeah, no one can hear, and that fucking pressure to the eyes as the wind hits you is going to make it really hard for you to see, because you're going to get dust in your fucking eyes, probably going to get knocked on your ass, maybe even hit your head and get a concussion. But no, everyone's fine.
You should have severe burns all over your body.
It's also extra funny that the ghoul at the end of the show is like, "Where's my fucking family?" When it's like, bro, she just got like a full dose of radiation because she was exposed to the flash of the nuke going off. And then he rides down the road as several more go off. It's like, it would be surprising if she's even alive, let alone a ghoul.
Yeah.
Yep. And where in the fuck did he lose her? Now I'm gonna ask you, where's my family? How the fuck do you not know?
Yeah.
Up to the Institute or something? I don't fucking know.
$5.
So I hope the Institute doesn't fucking show up somehow.
Oh my god.
Somehow the Institute returned.
Well, we know they're destroyed because the Institute and Railroad endings can't be canon because the Pridwin shows up.
Yeah. But that won't stop them, Cree. That will not fucking stop them. You know
it. No, I know.
I thought they'd confirmed that the Minutemen ending was the canon one, though.
I think that's only been a theory, but it does seem like the kind of thing they would go with.
Because I thought in the show someone said you can actually hear the Minutemen, like, a radio broadcast from Fallout 4.
You might.
Like, how?
Well, that would have been the scene where they dig up the ghoul.
Wait, was the ghoul all the way on the East Coast?
That's the implication. He wasn't in California, we know that much.
I know he wasn't in California, but I thought he might be nearby.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The implication to me is that he was on the East Coast because the guy they shoot with the junk jet, it looks like he's actually standing outside the castle from Fallout 4.
If he was on the East Coast, it is another fucking instance of people not understanding how fucking distance works.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
From the time frame of the rest of the show of what's going on, the fact that he gets there before fucking what's her name can find the science guy. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. What?
Yeah, so he would have to go from the East Coast, and then he'd have to go from, like, Chicago, figure out where the fucking scientist is headed to, and then make his way all the way to fucking California, and then go on that wild goose chase.
Keep in mind, it's implied he was on foot the entire time, which means he would have had to have walked all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast. That would have taken months.
Yeah.
Oh, year. I'd say easily a year. If through an apocalypse, easily a fucking year.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Especially, like, depending on where you'd have to go through as well. Like, it's not like he can just take a straight line and beeline towards fucking California. Plus, who fucking knows what other states are being, like, held down by what faction, so he has to go through, like, those fucking places.
Yeah, keep in mind, as Gabo Jones brought up, did he have enough ghoul juice? Now that you apparently need Zombrex to keep from turning feral, great fucking, plot hole you've now introduced.
Don't think about it.
$5 from Buttons551. Thank you. Super Rad is a turbotard. Yes, he is. Called out his Gamergate section in his New Vegas video on how he was just wrong and it was pointless. Called me a Gamergater and shadow banned me. Yeah, that seems like the kind of thing that pathetic fucking loser would do. He preemptively blocked me on Twitter because, I don't know, bad man make long video. And he called out my video in one of his videos. It's like, okay.
Called out, quote unquote.
Oh, it's fucking, yeah.
Yeah, he's a pathetic loser.
Yeah.
And people are pointing out that you can hear the Minuteman radio at the station that Thaddeus goes to when he realizes he's a ghoul.
And it's another one of those things. Again, how in the fuck would the Minutemen play a song all the way over there?
I think it's just that radio host's personal selection of music.
I hope so. I hope they're not trying to set up that the Minutemen are somehow on the West Coast now.
I highly, highly doubt that.
The second season is going to start with what's-his-face running up towards the main characters, and he says, I need your help. There's a settlement nearby.
Oh my god. I could see them doing a reference to it. I don't think it'll actually be Preston, but I could absolutely see them being like having a character who literally says that exact line.
And they're just like, we do not have time for this. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Also, I hate that line so much that thou shalt be distracted by annoying bullshit or whatever.
Thou shall be sidetracked by bullshit every time. So yeah.
It's like, again, you weren't, in the first game, you weren't sidetracked by bullshit. It was a natural consequence of not knowing how to get the fucking water chip. You had to do favors for people. That's not being sidetracked by bullshit. That's like, hey, I have nothing to barter with or trade for, so if I do you a favor, will you do me a favor?
$10 from Midiko the Tricky. Thank you. Ah, yes, my favorite podcast, Snag. Some NWAs are guaranteed. Yeah.
Tensionous bomb drops that slowly builds into a very believable and dramatic scene as more
believable and dramatic. It was the most fucking fairy tale nonsense of a nuclear bomb I've ever seen. This is not understanding how a fucking nuke works in the slightest.
Yeah.
A very believable scene shows a nuke not even like a few miles away from them having exploded.
Yeah.
It almost feels like one of those AI generated fucking video things where it's like, like family runs away from nuclear explosion and like the AI just doesn't understand that, like, if it was this close they would have been vaporized or something. It literally feels exactly like that.
I agree. It's fucking, and some of those AI videos are fucking hilarious. Like the AI cooking videos where they like they start off sane and normal, but then like randomly the ingredients will grow faces and things like that. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're like skydiving with a T-Rex or something
Yeah.
while they're like cooking in a pan. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
You see them pick up a thing of meat to throw it in the pan. As they throw it in, it just turns into an airplane, and there's somebody parachuting out of it. It's like, what the fuck?
You brought that up, and I immediately thought of that one AI video of Moist Critical getting attacked by a monkey.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He's like screaming, "Oh, oh god!" Ah! He's getting like mauled by a monkey.
Explosion. Scene ends as Cooper rides away on a horse with his daughter, hopefully to a nearby vault.
Speaking of which... Oh, yeah, there's the explosions now. Good thing I'm safe from the radiation in here.
You gonna do the same?
And so, the
God, it's just so fucking painfully unfunny.
Is the whole buildup going to be that he's just going to be like looking like a ghoul? Is that
Yes,
the
I'm
buildup?
assuming
Yes.
he's the ghoul in the thumbnail.
Membership message for 24 months from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. Not just vaporized, but since ghouls are a thing, they'd, as soon as the flash hits them, turn crispy because there's like 6 nukes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should look like that one burned body in Half-Life 2. Not the one where they used the dude's real face, but like the extra crispy corpse.
Yes, the one charred black with bits
Yeah.
and pieces on it. Yeah.
Yeah, they should look like that after those nukes dropping.
They should look like that baby from the meme.
world. And we cut forward 219 years to our second main character, Lucy. Someone worked way too hard on this. Lucy grew up in Vault 33, and her introduction tells us all about her primary skills, namely...
No, it doesn't. You have 3 tag skills. They talk about fucking 6 or 7, depending on whether you count one of them as a skill, because there's no actual equivalent in the game.
Yeah.
Repair, speech, unarmed, and small guns. Skills as a thing were in...
What about the other ones?
Yeah. You're leaving some stuff out there.
Oh boy, let me break out the fucking script, because that's where I've got it written down.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Let me pull out old reliable.
Alright. From my script for the video that I still can't fucking release because of copyright. Not to mention that Lucy's tag skills don't seem to have any real effect on situations either. She has speech, but blows every attempt to use it. She only ever uses guns to shoot tranq darts. And when has she ever used science on Wilzig's head? There's no indication that game mechanics mean anything in the show except for member-berry purposes. Moreover, you only get 3 tag skills, or 4 with a perk. Yet Lucy lists off repair, science, speech, fencing, which the equivalent would be melee in the games, phys ed, which shows her wrestling, which the equivalent in the game equivalent would be hand-to-hand, shooting, and gymnastics, which doesn't have an equivalent in the games. So if we're running on the idea that these are her tag skills, then she has 6 tag skills, or 7 if you include gymnastics.
Yeah. It's just... It's... Again, it's the whole thing of, like, he's trying to make a vague point, but then he cuts out so much else that disproves his point immediately afterward.
Yeah.
That proves that they weren't thinking things through. They weren't being clever with it.
Yeah. She has extra traits, chromosomes, because of all the inbreeding.
Oh god, that reminds me of the fucking Doom movie. Holy shit. Where getting an extra chromosome turns you into a superhuman and doesn't give you Down syndrome like it does in real life. They were so against making them demons from hell, it's wild. So they had to come up with this whole like extra chromosome makes god-like or demonic-like beings exist.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah,
fucking
either your
stupid.
extra chromosomes make you like a godlike being if you have a good soul, but if you have a bad soul, you just turn into a fucking monster.
Yeah. So why it's weird because they had a character in there who was a flagellant. He was a hardcore religious man, and every time he did something considered wrong, he would carve a cross into his skin.
Every time he used like the Lord's name in vain, yeah, he cut a cross into him, yeah.
Yep. It's so weird that they would have that iconography, but be so pun intended, hell bent on not making them demons from hell is wild. The only good thing in that entire movie was the first person section, but that was the obvious spectacle. That's obviously where like they blew everything at. And even then, now I'd say that's
Introduced
kind
all
of
the way
like meh.
Yeah, I wouldn't even like consider it to be like a terrible film. It just doesn't really do anything. It just kind of exists as its own bad media. Like you can't even really compare it to the Doom games that much besides some of the enemies look similar.
Yeah, it's vaguely looks like Doom 3. That's it.
I was
And
actually
do
gonna
mean
say it's
vaguely.
more like Doom 3 than any of the other Doom games, yeah.
Yep.
introduced all the way back in the first game, and they're the bedrock of what Fallout is, according to everyone except the people who made Fallout 4.
Now, we all know I moan a lot about Fallout 4, but watching this first episode really reminds me of how good a lot of its visual design is.
The vault interiors, vaults.
I still
Okay.
hate that Bethesda is supplanting the original Fallout looks with their own.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
really don't like that.
I hate the hardcore 50s Americana look that they've got for everything. The retro futurism stuff. I'm really getting tired of it.
Yeah, they're leaning on it way too hard. Because they might have realized that's the only thing they've really got, that in the name.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
$5 from Itako the Tricky, thank you. At the start of Season 2, is she gonna claim her last name is Skywalker? Last time I saw Mary Sue this blatant, J.J. Abrams was skull fucking our childhoods. Oh my god.
Well, again,
Um,
this is one of those ones where it's like, they try hard to make her not a Mary Sue, because a lot of people don't like her, but then they immediately turn around and like her, even though she keeps fucking up. It's very strange. Like, you could tell that they knew the Mary Sue trope, and then they tried to subvert it and not fall into it, and then they fell into it anyways.
But such, this means that she has flaws, therefore it's a good adaptation.
Oh god, I fucking hate it. Because her flaws are meaningless. They don't, like, they barely even inconvenience her. They don't do anything, like, to fuck her over or anything.
I wouldn't
Her
even say
Her negative trait is cousin fucker.
Oh my god.
Or naivete was what it originally was.
I wouldn't even consider her to be a Mary Sue necessarily. She just kind of feels like a plank. She's there to be the perspective character that you see go through events, and she just kind of exists. She's not like...
She's a plot MacGuffin.
Kinda. I mean, like, what I'm trying to get at is she's barely a step up from, like, a camera on wheels, where it's like, yeah, she's not super egregious, obnoxious, annoying or anything, but she's not, like, standout good or anything either. She's just kind of there. She just exists.
Yeah. Also, I just realized her brother is checking her ass out in this picture, in this scene.
Bruh.
He was looking over like,
Soon was Pip Boys, this Was Pip-Boys, this painting, and oh my. They even have the same curtains. It's Lucy's wedding day, and she's marrying a fellow vault dweller from the neighboring Vault 32. This is to make sure the gene pool of her vault doesn't get too cousin-centric. It all goes to pot, though, because the dwellers from Vault 32 turn out to be raiders from the surface, and we...
Do you not realize what the problem is already, though?
Yeah.
They need to trade people at the neighboring vault to keep genetic diversity. They're already fucked.
Yep.
This is, like, prolonging the inevitable by, like, a couple generations at most.
Again, they should have just made all 3 vaults opened at once. If they wanted to keep genetic diversity, if this was becoming a problem, you shouldn't have this trade. You should have just opened up all 3 vaults to be a singular vault.
But then they can't do that because we can't have our fucking managers on ice get inserted into these vaults.
Yeah.
And then you can't have the raiders sneak in and take over the vault and then have no one realize that they don't recognize any of these people that they last met only 5 years ago.
No. They specifically say triannually. So either 3 years ago, in the best faith Steelman interpretation,
it is 3 years.
Or it would have been every 4 months.
No, it's 3 years.
Okay, so like I said, yes, I'm glad it's every 3 years because that's the best faith interpretation of triannual.
So
that's still fucked.
The thing I learned is that there's triannual and triennial, and this is triennial, which means once every 3 years.
I've never heard the term triennial.
Neither have I.
I'll fully admit I've never heard that term before. I've always heard triannual, like same thing with biannual.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, what do you mean? Like,
there's a joke in The Simpsons of Bi-Mon Sci-Fi Con, which is bi-monthly sci-fi convention. It's like, wait, is that once every 2 months or is that twice a month?
Yeah.
It's like I never understood.
Yep. I agree.
We learned the Geiger counter on Lucy's Pip-Boy goes off when she points it at her husband.
Do you not see the problem instantaneously with that? They're always wearing Pip-Boys.
Yeah, it would have gone off the moment the door opened to the other vault.
The moment that they extend their hands to shake or do anything, that fucking Geiger counter should be going, oh God!
It's not like the Geiger counter gets turned on or off at all as well.
This is something I haven't even considered. Do any of the raiders have Pip-Boys? And if they do, why aren't their Geiger counters going off?
Oh God, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I haven't even considered that.
Slightly.
The vault interiors, vault suits, vault doors, Pip-Boys, this painting, and
sorry.
Oh my. They even have the same
We went
curtains.
too far back.
It's Lucy's
I'm sorry.
wedding day, and she's marrying a fellow vault dweller from the neighboring vault.
Oh, yep, he does.
No, that's...
No,
you can see it on his arm.
That's the father.
That's
the
dad.
plane.
2. This is to make sure
fuck.
the gene pool of her vault doesn't get too cousin-centric. It all goes to pot, though, because the dwellers from Vault 32 turn out to be raiders from the surface. And we learned this because the Geiger counter on Lucy's Pip-Boy
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if he shows it. I thought he showed it, but he was showing in-game footage from his fucking machinima.
Also, I know why he's doing it. It's the copyright and everything. I still find these machinima bits irritating.
Yeah.
That's how his channel
And
started.
this, as we all know, is a huge plot hole, because Pip-Boy Geiger counters go off when they're around any radiation. They don't need to be pointed at it. Oh no, this is not good.
What follows are some absolute...
I guess...
At least he pointed out the plot hole, kinda.
Yeah, but not noticing that, therefore, none of this could have happened at all.
Also, bro thinks he's JonTron. Yeah, that's something I was going to mention earlier in regards to the whole skit thing. Most channels I've seen who do skits don't do it well. There's 2 channels I can name that do them decently, and that's AVGN and JonTron.
Also, yes, all of the raiders have Pip-Boys.
They do?
Yes.
Okay. So, This was a damned if you do, damned if you don't problem anyways, but since all the raiders have Pip-Boys, why aren't their Pip-Boys going off? Because they're fucking irradiated as shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only like good faith thing I could argue is maybe they turned off the Pip-Boys, but we have no reason to believe they would fucking know how to do that.
JonTron is
you can.
Yeah. JonTron is a dead channel anyway. Didn't he upload a video like a week or two ago?
Yeah, it's not a dead channel. This is just how he uploads.
Yeah.
He's a slow uploader.
He puts a lot of time and effort into his videos, so they take a long time to get done.
Actual effort too, not just like screeching like a retard like this guy does.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a bad JonTron video. Like,
and
I don't think ever. Like,
and also,
I've seen his jokes are fucking great. His fucking editing is great.
And also, even if his channel was dead, that's irrelevant to the point of he's one of 2 channels I've seen that do skits well.
Yeah.
Five days ago, he posted a video, apparently.
Yeah, I thought I saw one in my recommended. I didn't check what it was, though.
Absolutely fight sequences, including Lucy fighting with her new husband. And while these scenes are solidly made, I think what gives them their edge are how well they've drawn inspiration from the sort of fighting you see in the games. For one, these scenes...
What?
It just seems like people
the fighting
fighting.
is awful. Yeah, that's just... I thought this was one of the criticisms that everybody agreed on, was that the fight was terrible.
Especially, like, the shot of the guy getting gutted and shooting up into the ceiling, and the guy in front of him is getting shot with bullets.
Yeah. Even though that's physically impossible.
Go ahead.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I gotta second that statement.
I really love in Fallout... Oh, shit.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I really love in Fallout 4 when you can watch the pregnant lady shoot a bunch of raiders. That was my favorite part.
Violent.
But I mean, the Fallout games aren't that violent.
Again, if you show the actual violence in the Fallout games, they actually are like consistent with what's actually happening, unlike the show, where they just made up nonsense all throughout. Every single fight scene, every single like violent depiction in the show just doesn't make a lick of sense.
Yeah.
We also have this great shot of Steph with a fork in her eye spraying machine rounds, likely inspired by this cartoon that plays at the start of Fallout 4 and this live-action trailer for Fallout 76.
What a fucking stretch, dude.
Holy shit.
It's clearly meant to be a reference to these 2 things. How?
Because fork in the eye and lady with gun.
Like, actually, what the fuck? Do you see what I mean about the fucking like, oh, well, this is vaguely similar to this thing, so it's exactly the same.
Yeah, this is just fucking nonsense. Sometimes, like, you know, things can just exist on their own without necessarily being a reference to something else.
Mr. Fantastic couldn't stretch this far.
Pole vaulting to conclusions, yeah. Also, just... I found that to be irritating, everything about that vault fight scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredibly shit. Like, and especially
everything
because
feels
they put
so floaty
music over it.
Yeah, exactly. Everything feels so floaty, and then you have this just really unfitting music over the whole thing, and it's just like,
Yeah.
They didn't even get that jelly mold out of there.
This ready to get eye, which is a reference to how you could aim weapons at eye.
That's
It's a fucking body part that could get hit, you dumb cunt! What the fuck is this?
Yeah, this is what I mean. He's literally just like, he's reaching so hard to be like, see guys, it's just like Fallout. They care so much. Look at all this superficial fucking reaching that I'm doing.
No one has ever aimed for the eyes in a fight prior to Fallout 1 existing, allowing you to aim for the eyes. It's never been done. It's not like they're a massive fucking weak point on every living creature ever.
Yeah, nobody's ever shot anybody in the dick before until Fallout 1 allowed you to target the penis.
Oh, pain. This is just pain.
This is fucking insufferable.
It's a Tarkov reference.
Oh my god.
Tarkov
Head eyes.
Ballistic goggles fucking meme.
They added shooting from Fortnite.
They added the grid selection from Lawnmower Man.
Oh my god.
Look, it's a green outline of something. This is clearly an Alien reference.
God damn it. I was about to say they added the color green. I was trying to think of, like, what could that be from? What can I say that's from?
Oh, and look at percentages. This is clearly an XCOM reference.
They added the color green from Fallout 3.
No, Sedge, if it was an XCOM reference, there would be 3 95% shots that just all fucking miss.
Well, then that's exactly what we're about to witness here. Dude, that is such a fucking, like, it's proportional percentage shit like that. It's like, what? What the fuck does that mean?
This
Dude,
is
fucking... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
This is the kind of motherfucker to unironically call something a JoJo reference.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it does feel that way.
When
Especially with the stuff that comes later that he makes comparisons to. It's even worse later.
Oh, no.
When I think of XCOM shooting, I immediately think of that scene from A Million Ways to Die in the West when Seth MacFarlane's trying to shoot the bottle. He, like, gets closer, and he, like, gets right up to the bottle, like, point blank, points it at it, shoots, still fucking misses.
Yeah. Dude, the funniest of the XCOM, like, fuck-ups I've ever seen was a 95% chance to hit. I had a guy with a shotgun, and it was a fucking muton right in front of me, right? Massive. Like, literally, my guy could sniff their fucking belly button if they wanted. They're just standing right in front of them. 95% chance to hit. I pull the trigger on it with the fucking shotgun, and I see their, like, hand rotate. The shotgun rotates like a fucking satellite around my character and is shooting the floor, and it's like, you missed. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I love when it does that, when it points at the enemy and then it like yanks like straight up and it's just like, oh, you're gonna miss, aren't you? And it fucking misses. I'm like, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Or my favorite ones where you're like, your sniper has like a 10% chance to hit. And you like, I can see that, and you can see the enemy like 10 miles away through 15 different walls because the game's fucking sight lines are completely scuffed. And you're like, okay, well, there's no way this is gonna hit. And suddenly your sniper's just like, hold my beer. And it fires, you see it go through the walls, through the fucking grandma's head, goes through the fucking neighborhood dog, and then it nails the guy right in the nuts and kills him in one shot, and you're just like, what?
The actual definition of locking in.
Yeah, you took my thing. I was just about to say it's literally the fucking meme of like the guy locking in right before he shoots.
I immediately think of that scene from fucking Wanted when he shoots Morgan Freeman like
oh
through
yeah,
a
and he
donut.
goes through the fucking donut and everything as the cop's eating it.
Dude,
He goes
Pagan.
through the donut,
Pagan, remember when we watched The Kingsman like 5 months ago or whatever that was, and then we stopped to watch the Wanted clip where the guy was jumping through the window and there's that really bad CGI.
oh god.
Oh yeah.
God, one of the best fucking memes that we have on my stream is because I only watched The King's Men a few months ago as well. And I didn't know how it ended, so I didn't know there was a post-credit scene. So when it got to the end point of the movie, I was like, what's the fucking plot twist gonna be? Fucking Hitler comes in, and then wouldn't you fucking be surprised? In from left comes fucking Adolf Hitler, and every fucking time, like, just someone like comes in like from a fucking video game or something, the chat just goes, in from the left comes Hitler.
That's not actually the one me and Pagan watched. We watched the first one, the original one.
Oh,
Because there's the Kingsman, Kingsman 2, and Kingsman. And I think the one we watched was Kingsmen.
okay.
That
Yeah.
that does remind me though that we watched that Lupin movie and it had fucking CGI Hitler at the end.
Not just at the end, it was photorealistic CGI Hitler, and they had a photograph of him, and like halfway in the movie, it's like, what the fuck? He doesn't even look like any of the other 3D animated characters in the movie. It's just literally Hitler.
Yeah.
Hitler cameo.
I actually did really like that Lupin movie, though. That was good. As fucking weird as it was.
Very entertaining. I love those movies.
Holy shit, Pagan, that fucking thing you posted. Yeah, dude fucking locked in.
It's literally that for the sniper. It's just like 10% hit, boom.
10% hit, and then something just...
I have to mute this clip, but I'm gonna watch
sorry,
it. Oh yeah, the fucking lock-in meme. The fucking...
I like how it looks like it's painful at first. Like he's fighting some demonic entity trying to take over his body. He's just like so happy and being cocky, and then he's just like,
Pagan, post the Half-Life one.
Okay. The Half-Life one is funnier.
So, you know what's worse than missing like a 95% shot? It's when you have like a fucking Viper and they get like 99% to hit, so you know you're gonna fucking hit it, and it's like, oh, I got a sniper, so I'm gonna do enough damage. You fucking shoot the thing, you hit it 2 damage because they dodged it.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's stupid.
Oh yes, absolutely.
What is this? Hang on, let me watch it.
It's one of the things they added in Black Mesa that I really appreciated was why would Gordon not have fucking PTSD from seeing Vortigaunts between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2? Black Mesa, they had a whole section in Zen where you interacted with friendly Vortigaunts and things like that. Ones that had like rebelled and broken away and weren't enslaved yet. They didn't have the slave collars on. In fact, their village is getting attacked when you show up.
That was actually a really funny moment in Freeman's Mind 2, where, you know the train you jump into that has the guy in the Vortigaunt? It's like the first friendly Vortigaunt you see.
Mm-hmm.
In Freeman's Mind, he just immediately shoots him and kills him, and he, like, recoded the game so that the human guy got a gun and just told him to get out of here for killing his Vortigaunt friend. We should maybe get back to the video.
Yeah.
Eyes aims. There's a gun that shoots non-lethal syringes, and a raider gets fully cut in half. Life is such a precious thing.
Lucy.
Again, they're not fucking references, you twat. Oh my god, it's you making vague connections.
You see, when that person in the first Resident Evil movie gets cut in half by the laser, it's clearly a Fallout reference.
Someone said in chat earlier, and I was going to grab it, but look, they're using CGI. It's a reference to Dire Straits' Money for Nothing music video.
And yeah, that was a pipe rifle, not a syringe gun. Yep.
Lucy's dad is then taken out of the vault by the leader of the raiders, a lady named Moldaver. So Lucy leaves to go and get him.
Who, as we know, is not actually the leader of raiders. So, again, this is another fucking plot hole that makes no fucking sense. Who are the people that attacked Vault 32, or 31? Fuck, I keep forgetting.
32.
Special ed gunners.
Yeah. It's like, who are they? Who?
They were the gunners that were on the short bus.
Again, because we don't know, because a lot of people are like, are they NCR? Are they Raiders? Because Moldaver works with the NCR.
Yeah, it's not clear. I'm gonna say that, like, I hate his entire presentation of how he's, talking, too. Like, I just find it really obnoxious when people are just constantly talking like a crazy person. Oh, and it's this thing, and it's that thing, and blah, blah, blah. It's fucking obnoxious, and I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, Moldaver has her own cult, but none of the Raiders seem to be them. Yeah. Or potential NCR. Again, it's not clear who these people fucking are.
Lucy leaving is really a perfect mix of all the vault door scenes we see in the games, especially.
No. You don't get to use, like, this is from the Fallout 2 one was from the fucking intro. You don't get to use that one.
It's also
That's
just
not a vault scene.
It's also just another insane stretch. Oh, look, all these games have a vault door opening, so this one is just like them. Like, yeah, no fucking shit, because they open in a very similar way every single time.
It's Fallout 1 and 2 didn't have them, unless, again, we're going to count the introduction scene, which is just to set up the Enclave, or, you know, if you see the bug eyes, that's bad.
I'm fine with him including that, but again, it's still just a fucking stretch. It's just like I'd fucking imagine that you'd make a comparison to the vault doors opening. If it's gonna have a fucking vault door, I don't know how they could fuck that up.
But again, the point being is, like, Fallout 1, you don't start with the vault door opening. You're already outside the vault talking with the overseer on your quest to leave. Vault 2, you're a fucking tribal, so you don't have the vault opening scene. Fallout New Vegas, you're a fucking courier that wakes up in Doc Mitchell's house. Like, you don't have a vault opening scene.
Yeah, there's no vaults that open in fucking New Vegas anyways.
It's just fucking...
And for the viewers out there who think that they too might soon be living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, Jump Tech have got you covered. Available right now is the most fabulous collection of Up Is Not Jump merch designed to help you survive the wasteland. Finally.
No.
I'm saved. Like this cap stash filled with 10 caps, all themed around Up Is Not Jump. 10 caps, but an iguana on a stick is 78 caps. This nearly 40...
Also, that's another thing I hate. I hate when economies make no fucking sense. I really do. Again, I'm big into, like, economic systems thing, so I hate when you get these things like this. For a lot of people not understanding why they use bottle caps to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But also, when you have things, fantasy is probably the most egregious example of it, though, of course, science fiction has it as well. But fantasy, where, like, something costs thousands of gold, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine having to lug that shit around. No, things like that, if you had an actual good economy, it should be like a gold piece gets you the royal treatment at a tavern for like a week. That's what it more should be like.
Yeah. Game of Thrones isn't exactly clear on its currency, Song of Ice and Fire, whatever. But the fact that they have, I forget what the copper are, but it's silver stag and golden dragons. Mm-hmm. You're establishing, like, there's 3 tiers of currency, and it makes sense that, oh, a gold is so much more valuable than, like, the silver or copper.
Yeah.
And that's also, like, playing a lot of fantasy games almost kind of makes, like, ruins what a single gold piece might be valued at. So it doesn't hit as hard for me. But when they find out that, oh yeah, the kingdom is 1 million gold debt to the Iron Bank, it's like, Jesus Christ, that is fucked.
Yeah, that becomes a major fucking plot point and problem.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the other things that, when it comes to this, I would love for caps to be treated much more like as if they're gold pieces, because caps should be these can't be counterfeited, so we know that this is good legal tender, right? So we know that this should be legitimate. And you should have stuff like a guan on a stick should be like 2 bottle caps. Because it's just a small little bit of food.
Yeah.
When ammo can cost less than just a simple iguana on a stick, there's a fucking issue there. Feel like
Yeah.
if there's things in the game that should be more expensive, it's weapons, ammo, and maybe even armor.
And
but
medicine.
I would
And
medicine
drugs.
too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would honestly kind of prefer more of a barter system where rather than having like direct currency, it's like you would almost have to give everything a value without having a currency, where it's like, I value this gun at 400, whereas I value your stack of scrap at like 200. So I'm not going to give you it's not beneficial for me. It's not a beneficial trade in terms of how I value your items compared to mine. You know?
Yeah.
I feel like
also
that would be a better
ahead.
system.
I mean, it doesn't
Lion-
help the fact that it feels like there's way too many bottle caps in the world to begin with.
Yeah.
Yes. Lion Bean asks, such, how does money work in your book? And I'm not going to break down the whole thing, but in essence, in the current book, it is 1,000 copper pieces to a silver, 100 silver to a gold piece. Kings and noblemen, like, if you were incredibly, incredibly fucking wealthy, you would have like 10 gold pieces to your name. That means you are super fucking wealthy. That's why the slave ship arc works, because Marax is intentionally flooding another kingdom with tons of gold coins to destroy their economy and destabilize their economy. Because once you start having so many people flashing around gold and silver, everything naturally overinflates to compensate, because initially they're going to be trying to court that clientele that now has that money, and then what that ends up doing is it pushes everyone else out of the capability to get what they basically need, and then you need to start worrying about paying everybody else more to compensate and keep up with the new economy standard, and then it collapses their entire system.
Too much money coming in, not enough product coming out, not enough like money to match the payment of
Yep.
anything that people are purchasing for the work that they're doing.
Yep. And again, Maraxus does it intentionally. Like, he wants all the slavers to come to his nation to drop off the slaves. He's going to free them anyways, but he's doing it to destroy the slave trade for pragmatic reasons and through pragmatic means. Instead of trying to fight and losing people or having a struggle for it, he's going to overcompensate and take slaves that originally would bring in like 10 to 20 copper pieces, and that'd be really good. Now he's giving an entire gold per head. He's making these slave ship owners incredibly wealthy, which is flooding the economy of the people engaging in the slave trade, which destroys their economy. Now, he admits himself that they could get out of this if they would then immediately dump value into other resources. If they would trade with other kingdoms and buy up resources like crazy, you could fix this economy. However, he's relying on the fact that most people, humans, dwarves, elves, are going to be greedy and are going to enjoy the new wealth coming in first and foremost, and not realize what's happening until it's too late.
Hmm. Right, back to the video. I don't want to be too mean about this, but a lot of this merch just kind of looks cheap to me.
Yeah,
I'm not a
again, this
fan
is
of
just
the way
something
it
printed on
looks.
cardstock, is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a Pip-Boy, but also it's just... Here's the thing that's always going to fucking annoy me, is that they're mixing, like, skills and special, and I know it's like, haha, this is my funny parody version where negativity is one of your things, but like, unarmed and explosives are skills, they're not like the inherent stat thing, you know?
I mean, I don't want to judge him too harshly, especially since this feels like it's probably a thing that he's made for his fans, I guess.
Yeah,
And don't get me wrong, you can still judge the quality, but I don't want to judge him on like, how, the fact you made these is really fucking stupid and shitty, but
I mean, the best way I could compare is if someone I really liked made something like this, I'd be like, no. I still wouldn't want it. Like, I don't want to buy merch from someone I like just because it's from someone I like. I would want something with quality, and it just doesn't look like quality to me.
I am curious though how much he's charging for it though.
Well, we'll probably find out.
Like, if this is like $10 or something like that, I'd be like, oh, okay, fine. But if it's like $100 or something for this box, I'd be like, oh god.
I'd even be fine with like 25, like after like shipping and everything, especially since he's based in the UK, and I'd assume a huge part of his fan base is from the United States.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be fair.
Let me look. I've got his merch thing.
Well, we're going to continue playing it. It'll probably say how much it is.
No, yeah, that's fair. All right, I'll wait.
Page glow-in-the-dark wasteland survival booklet in the style of an old video games manual. I guess I could use this to light my way at night. A 64GB USB drive containing nearly 4 hours of completely unseen up-is-not-jump videos. I don't have a computer. Is there any water in here? There's also an exclusive poster. 3 enamel pins, including a SID one, a sticker sheet with 7 stickers, a temporary tattoo, an exclusive thank you card, and 3 recipe cards with recipes from the channel. And you can even win several prizes. I've broken this. Like a prop from one of Up-is-not-jump's videos, or even a piece of his vibe from his classic VR videos. It sells for $100 and it ships from the US, but it's shipping right now and stock is running low, so act today.
How much did you say it was right there?
$100.
Holy shit,
said
no.
100 for all of it.
No, absolutely not worth it.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, you get 3 recipe cards, some stickers, a thank you note, and his little booklet designed as a game manual, which is just, like, pointless.
Like, the only thing in that whole thing that actually interested me was I liked the pins. Like, the Mr. House pin actually looked pretty decent.
Yeah.
And
but I could probably go to Etsy and just get that for like $5.
Yeah.
I mean, the caps are fine too. Like, I kind of like the way some of the caps look, just looking on his page. But yeah, no, definitely not worth $100. But he's also selling a bunch of these individually. Like, he's got a bunch of posters. They're like $25 each.
Is the video over? We're not even a quarter of the way in.
Yeah, this was just his shilling thing for himself. Again, it's fine. It's one of those things like, make your money, but personally speaking, I wouldn't spend $100 on this. Like,
yeah,
25 I could understand if it was shipping from the UK, but now knowing that it ships from the US into the US, I much like $15 I think would be what I would pay for it.
Yeah, and like I said, even if this was from someone I like, what I see there just doesn't seem like it's worth the cost, even at $15, $20, $25, let alone $100. Because, when like EFAP has done their plush runs and stuff before, I've gotten some of those. It's like, yeah, I can imagine if some other channel is advertising their own plush, I can like look at the quality of it and be like, yeah, if this was someone I actually liked, I might get that or I might not get that or whatever, Where, like, with this, if I just imagine that it's someone I do like, shilling essentially the same stuff, it'd be like, yeah, no, this isn't worth it still. He is selling his own trash, a broken VR headset. He is fostering cultish behavior. It's retreaded. Yeah, that's a little bit weird, that part. I can understand having some kind of vague interest in the props, maybe, but like, oh look, I broke a VR headset into 100 pieces and there's a chance you might get one of them. It's like, but why though?
Yeah.
That one's a bit weird to me, yeah. God damn it, Enclave.
Bastard bitch! €2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. You French fuck. I want a Creetosis maid plush for my birthday. Well, you're free to find someone to fucking commission it from.
You fucking degenerate.
I just see a wow in chat. By the way, it was the French's birthday yesterday, so go wish the French a birthday. A happy... No, not even a happy... Wish them a birthday.
Yeah. Make sure you start with ho ho ho. Then they'll understand.
It's
Just
still my
backstab them
birthday.
like the
How the fuck is
spy.
your birthday 2 days long?
They were an exceedingly long delivery process.
$2 from Dilucon. Thank you. I want to put my own one Cree plush into a jar.
Well, moving on from the cum jar.
Well, just guess I'll go find somewhere to die.
Lucy leaves, and as soon as she hits the wasteland, we see the show has managed to nail the tone of the Fallout games as well. For example, one of...
No.
No.
It being a fucking empty desert doesn't automatically mean it nails the tone of the games, especially when you have a random oldie song playing over it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, would you say that Fallout 2 therefore doesn't nail the tone of the game because you start inside of a temple and then go to a tribal village that, while not doing great, is still a tribal village? Therefore, does that mean it doesn't nail the tone?
Yeah.
It is a Fallout game.
Yeah.
No.
Plus, all of the great ambient tracks from the original games, and they use a fucking oldies track. It's literally not the tone of the games. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Before you read that, what Enclave Emily said, hold on. What Lucane said, why these Fallout reviewers are so fixated in nailing things. And then €2 and 1 euro cent thing, whatever they call them. From Enclave Emily, I want to nail a Cree plush to a wall crucifix.
If you commission one or buy one from somewhere, that's your right to do so.
22 oldie songs, not counting credits, by the way. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And none of them fit.
It is literally just called a cent still? Okay.
Oh. That's weird. Okay. Cree Gamer Subs Waifu Cup when? I don't know, whenever they decide to fucking sponsor me. It'll probably never happen.
One of the first he meets is this guy who's trying to get a water filter working even though he has no water. And it plays out exactly like a random encounter you'd get in Fallout 1.
What's that you're working on?
Well, it's meant to be a water filter. No matter how much sand I put in it, I just get more sand.
Well, have you tried water for the water filter?
You got water? Anyway, after Lucy's introduction, we...
I don't know, it doesn't
Nah.
seem to me like it would be an encounter in any of the games. It just
Maybe
seems like
in
a dumb
3.
moment. Maybe in 3.
I could see it because water was supposed to be the point in 3, even though they fucked that up.
Oh yeah, so it wouldn't be 1 and 3 because they fucked it up.
No, I see it being a random encounter, kind of like how there are people fighting over it, and the water beggars thing being a random encounter.
The joke I was making is that they barely portray the water crisis, so they would fail to put it in.
Fair.
Oh boy.
We meet the Steel member, an all-round gorgeous hunk, Maximus, who I have a lot of trouble
What?
spelling for some reason.
See, I've never...
Again, nothing against the actor, but I wouldn't call him a gorgeous hunk. I don't know, he just seems kind of like average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not like ripped or anything. He doesn't look like he's incredibly well fit, and he doesn't look like somebody I would be like, dude looks like a supermodel or anything, right? I
He's
say
just a dude.
average. Yeah, he just
Yeah.
exists. He's literally your everyday Joe.
Like, even, I guess, compared to everyone else in the show, I don't even know where we'd put him.
Yeah, I mean,
£5 from Thief. Thank you. I've come to make an announcement. Todd Howard's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife, Skyrim.
oh no.
Alright then.
Is that, oh, fuck, I forgot their name. God damn it.
Never Knows Best? Yeah, it's a reference to
Yeah,
him.
is that Never Knows Best?
Yeah, wildly. Everyone's like, why? Like, everybody that heard through that entire point is like, why are you calling yourself a cuck? Like, what?
Oh, there's a soundboard idea. Just Patrician going, "You're a cuck."
In your own video, you're a cuck.
You're not even a cuck. You're a fat bastard cuck.
Yeah.
That is such a great moment of him. Like, that is 100% going to go into the fucking anniversary video covering the Never Knows Best video.
Yeah. And make sure you put the full thing, because even like patricians exacerbated, like, why would you do that to yourself? In your own video.
Never liked the Brotherhood of Steel as a faction. There, I've said it. All they do is stand around in their fancy armor, doing nothing and complaining.
In Fallout 4,
Yeah, that's more of a problem with the later Brotherhoods. Again, the Brotherhood should not have existed past 2, or at least they should have been in a state like they are in New Vegas past 2. Them becoming the literal paladins of the wasteland, the guardian saviors, and then Bethesda getting a lot of blowback on that and then turning them into the fascists was fucking weird. That's not the Brotherhood. The
Also-
Brotherhood in 4 and,
Oh.
2 and 3 don't make any sense.
And just the fact that they've become the most important faction in the entire franchise, to the
Yeah.
point that they're in every single fucking game without fail, is a problem.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it takes away the fact that they weren't even the most important faction in the second game.
Or the first.
Somehow
Oh
we
my
were even
God.
able to put them in fucking 76 somehow. That retarded bullshit.
Yeah.
The thing that he pissed me off so much about when he brings up the Brotherhood in this video is the OG Brotherhood and how he describes them and how he fucking justifies Maximus's attitude and behavior and directly links it to the Brotherhood, which also like ties in with how he portrays the original Brotherhood. Oh my fucking god, it's so bad. It really makes me question, did you even play the fucking games?
Yeah. I'm agreeing preemptively, but it already sounds like it's going to be one of those moments of like, I don't think you played Fallout 1 and 2. I think they likely just did a wiki or footnotes thing for him, or read the Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
Because,
He's
yes,
got a video. He's got
yes,
videos of
Senator,
him playing
they
the
were done.
games, but it feels like he missed so much. It feels like he wasn't paying attention when he
Well-
played them.
Well, hey, Pagan, what videos did we watch yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that fucking Zoomer playing Morrowind, and he missed so much despite playing the whole game.
Yeah, the game didn't give me directions to all these places. I didn't know what's going on. I talked to this character and I was really invested in the lore. I had to read everything. But I got to the heart at the end and I didn't know how to kill it. And it's like, oh shit, maybe it's those items I got as part of the main quest. And I just slapped it until whatever. I didn't know what to do. Because the game didn't tell me. It literally fucking did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting fluoride in drinking water has been a disaster for mankind.
they're considering every living thing that has any kind of abnormal mutation. They probably consider getting a suntan a step too
Also, fuck you for that one.
far in genetic manipulation. And in Fallout 3, they're the total opposite. Just goody-goody saviors of the wasteland, constantly sacrificing their own lives for the betterment of the people.
again, which is so fucking annoying. The Fallout 3 Brotherhood is the one that unironically pisses me off the most because they are so antithetical to what their original goals were.
Yeah.
They're like they aren't even the same. It's like a fucking skinwalker. It's a little fucking Wendigo. Just masquerading as the Brotherhood.
Yeah, and the fact that the outcasts become the outcasts and they stay the original Brotherhood, and it's like, no, you don't get to keep the name. Fuck off.
I would even be able to forgive it to a degree if Lion's Brotherhood were the outcasts specifically because they broke tradition and, like, what they're supposed to be fucking doing, and still have them as a faction, like, mostly unchanged otherwise, as long as they're considered the outcasts for fucking breaking off the way they did.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting.
Being kind and helpful. I've had it with... What is wrong with my saliva?
The only members of the Brotherhood I've met across the games that actually had any edge to their character...
Doesn't it feel good to be a part of something as important as the Brotherhood?
...are Cabot, who immediately sends you on a suicide mission just to get rid of you, and Veronica, who even though she is a member of the Brotherhood, still thinks they're a bunch of asshats.
The reality is...
No, she didn't think that they're all a bunch of asshats. She's just tired of them being stuck in their ways. She's one of the people that's instrumental in getting them to change who they are in New Vegas. If you do an ending that allows you to convince the Brotherhood to come out of their bunker, stop with their original beliefs, and realize that the world has changed. Their original ideology failed. It has now died. It needs to be put to bed in the past. They need to adapt to the new world that exists. They can't cling to old ideals, which is a major theme of fucking New Vegas, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an entire DLC that makes it blatantly on the nose. Fucking Lonesome Road.
And Dead Money.
Oh yeah, Dead Money. But I don't know if I'd say Dead Money is as on the nose as Lonesome Road.
Kinda, but there's also the whole thing of the hard part isn't getting there; it's letting go. Where it's like it seems like, in retrospect, almost commentary on the franchise that it's fucking dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let go. And then you have the great endings, like the slides and stuff for Old World Blues, where the scientists are talking about, like, letting go of the old world and moving on and everything like that. And it's like, oh god, yes, Old World Blues. Yes, that's the point of the fucking name.
That if it's something that can no longer be achievable, if that old world is dead, it's better to move on and carve out a new place in the new world instead.
Yep.
The Steel is a terrorist group, basically. Militant, quasi-religious fanatics obsessed with hoarding pre-war technology. They hoard all...
And yeah, House is correct. He doesn't... He has good reason not to like them.
I think he's agreeing with him.
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying that, yeah, House is correct. Again, this is part of the whole ideals of New Vegas and moving on. That's why, like, New Vegas is part of what makes New Vegas so good is because it's not caught up in the iconography of the series. It's willing to move on and take new chances and actually create new things.
You guys are sounding a lot like you're describing progress. How will I have my Fallout theme park if I don't hold on to my dying factions forever?
Yeah.
I need my perpetual wasteland theme park.
Oh, if things advance too much, it's no longer a wasteland.
Actual
I
fucking
hate
stupidity.
Yeah. It was the same thing with the writers talking about how they wanted things to be like, things were advancing too much, so we had to make sure we knocked them back down again. It's like, why? Because you weren't skilled enough to continue writing a wasteland where things were actually starting to progress, things were actually turning around. You're still going to have the ideals of Fallout, which is man's inherent nature towards conflict.
Yeah. That's one of the most...
Tribalism will always exist.
That's one of the most irritating parts about the NCR being destroyed in the show is the fact that Oh yeah, we needed to reset it for no reason to be a wasteland because it's supposed to be a wasteland. It's like part of the point of the whole apocalypse is that people, like, and Fallout is like you say, people will always be fighting to the point where we're never going to see one full unified country across the entire 50 states of America in the world of Fallout. It is always going to be divided between different factions. They're either fighting or have at least tenuous peace with each other.
Yeah.
We're not going to see anything similar to the pre-war world ever again. We're going to see small nations forming and attempting to have civilized society, and I guess not quite getting there.
The world essentially got a hard reset when the fucking bombs dropped, and all that
Yeah.
got left with was the remnants of what was still from the old world. If they want to rebuild the world to the way that it was before, it's going to take centuries to even get to that point. You can't just overnight go through and do a clean house, because you can't cover the whole rest of the United States. You don't know what's happening in all the other countries around the world. What's going on with Mexico? Did Canada get bombed at all? What's going on up there? Are there other countries that are well established? It's been 200 years. They don't have enough information to know what's going on outside of their, perspective, and they can only have so much perspective of where they're at.
And that could genuinely be an interesting concept, that only America got nuked in the Fallout universe. That could that could actually be interesting to play with. Nobody wants to go there because they know it's a nuclear radiated hellscape now. America's now like the verboten, here be dragons, do not tread sort of thing. But so the rest of the world is still fine, or is still in other wars and conflicts with themselves, and they just ignore the United States because it's been nuked back to the fucking Stone Age. That actually could be an interesting concept to play with. It's something that Attack on Titan tried to deal with, right?
Mhm.
Only they handled it very poorly. Where Attack on Titan, it feels like the city that they're in is like the last city on the planet at the end of the apocalypse. And then it turns out, no, every other country is totally fucking fine. Only this country has this Titan problem because it was a bioengineered weapon to deal with this country.
That kind of reminds me of that Culture Crusader video you showed me the other day, Pagan. Oh no, the rat is dead.
Uh-oh.
$2 from Binary Eclipse. Thank you. NCR sucks. Long live the Legion. Alright then.
Is that not what happened? Hang on, is that not what happened? I swear that's what happened, because that's part of what ends up being the Titan shifters and everything. Now people are saying that's not what happened. That is close, but not it. I'm close, damn it.
I didn't even. I don't think I even got into the second season of AOT. All I know is everything from the first season and the rumbling, and that's it.
I had to step away for a second. What did I miss?
Stuff.
I said I was close, but no, I fucked it up.
We were talking about Attack on Titan and how.
Yeah, I heard Seth talking about Attack on Titan, and I had to get up for a second, so I missed like maybe 30 seconds of
It's
You didn't really miss much.
It's
then.
funny, the exact moment I try to say something pagan is the moment he steps away.
Oh. Yeah, someone was knocking on my door, so I had to go answer it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess I didn't pay attention well enough in reading the manga. Because I got really fed up with that, with the manga anyway. So it's not one I wouldn't recommend it to other people. I would recommend stuff like Dorohedoro and Dungeon Meshi, and stuff like Nebulous Civilization way over it.
Under some kind of noble thing of protecting the wasteland, but really they're just cowards who want power to keep themselves safe.
And as such, I think Maximus is the perfect Brotherhood member. See, when
I don't even think that's like That doesn't seem like an accurate description of the Brotherhood. They're cowards who want power to keep themselves safe.
No.
If you
Especially not
wanted
the
to say
originals.
that, if you wanted to say that the modern interpretation were hiding behind a veil of they want to protect the rest of the wasteland by using the excuse, by using that excuse as a way to make sure that they're the ones that hold that power, I could understand that, but that's only the modern interpretation of how Bethesda wrote the fucking Brotherhood of Steel, not how the Brotherhood of Steel have been written throughout all the games.
Yeah. Yeah, as Frank says in chat, no, they want to keep power in the hands of idiots. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
They
the entire...
that tribals smacking rocks together to make noise should be allowed to have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
Maximus-
their ideology is proven wrong, that they are the ones stuck in the past. The world moves past them. In Fallout 2, they're a literal dying faction.
Yeah. It especially
child,
wouldn't
he
work
was
in Bethesda Fallout because they're constantly putting themselves in danger for, like, well, in Fallout 3, it's literally they're the goody two-shoes of the wasteland who put their lives on the line for everyone else. And in Fallout 4, they're literally on a crusade to wipe out what they see as heretical science. And yeah, I wouldn't consider that cowardly, that they're literally dying to do it. So I don't know. I don't know where he's getting this like cowardly thing from, because I wouldn't say Fallout 1 and 2 Brotherhood are cowardly.
Yeah.
And I definitely wouldn't say that Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 are cowardly.
I'd say the furthest from cowardly would be the Fallout 3 ones, because they're literally just the fucking Power Rangers just going around fucking saving
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah. It's the same thing in, like, the only ones I could say would be close to cowardly would be New Vegas, because they're beaten, bloodied, they know they're on the very edge of complete collapse. So now they've totally
Even though the
isolated
NCR
themselves.
is, yeah, even though the NCR is incredibly stretched thin and can't actually do much about the Brotherhood are scared and they refuse to come out of the bunker because they think the NCR is a much bigger threat than it actually is. And it isn't until you go to the scouts and get their reports on the NCR's like behavior and movements that the Elder realizes, oh shit, I fucked up.
Yeah. That we could have stayed out and about and interacted with people all along, but we were just too scared because, well, the NCR kicked our ass during the Gold Wars.
Yeah.
And then we had that disastrous stand at Helios 1.
It's not like it's the faction itself that's cowardly in New Vegas. It's just the fact that after they were beaten, their elder was the one that made them seem cowardly. He's the one that kept them all in there. They had to follow his orders.
Yep.
It's less so that the fucking
Yeah.
entire group is cowardly. It's more that their leader was cowardly.
I wouldn't even say he's cowardly either. He's just overly cautious. Right?
Yeah,
he doesn't
that's
want
fair.
to see his people killed. He thinks, and rightfully so, that this is like the last remnants. These are the last scraps of the Brotherhood, and then the Brotherhood will be gone forever.
He'd rather keep everyone safe than risk everyone like getting killed or worse.
Yeah, like coming out and saying, "All right, we're done fighting. We won't, here's where we are," and then immediately they get attacked and bombed and shit like that. He's worried about that. He's just going to send all of his people out to be executed.
Was a child, he was saved by the Brotherhood after his home, the city of Shady Sands, was bombed by another unknown faction. This means he's spent most of his life with them, and he's taken on their traits. He's selfish, cowardly, and in it only for the glory of wearing shiny pre-war armor.
Again, which is not the Brotherhood.
Yeah, this is him just projecting Maximus's traits onto the rest of the Brotherhood.
Yeah, the rest of the Brotherhood knows what a fucking circuit is.
Yeah, this is what I meant. It's so annoying how he tries to justify it as, well, the Brotherhood are shit and they're cowards and they're greedy and power hungry, so it makes sense that Maximus would be all those things because he's just inherited the traits of the Brotherhood, when it's literally the other way around.
Yeah. It feels like the Brotherhood are actually trying to do something, and Maximus is the only one who's being greedy, selfish, and a piece of shit.
Yes.
until the last episode when suddenly their roles get reversed. Like, just unironically out of nowhere, he's like, "No, I'll take the head, and you take that head to Moldaver."
Sorry, I want to pull this comment, and the rest of the Brother to Steel knows what a fucking penis is.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I don't know how he's so fucking dumb.
Want to make my cock explode?
Yeah.
Well, it engorges like a big pimple, and then when you rub it, it pops. What?
No wonder he's got so many fucking anger issues. He hasn't been able to rub one out because he thinks it's a pimple.
God. Perpetual fucking blue balls forever.
Hey.
Stolen dead soldiers. I mean, he gets so jealous and angry about his friend Dane being promoted above him, he even attacks a toilet. Get it, Maximus?
Yeah, you what a perfect representation of what a fucking pathetic loser character this is.
Yeah.
Like, how are you referencing this as a good thing?
Oh, just wait.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you remember the bit where he takes on the fucking people trying to steal his armor, and one of the weapons he picks up is a fucking toilet seat?
He praises that.
Oh yeah, he treats it as like,
Oh,
oh
God.
yeah, it's like it's his
It's a
character
callback,
finally
isn't it?
coming to terms, and you know, it's like once he fought the toilet seat, but now he's using it as a weapon because he's realized that, like, literally that kind of fucking thing is what he's about to do, and it's so fucking annoying.
So is this guy just like actually fucking retarded then?
I'm starting to think so.
Yeah, that's incredibly fucking stupid.
Yeah! Yes! Yeah! One day Maximus wakes up to find his friend Dane with an injured foot after someone hid a razor blade in their boot. Hey, it's like the foot in Fallout 3. Maximus is—
Shut
No,
the
Oh my
it's
God!
fuck
Isn't
up.
even remotely?
Christ almighty.
It's not the same at all.
This is actually somehow worse than that fucking Elden Ring video we covered where that retard was like, oh look, the health bar looks similar. Oh look, the animation looks similar. Oh look, the UI this is actually worse than that.
Yep.
Look, it's just like that mutated foot in the fucking...
That
It's
has
not...
foot fungus. Oh no!
Uh,
Totally the same as sticking a
like, it'd
razor
be-
blade in your own fucking leg and slicing it.
Like, it'd be fine if he was, like, doing all these, like, references, like, making fun of fans that are like, oh, look, this is a reference to blah, blah, blah. But no, he's actually fucking doing it. He's actually being one of those people that are making the comparisons where there is none.
Yeah, it's unironic.
Yeah, the thing he's doing here is the kind of thing you would do as a parody to mock someone. And he's being legit about it. Like, what the fuck?
Look, that Brotherhood member kind of looks like Uwe Boll. Is that a Postal movie reference?
I was actually going to say he looks like the main singer from Disturbed if he didn't have all the piercings.
for this, aided by the elder cleric Quintus.
So based on what we currently know about Maximus, we all totally assume he did it. So Quintus does the sensible thing and forgives—
No,
We don't even
because he
assume
went to
that
help.
did it. Yeah. Again, the audience wouldn't assume that he did it. But the reason why they assume he did it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
He
But then-
he said based on what we know of him, we assume, meaning the audience, which
Yeah.
like even
Which, no.
on the first watch, as much as I already didn't like Maximus, I didn't assume he did it. Because
Yeah.
that would be like somehow even worse than what we already got.
Yeah, it'd be super retarded. And then, to like further compound this, I like how he's cutting out the fact where Maximus is like, he wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit. That's that right there. Like, the character's damn near irredeemable just from that statement alone.
Yeah, there's no substantial evidence to show that he actually fucking did it, and what he said, yes, makes him look very guilty, but the show does a fucking shit job fucking trying to actually, like, tell, is like, did he actually do it? And then they just completely forget about it.
Yeah.
Did he assume this because he's black?
Unintended messaging.
him of orders and promotes him to squire. Wait.
Stop being fucking
Oh my
obnoxious.
God.
Jesus Christ. What the
Going on
fuck is
way
wrong with
too-
you?
It's going on way too fucking long.
You know what's funny? This reminds me of when again this isn't political. It just happens to be the reference. There's a video of Trump watching one of Kamala's speeches where she says, "Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," and Trump's like, "What's with the thank you?" She just keeps saying thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
It's
he's
"Oh
like,
my
what,
God,
is she
it's still going."
crazy?
Yeah. What, did she forget she said it before? It just keeps going over and over and over again. Like I said, it's not really political, but that's exactly this. It's like, what the fuck? What is happening?
He thinks it's kind of the Family Guy school of humor of, hey, if we just repeat this thing a lot, it'll make it funny.
There is an art to this, which is the you do something repeatedly, and then it gets annoying, and then because you continue doing it, it starts to curve back up towards being funny, and then it'll drop off a cliff. You have to be very fucking careful with it. But there is a way to extend that out to then make it funny again, and then that be the joke. But you have to know exactly where to cut that off.
Family Guy doesn't know where to cut that off.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Wait.
Now, I've watched this scene 3 times and it still makes absolutely no sense to me. I think we're meant to assume that Quintus wants more ruthless operatives out in the field, but Maximus mostly burbles his way through this conversation like he has no idea what he's saying. I mean, just look at his facial expressions.
I just think given how important this scene is to the plot, it's a little bit too vague and open-ended. But regardless, Maximus is sent out on his first mission.
But it's not vague and open-ended. Also, you skipped over Maximus admitting that he wanted this to happen. It's not vague. We know Maximus didn't do it, and we know their reasoning for suspecting why he did it is, like, super fucking flimsy. Oh, but you were the first one there. Well, I sleep right next to her bed. I mean, yeah, I was the first one that was there, because I literally rolled over and she's right there.
They don't
Also,
even
they're my
use...
best friend, and they were screaming, so I was kind of really concerned and wanted to know what the fuck was happening.
They don't even use that as an explanation, though, of, oh, you were the first one there. They just, for some reason, assume he is, and they don't explain it. They just haul him in.
I swear they said, like, but you were there. It's like, yeah?
No, I'm, like, 90% sure they didn't.
Fair enough.
The whole they thought that what actually happened was he just ran over and just attacked their foot, and it's only like after a while they're just like, oh wait, there was a razor in her shirt. Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Oh, well, he must have done that then.
Look, Maximus's vacant expression is a reference to Bethesda's fans being brain dead. Oh, yeah, I get the reference now. I see it.
Understood that reference.
Which is this guy, Dr. Wilzig, and his companion. Wait, no, this is my companion.
No.
I kind of like the methodology they use to give wanted posters at long distance.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird, but it makes logical sense that you would do it so that you would have accuracy. Like, no fuck-ups. You would be like, his eye is this size, his eye is that size. No, just put it on a dot matrix, and then have somebody go through line by line. Granted, I wouldn't do what they do, where it seems like they randomly jump around.
Mm-hmm.
But I would just fill it in like that. I think that's a really good way to get an accurate portrait, to keep the wanted posters consistent over long distances. I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just thought of something. They assume that Maximus did it because they're like, well, it had to have been you. You're the only black person who was on the scene of the crime when we got there.
Oh, no.
It had to have been you.
Oh no, I agree. Hersine's Beast says, how do they know? Enclave being open about their missing scientist? Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense how they know that he's gone missing from an Enclave facility, or what he looks like. But if you wanted to, I'm giving like the thing of, if you wanted to keep it an accurate portrait across long distances in a post-apocalypse, that's a really smart idea on how to do it.
So yeah, I actually never thought of that. Why the fuck would the Enclave have a public wanted poster out? They wouldn't want any attention towards them.
Well, remember, it wasn't even the like Well, actually, it was the Enclave that sent it out to multiple bounty hunters, wasn't it?
It's actually
That would
not
get-
stated who sends it out. This is something I bring up briefly in the video, but it's like, God, I kind of want to go back to the script again, but I don't know where
If it
I'd
is
be.
the Enclave, that's fucked then, because don't they fucking know that that's gonna get the fucking... They should know that's gonna get the Brotherhood's attention.
Yeah. But I know they said somebody sent it to all, like, I believe they said all 4 major bounty, like,
6.
groups. All 6, thank you.
Let's
If the
see.
NCR was still a thing, it absolutely would have raised their attention, and that would have been really fucking bad.
Yeah.
No, but someone time traveled 2 years in the past and blew up Shady Sands.
Well, apparently.
Okay, so I don't necessarily, unless I bring it up somewhere else I forgot, but I mentioned here, I start talking about, I don't even know which section of the why isn't it showing the chapters on the side anymore? That's weird. But I have this small thing here. Worse yet, it's implied that, my reasoning, Moldaver has a bounty on Wilzig as well. When the ghoul got dug up in episode 1, it was because those bounty hunters wanted to do one last job. They figure the ghoul would be interested because Wilzig is going to California where Moldaver is. We know Wilzig planned on going to Moldaver, but how would anyone else know about this intention of his to include it in the bounty?
That brings up a new plot hole, Cree, from what you just said.
What?
And I just thought of it. If they know he's going to California, and he escaped from the Midwest, Wilzig did, why in the fuck are they sending bounties to the East Coast, where the ghoul is being dug up?
Well, see, that's the thing, is I don't know where he's leaving from, so maybe that was just bad word. They know he's going to Moldaver,
Yeah.
but it's not clear how they know.
Yeah, how they know his destination, and also, like, if the ghoul is over on the East Coast, where the castle is, why in the fuck are you sending a bounty notice that way if you know that Wilzig is going to the West Coast? Like, why would you bother?
Honestly, I would not be surprised if they just have such a lack of understanding of how big the country is. They literally had the fucking bounty hunters go from the West Coast and be like, oh, well, the ghoul can help us with this. Let's just take a nice short little half day's walk over to the East Coast, get the ghoul, and then another half day's walk back to the West Coast, and by then we'll get him. I would not be surprised if Bethesda actually thought that is something that they could do.
That
It
reminds
takes
me
half
of
a day to walk from the East Coast to the West Coast, but takes 3 days to walk from South California to Mid California.
Exactly. That's why it's so fucked.
That reminds me of there was a European in Mahler's Discord who was writing a like story for a mod game they wanted to make, and not only did they not understand how big the U.S. was, but they didn't know where the Midwest was. And I'm like, okay, to be fair to you Europeans, when you hear Midwest, where do you think that should be located? You know, westwards of the country? No, it's on the East Coast. We're right next to the East Coast. Because it was named back when the United States only had half of the area it was.
Yeah.
So, like, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky, all that was the Midwest. We were the middle of the country. We were midways to the west. It's just one of those funny things where Europeans, then they don't understand that. So in their writing, they were talking about how they were on their way to the East Coast from the Midwest, and then they stopped over in Idaho, and I was like, what the fuck? Why? Wait, they're going to the East Coast. Why are they traveling west? They're like, no, they're coming from the Midwest. It's like, okay, the Midwest is right next to the East Coast. I get it's confusing, but yes.
I do want to mention very quickly, we're 3 hours in, and we're barely a quarter of the way through this video.
Yeah.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my companion human.
We then cut elsewhere to these three guys digging up a grave, and out from it falls our third major character, the ghoul. The ghoul
It was annoying in the show. You don't need to fucking do it here, too.
At least he made reference to how fucking weird it is that he gets the fucking chant.
Yeah,
I
he's making
guess.
fun of it at least. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Ghoul is a Howard from the opening of the show, but radiation has changed him into a somewhat immortal, evil bounty hunter.
And as it turns out, the
Well, is he actually evil?
I think what he's trying to say is that the show at this point is trying to make him seem evil.
I'd say his moral compass is
mean-
fucked, but I wouldn't say he's evil.
It's like,
I don't know. Some of the shit he does later, it's like, eh. In fact, he actually brings up a good point where it's like, so when Lucy leaves him the serum so he doesn't fucking die, and then he watches his tape where he used to be the good guy and stuff like that, and you can sort of see glimpses of an idea that maybe there's still some good in him, and then he immediately turns around and goes to some random family, kills their son, and then fucking eggs on the other one so he can intentionally kill the other son for no fucking reason. And it's like, yeah, no, he's evil.
Yeah.
Come on,
Okay, that's
he's
fair.
fucking evil.
Yeah, again,
Fair
that's something
enough.
I bring up in the video. Is this is supposed to be a moment of reflection for him. He's viewing his past self, and he's realized that he's become the character he hated in the movie he played, or that he didn't like in the movie he played. It's like, oh, this is where he turns around, right? No, he's the exact same person after the fact anyways. Nothing
Yeah,
changes.
He doesn't learn anything from it.
Yeah.
Yep.
The
If-
only...
if-
the
if they
show
kept
almost treats it
him-
as like, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Literally the only difference is he's friendly towards Lucy now.
Yeah.
I was actually gonna say what would have made it better is if, like, when he's watching that and he sees like he sees what he's become and he just accepts it. He's just like, there's no going back for me. The fucking wasteland has turned me into this thing. I am no longer
that's
like
his
what
excuse.
I used to be. But
That's
if they
literally
actually-
up is not jump. He actually makes that excuse and says like, no, he actually rejects that, and he needs to like solidify that he is the bad guy. So in order to prove it to himself, he goes and kills these two sons of this father just to like immortalize the fact that he is the bad guy now, and he needs to stay that way.
Yeah, but then after that, he goes in and he helps Lucy and them like go get, and then he also has a fucking motivation to go see his family or whatever, and it's just
Which also comes out of nowhere, by the way. which-
yeah,
Yeah.
that's an annoying thing that he says later, because he's like, oh yeah, it ties in perfectly. The thing that they've been, all the things that the characters have been caring about throughout the entire show comes to a head, and the ghouls thing, he's been searching for his family the whole show, and now he's asking, where's my family? It's like, what? No, he didn't. Like, at no point is it even remotely hinted at that he's looking for his family.
What would have made it better is if he was just his own like type of faction, I guess, where you have the main conflict and then he's just the fucking wild card that comes in and pretty much has his own fucking motivation and says fuck you to everyone. And like you could even have like a moment where what's her face thinks that after giving him the cure for all the ghoul shit or whatever, he like turns around and then immediately just betrays her again. I could easily see that being something that they could write in, a better version of this fucking show that could work really well. Just
If the characters were actually good,
yeah,
and they actually
solidify the
had
fact that-
motivations.
yeah, just solidify the fact that, oh, you can be nice to people all you want. Sometimes it's just not going to fucking change them. They're all going to have their own fucking motivations. It's just, you helped out the wrong guy and you got fucked over. Welcome to the wasteland.
I know, I'm attracted. Yeah, I'd say I agree with Pagan. He is pretty fucking evil. And then I started thinking about, oh yeah, he used Lucy as literal fucking bait on a hook. It's pretty fucking egregious. Even though it wasn't technically torture. Technically. But oh my god. might as well
Throw
have been.
her into a radiated fucking pond with an infected lost finger wound.
Well, remember, he also makes her drink out of a fucking dirty, irradiated puddle
Yeah.
Yeah.
after he drinks all the water right in front of her so she can't have none, then forces her to drink literal fucking radiated water.
Yeah, from like an open engine or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
And it's like,
all
no,
that
he's...
all that dirt and grime and oil from the engine itself as well in it. Holy fuck.
Yeah. And then he cuts her fucking finger off because
Yeah.
she bit his off, even though he can easily reattach his apparently by just sticking it on there and it just reattaches. But no, I have to teach her a lesson. And yeah, well, I mean, yeah, he did sew it on, but still, it's treated
worked.
as if by simply sewing it on, it's completely reattached now.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
completely
can, like, use it
functional again.
Yeah. Whereas with
didn't
her, it's
have-
like he just straight up cut her finger off.
Yeah.
He didn't even have his Resident Evil 7 healing juice to reattach the limbs.
I still don't understand how that like they thought that was a good idea. I mean, it was shocking at first, but then the moment you think about it even slightly longer, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And, like, what? He's trying to kill you, but now he's just going to like laugh at you and give you a Healy juice and let you put your leg back on, and then you reattach by dumping some water on it. What the fuck?
I want to respond
Creed,
to this
did you-
comment real quick. Roy,
Hold on,
no,
hold on.
his finger would not regenerate.
Creed, did you tell Setch about the fucking the ghoul cure thing from what was it 76?
You can be a ghoul in Fallout 76 now, and apparently there's a way to go back to being a human.
What?
I don't know if they intend that to be a lore thing or just like a cosmetic thing, but yes, you can be a ghoul in Fallout 76, and if you get tired of that, you could go back to being a human.
Yeah,
Do you
level
get any
50.
benefits from being a ghoul?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't look into it any deeper than that. It's Fallout 76,
did.
man.
I did, though. I know how the whole thing is going to fucking work.
Oh, no.
Do
You're
you actually
supposed-
get benefits? Do you like have radiation immunity and stuff?
Yeah, you have radiation
my God.
immunity. You can only get it when you reach level 50, though. And then I don't really understand how they described it, but they have this like feral mode where when you're a ghoul, you can go feral, but I think it activates like a fucking like special build-up thing where it's like a special ability where you have like really fast melee attacks, then you just revert back to being normal, I guess.
What the fuck?
It's like the fucking werewolf from Skyrim, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Well, we know
Bruh.
werewolves are now in fucking Fallout 76, so now werewolves exist in the Fallout universe.
Yeah. Jesus.
Bethesda's just absolutely shredding any semblance of like normalcy from all of Fallout. They're just putting it in a fucking blender and hitting frappe.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, my thing was mainly the fact that you can turn back from a ghoul. Like the idea of playing as a ghoul in a Fallout game, I like that. That's actually cool. But the idea that you can then go from a ghoul back to a human,
Yep.
that's a problem. That's a very big problem.
It'd be better if it was like they explain as it's just a different character. Like you can revert back to a human character, you can go play this ghoul character. Like it's two separate characters, but on the same save. I could see that working, but they just have the same build or whatever. Like just like, yeah, you just keep everything that you own. You just can play the human or you can play the ghoul version or whatever.
What's weird is Lord of the Rings Online did something like that, where once you got to a certain level threshold on your normal characters, because you always played the good guys in Lord of the Rings Online. Like, you're always of the faction going against the orcs, the Urkai, everything like that. But once you hit, I want to say level 35, you could then make a Urkai character, and you could switch to them, and then you were in special, like, PvP zones, and you had quests for them in particular. And you could be, like, all kinds of different ones, because they weren't beholden to the same sort of, like, well, we need to have the PvP be balanced. So you could be like, you could play as spiders, you could play as big fucking trolls and shit like that. It was very fucking interesting.
Hold on, there's a super chat there. $5 from Bustin Jeeber. Thank you. We need many true nerd to explain why the Fallout TV show is better than you think. If he makes that video, I'll 100% respond to it.
Yeah.
I'd be all there for it. I'll make a watch party just so that my server can watch it, because that'd be an event.
Yep.
The three dug him up are also looking for the bounty placed on Dr. Wilzig, and they're hoping the ghoul can use his bounty hunter skills to help them find him.
And this scene would be okay if I could see anything. At one point, for example, one of these guys shoots at the ghoul with a junk jet. And if you don't know, this is a weapon that can load and fire most of the random items you find lying about the wasteland. But it's so dark we can't actually see what it fires. This stuff could be any kind of cool Fallout-related junk.
But what I really can't work out is, would I rather the ghouls in this show look like the ghouls in the previous games? Because of all the things Fallout 1 nailed, I think its design of the mutants was peak.
Mutants like Harold.
What? Oh. I mean, I wouldn't really be able to say they nailed it, but they're what set the tone, right?
I think he's mostly referring like in comparison to the other Fallouts.
Well, I guess. I think New Vegas did really well for being, going into into 3D.
Yeah. He does say that those ones are pretty good too. His main issue is the Fallout 4 ghouls. He doesn't like that they just look like they got like a sunburn.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with the TV show, where, like, holy shit.
There you go. There's some praise for you, Up. Congrats.
Well, he's made it very clear in the past he does not like Fallout 4 that much. Like, there's a lot of issues he has with it.
Which it's kind of shocking he likes this, then.
I know.
Because the show is just really Fallout weird. 4, but even worse.
Or just in general, were so detailed and horribly decayed, I always saw them as a sort of physical representation of the hideousness of this new world. As such, one of my favourite moments in Fallout 3 was reaching Moriarty's saloon in Megaton, walking in and saying hi to
brother.
This, combined with the way they spoke,
I hope you don't mind the smell,
was just so interesting.
So being a ghoul means you might live for hundreds of years, but it is a big trade-off. Wait. Where's my finger gone? There it is!
Oh.
I really wish I really wish I had Am saying hate on the soundboard right now.
Yeah.
I really hope you find this joke funny because he does it again.
Great.
The only thing I can think of just seeing this is fucking Mike just doing his heavy sigh.
Yeah.
You're not streaming this, are you, Wolfie?
Huh?
Are you streaming this or no?
No.
Okay.
I think it'd be what I wish there was a supercut that got rid of all of his fucking skits, right? And we just kept going to his points instead.
What points?
Again, they're vapid and fucking surface level, but at least there's something there. These are just like, ugh.
Yeah, to be fair, he is making more points than Axeman did in his entire video, but still, they're real fucking bad.
Gotcha.
When Fallout 4 came out, though, ghouls suddenly just looked like human beings with really dry skin. You can read online that the show decided to go closer to Fallout 4's less intense design, so that it wouldn't hide Walter Goggins' acting too much. But really, given how good he looked as the decayed character Lawrence in Maze Runner, I think it would have been fine. Anyway, unsurprisingly, the scene in question ends with the ghoul killing these three guys and leaving the gravesite, also in search of Dr. Wilzig.
It is implied here, too, that the ghoul is only going after Dr. Wilzig's bounty because he's actually after Moldaver, who is the lady who issued the bounty.
That's not implied at all. He literally says, I'm in this for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Yep. And it isn't until later that he even realizes like who Moldaver is that he actually starts to care and is like, oh, that's Moldaver.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm
and,
interested
like,
because I know who that is.
Yeah, he's completely misrepresenting the scene because Buddy who digs him up is talking about, oh yeah, one last bounty. We're after the scientist. He's going to that witch, Moldaver, in California. That's where you're from. And it's at that last point where the ghoul looks up at him and they do the yodeling as if like, oh shit, he just talked about the ghoul's past. And that's what the ghoul responds to. Like, oh, how do you, like, what do you know about me? You know?
Yeah.
Literally zero implication that he knows or cares about Moldaver at all. Until literally fucking, I think it's episode 6 or 7 where he gets taken to the government. And that's where he sees the wanted poster. And it's like, still, how is this a shock to him? Because he was told her name when he met her in the pre-war, Lee Moldaver.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if he cared more about, finding her, I doubt he would have even gone for Wilzig. He would have went directly to her.
Yeah. Now you could make the natural assumption that maybe he thinks that she's gone, but then that doesn't work because he's still around. So he could have been like, "Oh, Moldaver still exists. She's probably fucking ghoul like I am." Which again, it's never explained how Moldaver is around and exists.
Yeah, no, it's still never explained how she's just living infinitely.
And by the way, when he does see the poster, and he asks the president of the government, he's like, "Oh, that's just not how I remember her looking," or something like that. So,
yep,
it's all, he's just wrong about this.
Yep, he just straight up gets this part wrong.
Yep.
And that too.
Part 2. Catch the Wilzig, catch the Wilzig, catch the...
God. So fucking painful.
What is that?
Who played that?
Cree,
I'm gonna assume.
Oh wow. Shocker.
I mean, it's very fitting.
Yeah.
I only have
That's
so
why you
much
asked if I was
patience.
streaming, huh?
Yeah, I don't blame you.
God damn it.
Well, guys, so well. When we rejoin...
Screaming is funny.
Yeah, literally loud equals funny. This is what I meant by most of the skits in this video are just not funny. They're so fucking annoying.
Try to watch this guy's video, couldn't stomach the hyperactive behavior of this fool. Yeah. Yeah, it is very difficult to get through this video when he's constantly being a hyperactive, obnoxious fuck.
Yeah. I'm surprised there isn't like Subway Surfers underneath the fucking video.
When Max looking for Dr. Wilzig with his new knight, Titus. Titus eventually gets bored, so they land the vertibird, and soon after this, Titus sends Maximus off on his own into a spooky cave to see if Dr. Wilzig is in there. While in here, Maximus avoids danger, but Titus gets attacked by a Yaoguai. And overall, this fight is okay. It's great getting to see the...
No,
What?
it's not.
What?
Not even remotely is it okay. It is fucked.
First off, way to gloss over how stupid it is that the fucking guy wants to just land so that he can go shoot things. Like, they're fucking doing a job. Why the fuck would...
They're in the middle of a mission with a very clear fucking end goal, and they're just like, I'm bored. Let's go shoot some shit and go off mission.
You know, to be fair, Pagan, they probably don't know what jerking off is. That's the only way they can de-stress is just to shoot things.
But like, it's a shit fight. The bear bites the thing that's holding all the bullets, the cylinder, and for some reason that explodes from the bite, which doesn't make sense, and that's why the gun can't be used anymore. So
the literal fucking superhuman armor that we show later on is able to destroy a building by just throwing a fucking brick through it. Can't do anything to a irradiated bear. Like that's
Yeah.
all it is. It's just a fucking
Yeah.
bear without its goddamn fucking fur.
Like,
Yeah.
The
I know
punches
bears
feel
are tough.
so.
I know bears are tough, like in the real world. You need heavy calibers to deal with them, but he kicked a fucking brick and it sailed like a mile. You have the strength to fucking bap this thing on the nose and cave in its face immediately.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
didn't know, dropping
the
a
very
building on a
least-
bear is gonna fucking at least knock the thing out and break a few of its bones, if not just
At
kill
the
thing
very
outright.
least, they could have just, if they didn't want to kill it outright, they could have at least shown like when he punches it, it like gets thrown onto its back, like it rolls over from the punch because it's that hard or something. But no,
Yeah.
it literally just feels like he's lightly tapping it, and it's just kind of like moving its head slightly to the side and then looking back like, really, pussy?
Yeah.
Like, come on, it's so pathetic.
Like, you can find ways to nerf a guy in the power armor, like have him like fall into like a fucking hole or something. That
From the
fucking
weight.
yeah, or like, you know, just like because he can't jump out, doesn't have a. Oh wait, no, oh wait, fuck, I forgot. He has the stupid.
Yeah, no, he would be able to
Yeah,
fly.
he'd be
He
able to
would
get out,
fly.
unfortunately.
God, I forgot about that. God damn it.
But again, you could just have the weight of the suit. This thing is heavy as fuck. He could have collapsed down into a deeper part of the cavern here. And now it's up to Maximus to go into the cavern deeper and deeper to try to find his knight. Have his knight die that way. He comes upon him and it's wrenched his leg, so he's got his femoral artery cut from when his leg snapped. Like, again, that'd be fucking fine. It would make sense. That's a
Yeah, like-
lot of armor collapsing.
Or even a better one that I just thought of, like while he's inside the fucking cave, like punch the bear, like get it knocked back, right? But because it hits the wall, the cave itself gets unstable, so the fucking guy gets trapped beneath like a bunch of like the cave just fucking caving in. So he's fucking either got like not knocked out, but like gets hit in the head to the point where he can't even like fucking see straight or anything. You could show that as well. And then have the Yao Guai just take a fucking advantage of when he's trying to leave, just attack him from behind.
Or hell, if they wanted to outright kill him, have him just get pinned by a bunch of like rubble on his legs, and then as he's like pushing it off and trying to get it off of him, the fucking bear comes up behind him and grabs him and like forces him down. And there's like not much he can do because his legs are pinned, and just have it swipe the fucking like wrench the fucking helmet off and bite his head.
Oh yeah, I was actually gonna say even better, just have the fucking helmet get like ruined or something. He has to like take it off so he can see. But like as he's like trying to fucking crawl out, the Yao Guai like pins him down and just fucking bites his head off.
Yeah. There's so many different ways they could have handled it that would have been a million times better, and they went with like the stupidest fucking thing possible.
Yep. I'm so glad that you added that sound effect to him getting thrown against the rock, by the way. It's fitting for how stupid this fight scene was.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone watches this fight scene and thinks it's good.
The power motion, but in the show this fight feels very static. See, there's this moment where all of the fighting stops completely. The bear turns to look away from Titus, turns to look back at him. Titus turns and looks away, eventually looks back, and then runs off.
And I feel like quite a few of the action scenes in this show are a little bit static like this as well. Like,
It's not that it's static, it's that it's just outright shit. Like, Titus literally looks at the camera as you showed there. It's like, oh no. Look, audience, yeah. I can't fight the bear, so I'm gonna run away. It's really lame.
Run away and reenact the opening to the best game, Saints Row 2022.
Hate you.
The scene Lucy are fighting a gulper on this platform.
This gulper attacks Lucy for a full minute in this one spot, so the scene again overall feels very rigid. Lucy also gets bitten so many times, I'm surprised she still has a foot.
Oh. Hello. Save that for later.
Ugh.
I genuinely hate foot people.
Yeah.
Creepy as fuck.
I don't get it.
Anyway, Maximus kills the Yao, and as he very
It's not that hard to pronounce, man.
He literally
Yao
said
Guai.
Yao Guai at the start. It's not
Yeah.
hard at all.
He said it properly, then pretended after like he couldn't say it.
Yep.
You gay. It's not that fucking hard.
slowly tries to get Titus a stim pack to heal him, Titus starts to threaten him. And here Maximus has had enough. He puts down the stim pack and watches as Titus slips away. And off Maximus goes in.
You're not going to
No, no,
comment
no.
on how stupid that entire scene is?
Yeah, how fucking dumb that is. Like, holy shit.
When you heal me, they're gonna kill you. You know, you're gonna die.
Yeah, if I'm
Give me
still
the stim
alive,
pack now.
I'm gonna ensure that you're fucking court-martialed and hanged and quartered. Yeah, if I'm still alive and you don't do anything to stop me being alive, I'm absolutely gonna ruin your fucking life. I'm gonna destroy you. I'm gonna have you killed. If I'm still alive when they get here, oh, you are so fucked.
Yeah, and
What?
this is the exact reason I don't trust a lot of reviewers anymore. Like, yeah, gaming journalists are already bad, but YouTubers like this are doing the same thing where they're reviewing a show or talking about a game or a movie or whatever, and then they'll just leave like highly key details out like that, where it's like, yeah, what you're describing and what actually happens in the show are two very different things, and you're just not being honest.
Yeah.
But by leaving that out, you're misrepresenting the show massively.
Mechanical says we never saw him die. By the way, he will return. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled some fucking bullshit like that. He's like, yeah, he actually never died, so he's gonna come back and he's gonna have a whole revenge art against Maximus or what.
That'll be real hard to do because Maximus even says in episode 7, oh yeah, I watched him die.
But granted, as we know, Maximus is a retard, so the dude may have passed out from pain and actually survived, and Maximus thought he was dead.
I never checked the pulse. I just pulled his fucking unconscious body out of the suit and then I just moved on.
Yeah. Because remember, Maximus is so stupid, he's been in the Brotherhood for well over a decade, and he doesn't even know what a fucking circuit is.
Yeah.
One of his tag skills wasn't medicine.
God, I could already see the jokes Bethesda or the fucking writers for this show would do for that too. Like, but you smelled like a corpse. Like, I shit myself, okay? Like,
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, they never tell you how they shit themselves. Those aren't in the songs and ballads.
Where's that from?
Game of Thrones.
Right.
Yeah, when he's on his deathbed.
Yeah.
They never tell you in the songs and ballads how they shit themselves in the end.
In Titus to find Dr. Welzig.
Now, some people have an issue with this scene because it makes Maximus seem like a bad person, but I don't really see why this is an issue. The thing is,
Okay. This is actually going to kind of reflect on your own character here, on what you say next. He sat there and watched a guy die.
Oh boy, I'll wait till you see the fucking justification he tries to use, because I completely disagree.
Max do some awful things, but he works as a character because he doesn't stay this way. He goes on a journey
Yes,
and
he
changes
does.
and eventually deeply regrets all the things he's done.
No, he doesn't.
No,
he
he
does not
doesn't.
deeply
When
regret.
the fuck did that happen? What?
Yeah,
He
no, he
never
doesn't
once
deeply
regrets-
regret anything. The closest thing we get to any of that is literally when he just gives the head to Lucy, and it's more for her sake than anything else. It's not because he
Yeah.
regrets what he did in the past. In fact, he was still intending to kill Thaddeus.
Yeah, and the only time he actually, has a moment of regret is the moment he's about to be fucking executed. They're literally singing the hymnals where they're gonna put a bullet in the back of his fucking head.
Yeah.
Kumbaya.
And then he says something just to save his own skin. He has no fucking regret.
Yeah, also his take that he redeems himself by the end. No, I'm sorry, fuck off. What he does to Thaddeus in that scene in the fucking tunnel, no, fuck off. There's no redeeming him after that. Fuck off. He is actually a genuinely evil person.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to get our story straight.
Literally, the closest we get to regret, which I don't even consider it regret, is when he finally tells Lucy who he is and that he watched Knight Titus die, and he's getting all emotional. Which I chalk up to him being fucking, oh yeah, this guy was being mean to me and he was going to have me executed because I failed to do my job. You know? It didn't seem like he was actually upset about Titus dying. He doesn't say or imply that he regretted it at all.
It was more how it inconvenienced him, not how fucking Titus is dead.
And there's also the fact that this
Why
is
would it
literally
fucking bother him?
minutes after he just had to be convinced to give the Vault back their power source or else they would die out. And his argument was like, no, my power armor though, I need it.
Which, why would he even regret fucking watching Titus die? If he helped him, he would have died. The guy himself gave him justification for fucking dying.
Yeah.
Again,
I just, I
he
can't
literally
see
could have
him.
told that to Thaddeus. Like, he could have told, like, you need to understand something. He sent me into a Yao Guai cave to die because he didn't like me. And then when the Yao Guai jumped him and I fought with him, but he got severely injured, he then said because I didn't die in his place, he was going to have me save him and then bring me before the Brotherhood and have me executed in a horrific fashion. Like, holy shit. Titus was a piece of shit, dude.
Once again, I can already think of a better way to fucking resolve this issue. Don't have him regret fucking killing Titus. Have him regret just killing in general. I think you can make a much better story where he fucking gets this power, and after, you know, him not having a choice in letting fucking Titus die, he instantly sees, like, all the fucking times when he's killing people, something fucking bad happens. I could see that working so much better, and then him going through the fucking story and being like, you know, I hate being a part of the Brotherhood of Steel. I hate fucking doing this shit. This power is, I don't like it.
Well, the thing he should have him do is have him regret having to have lied to Thaddeus. Make that a part of his character arc. He's like, I'm sorry I lied to you, but my interaction with Knight Titus was so bad, and, like,
I didn't have a choice.
I was afraid they were going to execute me if they knew the truth. But you know, I originally didn't like you, but, you know, I feel like we've kind of bonded over this, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you, Thaddeus. I think that would have been so much fucking more interesting.
Yeah. I would have infinitely preferred that over what we got, where he refuses to elaborate what happened, makes it just straight up seem like he killed him for his armor, and Titus did nothing wrong.
But Pagan, we need to get our story straight.
Yeah.
Like, what?
And then the moment Thaddeus doesn't go along with his fucking murder plot, he's, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Anyways.
Voices will not stop. Basically, the black man has to be told to stop chimping out by a naive white woman all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, again, unintended messaging, but it's fucking wild.
What did they mean by this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, legitimately. I mean, that shit was so blatant. I you know, when we watched the episode initially and we got to the fusion core part, you know, I just couldn't take it anymore. And I was like, no, this is racist. This is just straight up racist. Like, I don't know if it's unintentional or if it's meant to be like subtle messaging or something, but it is just straight up racist.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a reference to Black Widow and Hulk.
Oh, God.
Hey there, fella. The sun's coming down.
Hey there, big guy. The sun's getting real low. I love the fact, okay, that is one joke I generally liked came back. When fucking Tony tries to say the same thing and it has no effect on Hulk whatsoever. He's like, oh, fuck.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Yeah, so then he has to get the Hulkbuster, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, as he's punching his face into the fucking ground.
And sugars may be falling out, but at least the best part of me is still intact. I think
this scene is great for a few reasons. First off, here and in a previous scene, Maximus gets power by doing literally nothing. And this is a theme of his that the show builds on, as we will see.
What?
What's the first scene you're talking about? Like, I understand what you're trying to say about him getting the power armor and him getting power, but
Well, in the
fuck
first
you
scene,
mean
remember,
he does nothing.
Yeah, he didn't do anything at the beginning. He didn't injure his friend, and he literally, like, might as well have fucking dead fished his way through that interrogation, and they just were like, oh, okay, no, here, become a squire. Like, what?
I mean, he still had to talk with them, I guess. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't consider that literally nothing.
Hey, fair.
It's not a theme, it's a pattern. It doesn't sound like a theme. What does that thing say thematically? He's saying that Max's core trait is failing upwards.
Yeah, which seems to be how all of Hollywood works these days.
Yeah.
Is the theme that the black guy just has to do nothing and everything just works out for him? Is that the theme? I don't understand.
I don't know. I guess maybe he'll explain how it's a theme.
As well as this scene foreshadows that maybe he didn't put a razor in his friend's boot after all, as he's simply just not brave enough yet to actually take what he wants.
What?
What?
Bruh.
Bro, we already knew he didn't do the boot thing just at the very beginning. Like, I don't know how anybody would have come to the conclusion that he did the boot thing.
Yeah, I feel like he's the only one who thinks that he actually did it to start with, because I didn't.
Yeah, I did not draw any conclusion that he did. It was just like I thought for the longest time it was one of the other shitheads that was picking on him so much. I thought it was Thaddeus and his group of his clique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I swore
thought it
that's
was
what
the
it was, and they were
tunnel
trying to find a way to get rid of him. But then I immediately was like, because my whole thing I was trying to rationalize, like, why do they think Maximus did this? It doesn't make any sense.
And in fact,
if they were to show, like, everyone saw him do, like, the tard rage, like, with the fucking toilet, then maybe I'd understand why people would assume he would have done that, but it shows that no one fucking saw it. So why would anyone suspect him?
Before they revealed who actually did it, I thought they were either A, going to completely forget about it, which would have been fucking annoying, or B, that they would have said Maximus did it, which I think would have been a really, really bad choice.
Wait, did they actually say who did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
and it's more
Was it
on
the person themselves. Did they
Yes.
self-harm?
Yes,
Okay.
they self-harmed.
More unintentional messaging.
Because it was, of course, the T that did it.
You have to remember, I didn't actually watch the show.
But it was one of those things like, oh no.
Meanwhile, Lucy's nearby town called Philly, and while here she bumps into Dr. Wilzig. The ghoul then turns up and blows up his foot. What? No, he blows up Dr. Wilzig's foot.
Oh my god.
You're cutting out so much of this thing too. Like, fuck. This is where we learn that
people live inside the vaults.
This is what I mean. He cuts out so much context because he knows he can't defend it. Like, we're missing the entire shootout with the fucking town and how stupid that is and all the crazy stuff that comes with that. Completely just ignores all of it just so he can talk about the really superficial stuff that doesn't matter.
I'm surprised he didn't say, like, oh, this is actually a reference to the cinematic shots in Fallout 3.
I think the most he ends up bringing up about the fight in Philly is the fact that we get, like, the zoom in slow-mos on the fucking bullets and how they look like little mini nukes and stuff like that, and how that's so cool. And I think that's the only thing he even mentions about that fight.
Can I just say I also hated the way that his gun sounded.
Oh yeah, the little thunk.
Yeah, it was in between of a nice thwomp from an actual grenade launcher and an actual gunshot. It did not work.
Yeah.
This video is 90% skit and 10% about the show. Yeah, and it's really fucking frustrating. I don't know how anyone watches this garbage.
Yeah.
not his. There we go. Oh no, this isn't right. The ghoul then pretty much destroys the entire town in a huge shootout. And this scene is just as well produced as the other action scenes we saw in Vault 33.
I love that you say that because I will agree with you.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I think all of them are absolute ass and dumpster fires.
Yeah.
But I do agree with you. This is also ass and a dumpster fire.
Unintentionally correct.
That's the best kind of correct. I didn't even know I was.
Oh.
Shots of the ghoul uses are an especially great touch. It's a small detail, but it makes this sequence a lot more memorable. Maximus then turns up and delays the ghoul for long enough so that Lucy and the Doctor can get away. But in the process, the ghoul damages Maximus's power armor, and he flies off totally out of control. Trust me, this didn't look any better in the show.
So now we know.
Okay,
Yeah, no kidding. Holy shit.
There's so much that you didn't fucking point out, like the stupid robotic leg thing that didn't even really do anything to stop the fucking bleeding.
Yeah, it actually exacerbated the problem. Like tenfold.
The fact that he doesn't have a jetpack, he's got some weird fucking Iron Man shit that never existed in any of the other previous fucking Fallout games. Or was established as something that they fucking made in the show. It's just, no, it's just a part of the fucking thing now.
Yep.
It's not just the fact that he is just analyzing things wrong. It's just the fact that he's skipping over so much.
Yeah, there's also Maximus punching the ghoul at point blank range and sending him through a set of stairs, which of course doesn't actually injure him at all. And this is after we saw him kick a rock through a building and throw cinder blocks a fucking mile away.
You see, ghouls have a super durability now, don't you know?
Which is really fucking annoying because it was the opposite in Fallout 1. They were more fragile.
Yep.
Or frail. That's the word I was looking for.
They can take bullets like no fucking problem.
No.
Oh yeah, and Frank pointed out what I was gonna say, where his foot getting caught in the floor.
Yeah. Completely inexcusable.
Know a bit more characters and what's going on in the story, let's talk a little bit about each character's individual journey. Oh my god.
Starting out, it feels like this show is going to mostly focus on Lucy's character changing. After all, the very first thing that happens when she leaves her vault is she meets Dr. Wilzig, who tells her that she will need to adapt. But
which she never does.
Yeah.
Once again, the closest you get is she helps the man who tried to sell her off to be harvested for organs. And her very next scene, she's distrustful and needs to be convinced to save the only person who has helped her in any way in the wasteland besides Wilzig, and is actively offering to help her now when she's dying of radiation sickness and will die without his help.
Yep. And then they go right back to her being a naive, oh, if we just put our hands up and walk across the bridge, we're all friendly. We're all friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, he even brings up the fact that, you know, there's like supposed to symbolize the change she makes in that part where she now is wearing a different outfit where, you know, she's wearing more like the white shirt and the armor pieces and stuff like that. And she looks a little bit more weathered now. And it's supposed to symbolize that she's changed. And then in the next scene, like after she deals with Maximus in the power armor, she's right back to wearing the vault suit again. Like nothing changed.
Yeah.
But she did change. She changed clothes. Then she changed back.
Yep.
will she the same things when she's become a different animal altogether? And this is a reference to the plot of Fallout 1. See, in that...
It's not a reference, you obnoxious fuck!
No, it's not!
Oh God, not everything is a reference, you dumb cunt!
And this is a reference to, fucking, oh, God damn it.
There's a reference
Killer
to Star
clowns
Wars
from outer
Episode
space!
7.
very to you players isn't allowed back into their vault, even though after leaving they saved literally the entire world. This is because our overseer thinks our new knowledge of the outside world would ruin the delicate balance of vault life.
I'm sorry. You're a hero, and you have to leave.
Fortunately though, our character takes this news very well.
It's a
That's
big
only if
So your
you have
character's
bloody
piece of
mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your character's also a piece of shit. Wow. But no, he's right. Because again, he's trying to. The overseer has to make a tough decision here. You are genuinely a hero. You deserve a hero's welcome, but he can't give it to you because he's afraid that all of the youth, all the youngsters, will want to go on adventures and they'll open the vault and they'll go out and get themselves killed, or they'll bring something back that'll destroy the vault.
Yeah.
And he's correct, by the way. But again, either regardless, if he was correct or incorrect, he has to make the tough call that he doesn't want all of the children in the vault to suddenly want to crack it open and go running around in the wasteland and getting themselves killed. Again, what a fantastic fucking ending scene, though. That entire speech is great. I can't... Okay, I know irregardless isn't actually a word, but fuck it. It's one of those colloquialisms that's stuck now, okay? But yeah, what a fantastic fucking scene. That entire ending speech is absolutely incredible. What a great way to cap off the entire game.
theme in, and we do see it in this show too. But I would argue that Lucy, while a very good character, has the least interesting growth of all the three major characters. Everyone's gonna fucking kill me for
None of them have any growth, though. The only growth that happens is Maximus getting fucking failing upwards, being promoted to knight because he didn't do anything. Getting power
none
armor.
of the characters actually change. Like, they're all still the exact same characters from the start of the show as they are at the end of the show. The only difference is, like you said, Maximus is in a different position in the Brotherhood, but ultimately he is the exact same fucking character.
And getting a rank in a faction isn't character growth. It's you being given a fucking promotion. You know, if you're working your job and you get a promotion to a different position, if you become manager or whatever, you don't suddenly become a different person. That's not character growth. You've got a different job than you had before.
Not true. Thaddeus grows a new foot.
I think the closest you can get to saying that there's been growth is with Lucy, but it's literally the last 2 minutes of the show where she shoots her ghoul mother and leaves with the ghoul as a teammate. And it's like, okay, there's some slight change there, but it's literally at the very end of the season. Literally moments before the entire season is over.
The most actual character growth we get is Thaddeus, who beats the shit out of Maximus in episode 1 and comes to regret that by episode 3 or 4. Episode 3.
When he makes a confession that originally he was the target. He was the target of all the bullying.
Yeah, and it has shit dialogue, but it's a significant change in his character.
Yeah. Well, I meant more the main characters, but yes, he does have the best growth out of all of the other characters.
Well, someone said, I guess I could see an argument for the ghoul because he goes from doing horrible shit to everyone to actually tolerating Lucy's existence.
I wouldn't call that character growth though, because being that he does have to interact with people in the wasteland if he wants to do his bounties, he's going to have to tolerate people at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's at least a different operating method than we see in any other interaction he's ever had. But yeah, I will be right back a second. I'm going to grab some food.
We're going to continue. Because I want to get this done.
Please do. I will avoid mini skits, I hope.
The first is remove Dr. Wilzig's head with a ripper. This is because the head is what Moldava actually wants, as it has some kind of blue tech thingy inside it. She then goes on some adventures where lots of really horrible things happen to her. She's turned into live bait, she watches the ghoul shoot and eat his friend, and she has to drink radioactive animal pee to stay alive.
But it isn't until the super duper mart in episode 4 where we see this stuff start to change Lucy's behavior. See,
Oh god, I really hope you're able to explain this because, man.
during the Gulper fight I mentioned earlier,
Lucy breaks the vials that the ghoul needs to inhale to stop him from losing his mind and going feral. So he trades her in at a nearby super duper mart for more vials. Here she meets a Mr. Handy voiced by Matt Berry, and he is so perfectly cast I had to put his voice in Fallout 4.
You and he were buddies, weren't you?
Father!
right before
Are we really going to ignore the fact that they completely retcon ghouls? Like, you're not going to bring that up at all? You're not gonna defend it? Nothing? You're
Oh, he has
over
nothing
it?
to say on any stuff like that. Like, he doesn't even mention Shady Sands getting nuked. He doesn't care at all.
Oh.
Bruh.
Fuck me.
My
Literally,
god, the cringe
that
is too
part-
much. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, literally that part where he mentions that Maximus gets his home blown up and shows the crater, that is the extent to which he talks about Shady Sands.
Jesus Christ.
Egg, don't talk shit about fucking Family Guy cutaways like that, alright? This is nothing compared to Family Guy cutaways. Family Guy cutaways are occasionally funny. Nothing in this video.
Once
Has
again,
been
his
funny.
preferred comedy is YouTube poops, so it's not a surprise he puts it in his videos. YouTube poops are funny, though. This is just, like, cringe screeching and, like, trying too hard to be random.
Yeah,
It's not even
it just comes
funny
off as
random.
cringe.
Yeah.
Not like repeating random bullshit that like the more you watch it, the funnier it gets.
Creating
Just one
YouTube poops
skit.
is a literal fucking art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
this, the ghoul cut off Lucy's finger, so the Mr. Handy attaches a new one onto her.
Hey.
A dead one, a fucking rotting one that should not fucking work.
How does no one see a fucking issue with that? These
I
jokes
don't get it.
These jokes make me want to eat some 12-gauge shells. Agreed.
Yeah. Like, it's not even a preserved finger. It wasn't being kept in, like, a jar with, like, med gel or anything like that to preserve it. It's literally, it was kept in a fucking drawer with a bunch of other rotting fingers. It shouldn't work.
It's literally discolored and rotting. It should
Yeah.
kill her.
I exist.
Welcome back to existing. Can I stop existing now?
After
No,
this
I'm
video.
sorry. That's too good for you.
No.
You did miss some cringe skits. But now we're to the part where he's like, oh, but, you know, she got her finger cut off. And now there's a Mr. Handy reattaching a new finger. Not even mentioning the fact that it's a fucking rotten, fucking necrotic finger that was just kept in a drawer and not preserved.
That'll absolutely give her sepsis.
Yep.
This is the part where he's trying to explain how she's changed as a character, and I think I know what he's going to attempt to do, but it just really doesn't work.
Nope.
Oh yeah, I know how that feels. Wait, where's my other finger gone? There it is!
He's literally doing the same fucking joke. But yeah, he's literally doing the same fucking joke again. Like, for fuck's sake.
I wonder how long this video would actually be if you cut out all the fucking unfunny brain rot skits.
Probably not even 20 minutes.
I'd say 14 minutes.
Yeah, I'd
God.
probably say around 14 minutes.
Oh no, it's made it under a box!
But the Mr. Handy then tries to cut out her organ. Fortunately though, Lucy manages to electrify him, inflicting some structural damage, and this causes
I feel like you're missing some key details here. What about the
Yeah.
fact that the tranquilizer lasted on her for like 5 minutes before she woke up, and it didn't restrain her legs and didn't trank her again before trying to cut into her? And she somehow managed to kick the saw blade in such a way that it didn't injure her at all, but it cut the restraint on one of her arms so perfectly that it allowed her to escape without injury. And then she was able to take it down with the fucking defibrillator.
Or bring up how stupid it is that he reattached a finger onto her only to next try to cut out her fucking organs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Causes them to become docile. Lucy then fills his non-lethal syringer weapon with poisonous Abraxo drain cleaner, and she uses this makeshift weapon to negotiate both her freedom and the freedom of the other prisoners. One of the prisoners, however, a lovely lady named Martha, turns feral and Lucy is forced to kill her.
And throughout this scene,
You're
Whoa,
again
whoa, whoa.
missing some key details here.
Yeah, after
Yep.
she intentionally let out all the other ferals.
She
when
wouldn't.
she was warned not to.
Yes. This doesn't strike me as a character that has undergone any kind of significant change. This strikes me as a character essentially being pushed to their limits and going outside of what they normally would, but then snapping back to what they were before. Because, that can happen with people where if you push them enough, they'll fucking snap. And then they might even regret what they did after the fact, but it's that doesn't necessarily change them as a person. It means they snapped this one time. You know?
Yeah.
we see it pretty differently to how we know her. For one, it's the first time that she chooses to use a deadly weapon, rather than her non-lethal syringer.
Well,
Okay.
except for that piece of glass where she slashed her fucking fake husband's face and
No, you
damn near killed him.
Yeah. It's actually shocking that he didn't die.
Yeah, it's very shocking that he didn't fucking die.
Gave him a Joker fucking smile or the fuck that was.
Bacon
His
face.
flesh is literally coming off. Like, you can literally see a chunk, falling off of his face.
I also just... This is the first time she uses a deadly weapon instead of the trank gun, except she doesn't actually use the deadly weapon on anyone. She threatens them with it, sure. She shoots the couch, yeah. But she's not actually using a deadly weapon against anyone.
Yeah.
I still feel like that's a significant difference.
You're killing a feral as well, which is very different from just killing a regular human being.
Yeah, and
I
even
wouldn't
then...
consider it the same thing as killing, she didn't kill a person. She killed a feral ghoul that was basically incapable
killed a
of...
zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also after the fact. When she's holding the two stoners up, the main point I'm trying to make is, yes, she has a deadly weapon, but she doesn't directly use it against them, which I think doesn't count. And the reference I'm going to make here is, Pagan and Setch will get this reference, but at the end of Season 1 of Doctor Who, the Doctor makes that weapon that's going to kill all the Daleks, but also, it's either kill half of Earth or all of Earth, I'm not sure which it is, and they're trying to push him, are you really going to do that? Are you a man or are you a coward or whatever? And then the Doctor, doesn't do it at the last second. He's coward every time. Because he knows, killing all those people is something he can't do. Having the power to fucking kill someone or kill many people is very different from actually using it.
Yeah.
As well as this, the first time that she's had to kill someone.
And so Lucy stumbles
Well,
out of the...
again, I wouldn't count that either because the fucking Raider husband guy, he should have been dead. When she walked away, there was no reason she didn't assume he was fucking dead.
Yeah.
She gutted him, and then she used a blender on his fucking face.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He just happened to have survived and came back later, and her father killed him. And it's like, he should have been fucking dead.
And again, she hasn't killed a person right here. Again, this is more like a wild animal that's trying to fucking kill her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not something that can be reasoned with.
Also, I like how he's going into this like, oh yeah, she's changing. It's she's growing. She's becoming less naive. And then literally all of this gets undone like 2 scenes later, where she goes right back to wearing her vault suit and goes right back to, oh, well, we can trust these guys. If we all just put our hands up and walk across the bridge, it'll all turn out fine.
They said
Yeah.
they didn't have
Yeah.
guns. I trust them.
And this is
Yeah.
why I say this isn't an actual character change. It's a fucking... She was pushed to the edge and snapped.
Yep.
With all the shit she's been through up to this point.
Because again, she also does the monumentally stupid thing of giving the ghoul juice right here.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't deserve it.
Yep.
Like, there's
It's
no
once
no
again-
rational person that would have then given him stuff. She should have fucking looted him and then moved on. That
Yep.
would have been an actual change to her character.
She should have found
Yeah,
a cinder block and crushed his head with it.
Yeah. But yeah, all it does is reinforce that she hasn't actually changed.
Yep.
Super covered in blood. Her vault suit half removed as a powerful metaphor that she has started to leave her vault life behind and is embracing a new one.
It's shocking that you said something
And-
that fucking brainless, considering she loses the shoulder pad in like an episode and a half. If
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
And
Yep.
she goes right back to being her same naive self. She literally didn't advance. Her character didn't change. Now maybe he'll bring up that and be
Except,
like,
you know-
or I'm just kidding. She's just the same way she was.
It
I
sounds
mean,
like
he does
you-
bring up the vault suit thing, but other than that, he doesn't really go that much into like how much they revert her back.
Mm.
Except, you know, in the next main scene where she's wearing it again. Wait a second! See, in the games, you start off in the vault suit and slowly get further and further away from it as you spend more time in the wastes.
Nice.
But here
That's only a choice. You don't have to. There's not this like
Yeah.
it's not a thing that forces you to happen. You can literally go with your same vault suit in all the games and go to the end.
Throughout
I think
the
even
entire
in,
game, yeah.
I can't think of one where you're specifically required to. Even in 2, I don't think you're required to. It just means you're going to be in combat instead of sneaking into the enclave.
Yeah. Also, I don't think that holds any weight as an argument in the first place as, oh, you slowly change from vault suit to other stuff that gets farther and farther away, when it's like, I mean, it's fucking clothing, dude. We're
Yeah.
not talking about a massive, like, transformation of character here. We're talking about,
She changed her underwear.
yeah.
Hooray!
Yeah. You're talking about symbolism that doesn't even really matter if the character doesn't actually change.
Yeah. If I go and change my clothes right now and sit back down at the computer, I'm the same person I was 5 minutes ago.
Yep.
Well,
I felt last major step.
I was gonna make that reference to. Let's hear that one guy who shit himself once he opened a lockbox and got a really valuable knife. That man's life will never be the same again. I just love how casual he's like, "Oh God, I shit myself," and he just stands up on stream and turns and walks out of the room. And you see that massive shit stain. It's like, oh my God, that man will never be the same again. That has changed his life forever.
Bruh. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day because people have asked me to do Team Fortress 2 unboxing streams, and I don't want to do that in the first place because it's kind of promoting, hey, pay money to open crates.
Yeah.
But also just the fact that I'm not going to do any of the reactions that people would want from unboxing streams. Like, all that screaming and freak out shit, like, I just, that's not me.
Yeah.
Anytime I've out in an unusual and Team Fortress 2, it's like, oh shit, that's cool, awesome.
Yeah,
I'm happy
exactly.
about this.
I think the most I'd be like, fuck yeah! You know, but I wouldn't be somebody that would, like, jump up and scream and, whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah, whoa, it's a knife, whoa! I wouldn't do shit like that.
Yeah.
I didn't even react to the first fucking unusual I got, which is the Pope hat with the ghosts around it. I didn't even fucking react to getting that.
That gamble at a casino was fucking boring.
First major step away from being a vault dweller, and then went back again. I mean, in Breaking Bad, after Walt shaved his hair off, he didn't just grow it back in the next scene.
I am the one who grows hair.
I know, of course.
Jesus, what a painfully unfunny joke. Jesus.
Yeah.
You literally
not-
could have just left it at the fucking next scene, just me and Malcolm in the middle, and it would have been funny by itself, and then you fucking ruined it.
Yep.
It's... I'm not even sure it qualifies as a joke. Because a joke you would have to, like...
It's more of just a reference and just changing the words around instead of I am the one who knocks, I am the one who
Grows hair.
Yeah. It's like, where's the comedy bit? Is it that he's bald and has hair? That's okay. I don't see how that's a joke. This is like the lowest form of humor I've ever seen. Can he be the one that shuts the fuck up instead? I would like that very much. If the next 20 minutes of this video is just pure silence, that would be wonderful.
Course that they took from the Super Duper Ma is supposed to symbolize these new changes in her, so it's fine. I just felt like this look was a bit more impactful, given the absolute nightmare she's been through. Lucy then teams up with Maximus, and they go off together searching for the head.
Well, okay. He said he's gonna do each character individually. I believe he said that.
I was gonna say don't get mad at him just yet because he's probably gonna talk about Maximus separately.
Yeah, and talk about the whole completely fucked situation with the why he's out of his power armor and everything. Okay.
Which is character Thaddeus.
I haven't mentioned Thaddeus much yet, but he's basically a Brotherhood squire that was sent out to help Maximus. But when Thaddeus found out that Maximus let Titus die, he escaped from Maximus with the head.
But before he got away, Maximus crushed his foot. More on that later. While out looking for Thaddeus, Maximus...
Okay.
Okay, I hope you actually bring up how fucked that entire situation is.
Yeah,
there's a reason why, Chadius has become such a meme.
Yeah, because at this point, I would consider that description to be a incredible misrepresentation of what actually happened.
Yes. So I hope you're going to actually mention how fucked that is when we get to Maximus's part.
Maximus and Lucy bump into another couple across from them on a bridge. Lucy eventually convinces everyone to hold up their arms as an act of non-hostility as they cross each other, and this scene is so good.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. So
It
for
literally-
one, it goes against the very thing you were just saying that you were trying to praise the show for, of how, it's changed her. She's starting to become more of a wastelander and less of a naive vault dweller. And then here it is, completely fucking undoing all of that, completely just shattering that entire thing you just went through. And
Yep.
also the fact that it's just fucking stupid and really awkward of a scene.
Yep. It's so fucking awful.
Do you have weapons? Nope, I don't believe you. Shoot him.
There's also, like, numerous ways they could have handled the situation without the dumb, gay little, let's put our hands up and walk across at the same time. They could have retreated
they're in
and
no
let the other
rush.
people cross. They could have, looked for a different way to cross. Like, it's a river. There's going to be more than one bridge. And
Or even better, just have Maximus keep his fucking gun out and just have him say, if any of you fucking make a wrong move, I'm just gonna shoot you.
well,
Yeah.
that brings up my next point. If Maximus is so good of a shot that he can kill, like, he can quick shot both of them, taking Lucy's gun from her holster, and quick shot kill both of them, with them only getting a single shot off on Maximus, how is he not able to hit the ghoul in episode 2 when he was, like, not quite point blank range, but it was similar distance to these two when he shot his gun numerous times at the ghoul?
How could he not deal with the Alguai either? I don't think he fired a single shot at the Alguai.
He fired one. He one-tapped it.
Ugh.
Feeling the random encounter you'd get in one of the games.
Oh, shut the
No,
fuck
it does
up!
not. No,
not
it does
even
not. It's not
comparable.
even remotely.
Oh, look, there's a bridge, so it's shut the fuck up. Actually, shut the fuck up.
God, this is so fucking shit. Everything's a reference, guys. Everything. This vague shit of a bridge. Oh, there was a bridge in fucking Fallout 2. It's the same, guys.
Not even the same. You have to fucking answer 3 questions from the guy, and it's a fucking Monty Python reference.
Bridges didn't exist until Fallout 2, okay? They were a new invention. Humanity never built a single bridge before Fallout 2. Therefore, there being a bridge in the Fallout show is clearly a reference to this bridge here in Fallout 2.
I went over the Golden State Bridge. This is clearly a reference to the Fallout show.
Lucy's out, however, as the couple still try to kill them, but Maximus gets them first.
And this is it for Lucy. She finally learns from the 3 separate times where kindness and understanding has almost got her killed, that using kindness and understanding is probably gonna get her killed.
Okay. Do you not understand how this sequence of events went? You said already that she changed. And now she reverted immediately right back to what she was. And now you're saying, oh, but she's changed this time now, for real.
Yeah, even though nothing later even reinforces this idea because she's never forced to make a hard decision again or like to actually trust anyone other than like the vault dwellers, of which she's mildly suspicious of, but then that ends up working itself out anyway, so it didn't even matter.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, no, there's nothing to reinforce this idea. You are literally pulling this shit out of your fucking ass.
In regards to the Vault Dwellers, I feel like what he's going to do is look how suspicious she is of them, but like the entire situation is presented to be like unnecessarily suspicious. They're just arbitrarily being vague and sketchy for no reason. That's only going to make people suspicious of them.
Yep.
That's not her growing as a character. That's just shit writing.
Yep.
God, actually, I remember what he does with this section, and it's actually really annoying because it's basically just him once again. Like, he goes into what happens with the vault, but he also, like, skips over a lot of stuff just so he doesn't have to, like, contradict himself.
God. Of course.
He basically
Like-
treats it as, like, you know, like, yeah, this section is bad. I don't like this part. But if we just skip it and go to the rest of the show, nothing I just said will be contradicted. So we're just going to skip it.
Yeah, I
Go ahead.
just can't fucking trust people like this. Like, I'm just going to ignore all the inconvenient things. Okay, well, you're being dishonest. That's all there is to it.
Just
Yeah.
ignore the bad. Pretend it's what you wanted.
Yeah, it's very deceptive editing and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, you are skipping over so much stuff. There is so many problems that you just didn't even bother to fucking reference at all. Like the fight, you know, in Philly, he barely even mentions it outside of, oh, the gun is really cool. I like the close-up shots of the bullets. And that's it. That's all he had to say about the fight in Philly. And it's like, dude, that is a major fucking, like, skipping of events. There's a lot that goes on there that gets revealed. Like basically the fact that the ghoul is immortal and like can't take any damage. Like you have nothing to say about that. You have nothing to say about the fact that he gets shot multiple times and it does nothing, and the fact that he gets punched through a fucking wooden staircase by a power armor suit that should have easily been able to have crushed his entire body, and it does nothing. You have nothing to say about any of that, really.
Just ignore the bad stuff.
I mean, that's literally what he's doing. He's only criticizing stuff that isn't actually that big of a deal. And even when it is, he doesn't treat it that way. He treats it as if it's like some minor little thing that, oh, they made a tiny little mistake, but they correct it like a second or two later, I swear, even though they don't. But he treats it like they do. He's deceptively trying to make it seem like the show is doing a better job than it actually is.
Yeah.
So when Maximus are later captured and held prisoner by the very sketchy dwellers of Vault 4, she immediately uses kindness and understanding on everyone she meets.
Also, since we're at Vault...
So completely contradicting everything you just fucking said, meaning you're an idiot.
Yeah, and also stepping over the part where she just says, "You want to have sex?" Just out of nowhere, for, like, no reason. It's completely, like, what?
Maybe it'll get brought up in the fucking Maximus section.
This kind of video making is so fucking obnoxious. She totally changed, guys, but not really. But then she did for realsies, but not really. It's like, just make something fucking coherent. You could say that, oh yeah, she's an inconsistent character because the show keeps trying to show that she's changed, while not actually showing her having changed. Rather than this, she did change, but she didn't change, but she did change, but she didn't change. It's really good writing, guys, trust me.
How are you praising it, but you keep going back and forth, and then you also make jokes that it's not good, but then you continue to praise it? It's like, at what point do you just say, like, okay, look, it's not fucking good. Like, make some sort of excuse for why you're fucking talking about it.
Yeah, why is it so hard to just criticize the thing as a whole? It's like, yeah, they didn't do this very well. Oh, but here is something I think that they did do really well, and try to explain why you think that thing is good instead, but then also still keep the criticism of the other thing. But no, he just can't do that. He'll call it out as existing, but then he won't actually accept it as a criticism. He won't actually say, like, oh, they fucked it up.
Is it really that hard for you to make a point and then say, like, I would really like it if it was like this, however they fuck up with this, and in my opinion, you may agree or disagree with it, so and so. No, they don't, but they never want to fucking do that. It's just a matter of, hey, this is what happens, and guess what? They do it great, and then they show how it's not fucking great, and then they ignore it, but they pretend that it is.
Yeah. Pagan, he's trying to be a fence sitter. Yeah, he is. And this is why I don't like fence sitters and centrists, because they can't have an actual opinion on anything. They just have to walk the line to try and please both sides in a way without actually going to like either one side or the other. So they never end up actually making a point or doing anything.
Boogie moment.
And it's a problem. It's like sometimes you need to just suck it up and accept that it's like, yeah, no, it's just bad. Like, this is a problem and I need to talk about it. But no, because he's such a fence sitter, he has to be like, oh, but actually it's really good, guys, I swear. Yeah, there's this part that's actually a problem, which, you know, the fact that I'm even bringing that up shows that I'm actually very critical of the show. But I'm also going to continue praising it so that the people who like it don't think that I just, you know, dislike it, because that would be bad.
When Oxhorn can get off his fat ass and complain about this fucking TV show and other people can't, you know that the fucking world's gone upside down.
Yeah, you know something's fucking wrong.
What a wild timeline where Oxhorn was the obnoxious shill and TKS Mantis was one of the ones who called him out. And now they've basically, like, not completely reversed positions, but Mantis says the show is great and Oxhorn is the one criticizing the show. At least a little bit.
Oxhorn has improved while TKS Mantis has fucking gone off the deep end.
I mean, he really has. TKS Mantis has fucking absolutely lost his mind.
Fallout community hit the change teams. Teams have been rebalanced. It's
Yeah,
that
James,
fucking.
we understand. Yeah, James, we know that Oxhorn defended the show, but he still called out the show for many of its fucking flaws. He didn't just outright praise the thing. Like, he's still wrong in a lot of his praises. He's misinformed, but he's still criticizing it. That's the point.
Yeah.
His criticisms felt more genuine. I'll say that. I'll say that he's still a shill, but his criticisms of the show felt a lot more genuine than this dude's.
Yeah.
Vault 4. Discuss it briefly. It's terrible.
Part 4, Maximus.
All right. So Lucy and Maximus fall into Vault 4, and while being kept there, they find both original Vault dwellers and people from the surface living there together.
However, the show implies that there's more to it than this. For example, while being kept under medical observation, Lucy nonchalantly asks Maximus, "Wanna have sex?" You know, while horribly injured and in full view of Vault 4. And so this appears to be easily the worst written scene in the show. Fortunately, the camera
Unfortunately, the rest of the show exists. Particularly the final episode.
pans up and reveals that Lucy and Maximus are actually now test subjects.
Whew, and I was getting worried. Clearly, though, Lucy and Maximus must be inhaling some kind of weird hormones or something. Speaking of, this gas is getting really thick.
Shortly after this, we learn that a lot of the dwellers here are mutants, and this causes Lucy to get suspicious of Vault 4 and investigate its secret area.
That's not what makes her suspicious. What makes her suspicious is, by the way, don't go to the forbidden level 12. We can't talk about this. Shut up, you stupid woman. Get out of my office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goosey. That's what it says here.
Also, we're gonna talk about that mutations like this have never been a thing in the Fallout series. It's just popping out of their ass.
Yeah.
It's just
I
very
don't know how the fuck.
superficial mutations because they didn't want to put effort into making anything actually look like a mutant. So here's a guy with a nose on his forehead. Here's a guy with an ear on his forehead. Here's a guy
Here's
with
a
one
guy
eye.
with glowing eyes.
What was with the girl? Yeah, what was with the girl with the glowing eyes? That one just fucking confused.
Too
the
much
shit out of me.
spice.
They literally...
Yeah, I was literally about to make the fucking joke that she's a Fremen.
She's gonna join and create the Kwisatz Haderach.
Lisa Del Gaib!
I am the first of the Bene Gesserit.
She finds signs that the dwellers of the vault are being experimented on, but she gets caught and put on trial. While being sentenced, the true secret of the vault is revealed, which is that originally Vault 4 was used to perform experiments on humans. But one day,
it's actually not during the trial. It's before the trial.
Yeah.
Because they revealed that, like, oh no, you're wrong, you're mistaken. You see, it's actually this. So we understand that you made a mistake. Okay, now we're gonna try you, and we're gonna frame it as if you're being executed. Like, what the fuck? Why did you even go through the effort to like correct her? Especially when they seem to be treating it as like, okay, we could see kind of where your thought process was, you know, and it's like, oh, but you're wrong, you know. It's like we're actually not bad, so. You know, it's like we're just going to correct you, but then they immediately follow that up with, but now we're going to execute you. At least that's how they frame it, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this shit, man? I fucking hate this part of the show. Like, all of it's bad, but this one especially. Vault 4 was especially painful to sit through.
Yeah, everything prior to Vault 4 was bad, but Vault 4 is a very unique kind of awful, where just everything is stupid and obnoxious and poorly handled. It really stands out as one of the worst parts of the show, and it probably would be the worst part if it wasn't for the final episode retconning half the series and doing like immense damage to everything else.
Subjects free and are now running the vault in peace. Wait, what? What was that sign and all that awkward dialogue about then? You're telling
To misdirect you.
Yes. Again, it was clear that the test subjects, that's an old sign from when the Vault Dwellers were literally test subjects. Holy shit.
I hate Vault 4 more than the final episode. Completely reasonable. If you take away the destruction of the lore from the final episode, then Vault 4 is absolutely the worst part of the show. Like,
Yeah.
easily the worst part of the show. The reason the
I would
final
say
episode is...
I was just gonna say, I feel Vault 4 is the worst part of the show, but like in what's the word I'm thinking of? Contained, well, like actually contained in the show without considering anything outside of it. It is the worst. But if you actually consider what the last episode does outside of the show to the rest of the series, to the canon, then that one becomes the worst simply through implication.
Yeah.
Telling me last time that Vault 4's great mystery...
Oh my god, he said in the comments, and I didn't realize it until, we paused on this frame. Master Ficus in chat, a sign they showed in the pre-war commercials, Vault Tech is beyond incompetent. I didn't notice that before. Bruh. What the fuck?
Wow, that's incredible.
It's in the fucking commercial, the in-universe commercial for the Vault. Oh yes, this is where we keep our test subjects. What the fuck?
Oh my god. Yeah, that's completely fucked. That would heavily give away what they're doing with the vaults and would probably make a lot of people extremely suspicious. They absolutely would have been questioned about that.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
reveal episode was in fact just really badly written. The CGI effect for the Overseer's eye was also just awful. Awful. Awful!
Okay, brace yourselves,
But
everybody.
before we move on, things are taking a little bit of a turn. But hey, I've still got my hair.
We rejoin Maximus.
Nah.
Jesus fucking Christ, this is making it so much harder to get through this shit fucking video. He's at least right there. I knew the show was going to be dog shit the second I saw Cyclops Overseer. It looked awful.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
a broken clock is right twice a day, so I guess he got something right.
Also, that fucking horrible trailer thing where he's like, I got a moldy one. It's like, why?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us knew it was going to be bad the moment we got the description from that article of that it was going to be a wacky, gonzo, crazy adventure. Like, the moment we heard that, we were like, it's fucked. It's dead in the water already.
Yep.
Pain.
After Ghoul, and he's trying to fix his power armor. He leaves it unattended because he has an intelligence of minus fucking 12, and returns to find scavengers trying to take it. But now, for the first time in the show, Maximus chooses to be brave in order to take power armor for himself. I can't show you the actual fight in motion without getting sued, of course, but I think with the power of Fallout 4 and my excellent modding skills, I can give you a near perfect recreation. Yeah!
I can't tell you how much I want to stop.
It's so fucking cringe. Ugh.
Yeah. Also, I am shocked that when Maximus attacks these scavengers, they didn't just fucking kill him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, that is shocking. That is a shocking level of restraint.
Also, it's a weird thing to choose bravery. Why are you choosing the term brave? Wasn't it pretty brave that he went into the fucking cave with a Yao Guai?
Yes.
He's choosing it
isn't
now
really-
because there was this whole thing earlier. Oh, he was like the rest of the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood are cowards, and he was too. So it's going to be him justifying the change in Maximus's character. Oh, look, he's brave now, so that's character development.
But it's funny that he picks this, because we're going to get to where he proves that he's fucking evil with Thaddeus.
Yep.
For real though, Maximus even uses a toilet seat in this fight, showing us that he's letting go of the cowardice he had.
Oh, okay, again, you
How
cut
the
out
fuck
part-
does that show that, you dumb fuck?
And he also left out the part where Maximus got his ass fucking beat before this, and then they left him alive so that he could then go get the toilet seat and the fucking tire iron.
Yes.
Yeah.
How the fuck does using a toilet seat represent he's not being a fucking coward anymore, or whatever it is this dumb fuck said?
Because he beat the toilet, and now the toilet's gonna beat them.
I mean, that's basically what he says.
No! You're kidding.
It's
was-
pretty close.
Smart ass. God damn it.
Had in his fight that also involved a toilet and growing as a character. Symbolism!
That's not symbolism, you dumb fuck. That's you reaching to try and
That's
fucking...
extreme reaching.
You see, from the first episode, we see that the show shows shit, and then by whatever fucking episode this is, it also shows that it's shit. There's the symbolism.
I mean, it literally doesn't mean anything. It's literally just a callback to the fact that, yeah, he got into a fight with a fucking toilet seat in the start of the show, and now he's using one as a fucking weapon. That is literally the extent of it. That is the extent of it. There's nothing more to it than that.
One of the most
He didn't even
stupid
get in a
things...
fight. He just had a fucking tard rage.
One of the most stupid things you could choose as a weapon, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be lying around.
Maximus's time in the Wasteland is all about changing how he views bravery and power. And the time he's
Literally no! What the fuck are you
It's
talking
not.
about?
It's
What
literally
show
not.
did you watch?
It has nothing to do with bravery at all. Like, there might be a tiny argument to be made about power to a degree with, with how fucking shitty he is. But bravery, no. That's not an element of his character at all. It never was.
His whole entire character throughout the show is him being a fucking piece of shit. Like... Okay, we're gonna have to go through all this very quickly. He's jealous of his friend getting promoted, and he throws a fucking temper tantrum shit fit at a toilet. He says that he wanted his friend to get injured. And is that so wrong? Yes, it fucking is, you stupid piece of shit. He then undeservingly gets a promotion to her position because she's out of order now, even though they would have stim packs to heal her, and apparently they just don't do that. He lets his knight die, which is actually probably the only thing that's kind of justified because that knight is threatening to kill him. But he also, took forever to actually take a shot at the bear when he raised his gun numerous times. And as the show tells us, he's a crack shot with the fucking situation on the bridge. And the fact that when he does finally shoot the bear, he one-taps it. At least he's a crack shot until the fight in the city where he misses to ghoul point-blank range. Now that he has the power armor, he fucks around with it for a bit because he's happy to have, I guess, power. So there's your power, you fucking retard. But the first thing he actually does with it is let a chicken fucker get away and actually fucking harm the innocent person who's trying to fucking protect his chickens from the degenerate. And, he doesn't learn anything from this interaction. He goes on to go to the town of Philly, he fights the ghoul, and manages to not kill him somehow. They manage to not kill each other somehow, despite Maximus having power armor, and punching this guy through a set of stairs, and knocking him down to the ground and not fucking stomping his head. And the ghoul knows about the power armor weakness, which, fuck you. After that, he connects up with Thaddeus. He treats him like shit immediately. He's like, about to kill him by raising his hand over his head. It looks like he's going to kill him, and the moment he realizes he can abuse this guy, he smiles like a smug cunt and immediately starts abusing Thaddeus until Thaddeus says, yeah, it sucks that Maximus died. I feel bad for him. That's unfortunate. Which leads to the one good thing Maximus does in the entire show of his own volition, saving Maximus, which seems like it's only done because because Thaddeus expressed regret. He then tells Thaddeus that, Titus died, and he does so in the creepiest way possible that makes it sound like he killed Titus. And rather than explaining clearly to Thaddeus what happened, he goes Tard Rage mode and tries to kill him and steps on his foot. And then finally we get to the vault section where he Tard Rages on them without learning the details of a situation again. And then he has to be convinced to return the fusion core to the vault so the people in the vault can continue living instead of fucking dying out. He has to be convinced to give it back. Maximus's entire character throughout the entire fucking show is him being a stupid fucking violent idiot with no fucking redemption in sight.
Yeah, no, you cannot redeem him, especially after that fucking tunnel scene. It's his character was dead after that. There was nothing left to do other than to solidify that yes, he is the villain of the fucking show. He is a bad guy.
Yeah.
There's no redemption. There's nothing about him fucking becoming brave, or the one thing about getting power is literally getting the power armor. But there's not a hint of, his character arc is about him becoming brave. No!
No. I wouldn't even consider what he does for Lucy at the fucking scrapyard when the Brotherhood's coming for him as like a self-sacrifice, because he takes a fake head and he thinks in his mind he's going to be able to trick the Brotherhood and make them think that this is the head for at least long enough for him to escape. And obviously that doesn't fucking work because that's the stupidest plan ever. But I don't think he actually thought he was going to be like sacrificing himself by doing that. I think he genuinely believed he could trick them and get away.
It is so fucking frustrating when... Oh god. I hate to even reference this phrase, but like the term media literacy is going around as like this big trump card to people's criticism of, you didn't have the retarded commie take on this thing. Everything is actually anti-capitalist. If you don't believe that, then you have no media literacy. But this is actually a case of someone not fucking understanding the basic shit that's in front of them on screen. This is an actual case of media literacy. Or a lack of it, I should say. He's just inventing shit that isn't there and saying, oh yes, this is totally in the show.
What if this is just a condensed version of H-Bomber Guy's video that he's going to do on this that Up Is Not Jump just made so that he'd have a video out for his channel?
Wasn't there a guy who was complaining about media literacy that then showed that he was fucking stupid? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a video that EFAP covered of that fucking ant-retard on Twitter. He's like one of the most disingenuous cunts you'll ever see, who purposely misrepresents like everything.
Yeah.
Imagine if the BOS had body cams.
What's so funny about the whole media literacy thing is that it got brought up by people like to own the chuds, right? No, they just don't have any media literacy, and yet everyone that ever brought it up before like had no idea what they were fucking talking about.
Well, see, it is kind of like an actual thing of being able to understand what's in a piece of entertainment media, movie, book, shows, whatever, where it's like, yeah, being able to understand what's on screen is, like, legitimately a real thing. The problem is you had, like, these bread tubers and these fucking leftist retards who, like everything else they fucking do, they took it and changed it to essentially mean, like, if you don't have the retarded commie take on every piece of media, then you have no media literacy. Literally every piece of media is anti-capitalist, pro-communism, and if you don't think so, then you have no media literacy.
Yeah. Basically, they co-opted something
like they always do.
Yeah, that actually exists and could actually have some merit behind it, and they twisted it and changed it into something else and basically turned it into a fucking buzzword.
Yeah, that's my point. More what Pagan is talking about. It was a real thing, and the people that brought it up didn't have it.
Yeah.
That's like the people who are like, well, Starship Troopers is about fascism. Even the director said so. If you don't agree, you're just not media literate, I guess. It's like, no, the director, Paul Verhoeven, has no idea what fascism is. Starship Troopers is not about fascism in any way whatsoever.
Yep, exactly. And speaking of, that retarded Helldivers meme Twitter posted a meme again the other day of the humans going, wait, were we the baddies the whole time? And they said in their tweet, we're not asking anymore. It's like, no, the humans are the good guys because the bad guys are the robots and bugs that want to wipe out humanity.
Yeah. It doesn't make... I guess the way I would put it is that in Helldivers, humanity isn't good or noble, but it's who we are. We're the ones that are trying to survive against two genocidal fucking races of, like, horror.
Yeah. The humans are not the bad guys. They're trying to survive.
Stop them from doing the same.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that it's not that, yeah, Super Earth is a terrible dictatorial governance. Absolutely. But, again, we're the victims in this. We're asshole victims in it, but we are the victims in it.
Yeah.
Castle doctrine, bitch.
Cree, once you see what the heat map of empathy on people looks like, you'll understand why people stupid enough to say humans are the baddies. Oh yeah, I've seen that heat map of, there's two of them. There's the heat map of empathy towards, different groups of people for, there's two of them. One for people who generally lean right, and people who generally lean left. Not to make it a political thing, that's just how it is. And, yeah, there's a reason why one side favors, family and the other side favors illegal refugees.
The right to kill children.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. It was the like, it was like one of the empathy maps of who do you have more empathy for? Your neighbors, your family, your friends, or foreigners.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah. And this is what I'm talking about, though, is the other example, the other extreme of it was that it was like foreign empathy was through the fucking roof when it came to the left, and then they had almost no empathy for friends and family and like colleagues and coworkers and shit. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
There's also that thing that, you know, the whole IQ thing where they found that the majority of the left have far lower IQs.
The funniest one was the brain damage one. That was the funniest one.
Yeah. Oh, there's also that really funny
meme.
meme.
People more liberal by giving them brain damage. It's like, oh my god.
Yep, I remember that. And there's also that really funny Reddit meme of Redditors posting their fucking brain scans, and they all have like entire sections of their brain that just don't work or are just straight up gone. And it's like, that explains a lot.
Yeah, dude, that was the wildest ones. Everyone's were like, a dude's missing like 30% of his fucking brain. I'm like, holy shit.
Yep.
Reminds me of the story of a lady who had to get half of her brain just completely cut off, but she was able to still live her life really well, and she actually became a speech therapist.
If you've seen some of those brain scam ones, though, they're just like, oh my god, how are you, like, alive? Like, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, a Redditor with 70% of his brain, that's gotta be a record high.
Yeah. That doesn't mean 70% is functional, it's just that he actually had 70% on the scan.
It can work. It's possible.
Yeah.
He just doesn't know how to use it.
It exists, it doesn't mean it's usable. but then they literally have like a 30% of it is a black hole that's missing. It's fucking wild.
I need to grab the super chat. There's also one I missed earlier. It's a good thing I checked the fan funding tab. $5 from Daliocon, thank you. God, this motherfucker is literally the personification of modern Family Guy. This is so freaking painful as fuck. Agreed.
Yeah.
$10 from Troy Powers. Thank you. Hey man, I'm running low on milk. Can a goat boy provide for a homie? No. Silence, degenerate.
You need a fucking spray bottle for chat.
You see that meme of when they were watching the fucking Nightmare on Elm Street movies and they were trying to rank them, and because the Rags internet was such fucking shit, they had to mute him because he kept interrupting people because he was so far behind. So they cut to Wolf just like taping his mouth and giving him a head pat. So you have to do for your chat sometimes.
I haven't actually gotten a chance to watch those yet because I've been struggling with this fucking video I'm making.
They're great. I love watching them.
Speaking of the spray bottle, though, that reminds me of what I mentioned earlier where Buff Pup has a spray bottle. I just imagine, like, the chat bot La Creatura and it gets spray bottled instead.
Yeah, this is my favorite one to use. Just because it's so good.
Oh, hold on.
Gotcha.
The degenerates pay your bills, Cree. Why not help a homie out with some milk? No.
I need a hua.
He spends the biggest impact on these things. While in Vault 4, for example, Maximus steals their fusion core to power his armor. But as he and Lucy leave the vault, she convinces him to return it, as the dwellers will die without it.
And here, Maximus finally learns to do something brave, even when it doesn't directly benefit him.
How does he learn?
That's great.
He has to be convinced to do it. It's not...
It's also not bravery.
Bravery is about doing something of your own volition. It's not, oh, these people will die if you don't give them back the power source you stole, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I'd argue that a big emphasis of what bravery is doing something that you're afraid to do.
Yeah.
What's he afraid of doing? I'm afraid if I give it back, they'll live.
Well, you could argue that he wants the power armor because it gives him power over everyone else around him. We've seen him abuse this power many times to throw people around and fuck with them. And try to murder them. But even then, I wouldn't consider it bravery that he has to be You know what? I'm gonna pull out a reference. I listened to the audiobooks for the Jurassic Park books by Michael Crichton that the movies are based off of. Remember how in the movie there's that scumbag lawyer guy and he runs to the toilet and ends up getting eaten by the T-Rex? He barely has a role in the movie. In the books,
you gotta go.
In the books, there's numerous times, like, he has a completely different arc where, like, oh hey, we need volunteers to do this really dangerous thing, and he's every single time very hesitant about it. And every single time where it's necessary to save people's lives, he'll eventually step up to the call to action and go and do something dangerous that could get him killed in service of trying to save everyone. That is bravery. Literally, the one time he actually refuses is the time where it's not fully necessary, and that's to investigate the raptor nests at the end, after they're safe. And his reasoning is pretty justified at that point of like, yeah, we're done. This isn't necessary.
Yeah.
But every other time where it is necessary to saving people, he steps up every fucking time. Despite his, like, very obvious hesitation. That is bravery. Maximus having to be convinced to give it back and not use his power armor anymore isn't bravery, because he's essentially being forced to by the fucking woman he wants to fuck.
Yep.
Yeah. It's literally just her basically going, I won't make your penis explode if you don't give it back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gennaro, the Giga Chad. Yeah. The movie did Mr. Gennaro dirty. Yeah.
Well, it did a lot of people dirty. Like, it even did Muldoon dirty as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring up, they fucking killed Muldoon.
Yeah. And also let Hammond live, which was weird.
Well, they also completely changed Hammond's character to be, like, a happy, innocent person who actually does care about his family and everything. Where in the book, he fucking hated the grandchildren.
Fucking grandkids, get off my lawn, you stupid fucking spoiled brats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also died in a horrific way, too. Holy shit.
the compies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, Muldoon fucking, they brought it back in the Jurassic World, but Muldoon fucking wasn't fucking around with the Velociraptors. He's like, they're the biggest threat on this fucking island. You don't understand. So he pulls out a fucking bazooka. He's like, no, you don't understand. Fuck them.
Yeah, the character of Muldoon in the books is really good. He's good in the movie, too. It's just, they should not have fucking killed him off.
Yeah, injure him severely, but have him survive. That would have been genuinely interesting.
Because of the character changes from the book to the movie, I would even argue in favor of adding in a couple of red shirts, just for the sake of having some people die still. But you still save characters like Muldoon, because he's, like, that good.
Have other potential investors come in. Like, again, you didn't just need to be these guys that are paleontologists and everything.
Yeah.
And archaeologists. You didn't just need them. Bring in some actual, like, big-name investors. Have them get killed.
They had to wharf him to show the danger of the velociraptors.
I think the biggest mistake that the original movie made was not killing Dr.
Yes.
Shit, what's his name? Dr. Yu, is that what? Shit, what was his name? The
Dr.
guy who made the raptors.
Dr. Asian name. Because they kept bringing him back to keep making more dinosaurs, even in fucking Dominion.
Yep, that they should have fucking killed him in the first movie so that they couldn't use him as like a plot MacGuffin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone in chat said
Wu,
Dr. Wu. See, I was correct. Dr. Asian name.
No, fuck you. What'd you say, man? No, my name fuck you. What was that? Her name fuck me.
Who are you?
Twins,
I'm
Basil.
You. No, not
Twins.
me. You. Yes, I am you.
Yeah. Yep.
Good idea.
And the one thing that truly matters to him, power.
Then later on in the show, he chooses to give Lucy the head so that she can save her dad, even though he will likely be killed by the Brotherhood for returning without it. No,
he gets a fake
but
head
he thought
because
he could trick them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that he returned without it. He could have legitimately said, like, dude, it fucking got destroyed or some shit. He goes, I tried. You don't understand. It's fucking dangerous out here. Maybe you do understand. It's dangerous out here. That shit got destroyed. I'm sorry.
It's elite dangerous out here.
But you also sent me with a literal fucking incompetent knight. I hate to break it to you. Titus was an asshole.
He was a psychopath who literally said if I helped heal him, he'd kill me, and if I didn't help heal him, he'd kill me.
Yeah.
And who literally went off mission, and I'm sure we could talk to the pilots, and they will tell you, he went off mission because he was bored.
Yeah.
Okay? Again, it's the fact that he brought another head and tried to be a deceitful, manipulative little bastard.
Yeah.
That's what, so they're like, okay, no, you're getting executed.
Because if he was going back, like, knowing he'd probably die, then he wouldn't even bother with the fucking fake head. Also, just quickly, from Thief in chat, he only gave Lucy the head because he wants head back from her later. Yeah, literally he gave the head to her because he wants to get into both of her vaults.
Yep.
Everything he does is for a selfish reason.
Yes.
He never actually makes like a self-sacrificing decision because he always has some underlying motive or way of going about it that completely ruins it. Like we just mentioned with the trying to deceive the Brotherhood with a fake head instead of just going back there and saying, I couldn't get it.
Yeah, I
You know,
apologize.
it'd be
that I
one thing.
failed.
It'd be more brave for him to show up without a head at all and just saying like, yeah, I fucked up. I failed the mission.
Yeah.
Instead of coming back and being like, no, I did it. See, guys, I totally finished the mission. Here's the fake head. Hopefully I can get the fuck out of here before they realize.
Mm-hmm. Again, he could have even mentioned, like, to continue the mission, because Titus went off mission, I even took his power armor and tried to carry on, and shit went fucking sideways.
Yeah, and he could even explain, if I did betray you, why would I even come back to you?
Yeah.
Why would I walk back into the lion's den to get myself killed when I could have just left and you'd never be able to find me?
Yeah. Granted, this only works if he didn't do what he did to Thaddeus. If something else would have happened.
Yeah.
But holy fuck.
Yeah. God, it's so annoying too, because it's like, yeah, if he didn't fucking do what he did to Thaddeus, because they were already building a rapport, he would have had someone who is also a part of the Brotherhood to back him up and be like, yeah, no, I was there. He actually did try to continue the mission. We had the fucking head. We were so goddamn close. He would have someone there who wouldn't really have a reason to lie to the Brotherhood, defending him and being like, yeah, we did try. He did continue the mission. We had the fucking head, but we lost it to some crazy overpowered fucking ghoul bastard or something, just something.
Yeah.
And
a ghoul that literally could not die. We put so many shots into that fucker, we thought he was be Swiss cheese. No, he just kept walking.
Yeah.
But Maximus, we know you're retarded. You don't even know what a circuit is. Of course you'd walk back into your execution.
I mean, great. But a name says the pilots will probably lie because they hate Max for some reason. No, well, we don't see the pilots ever hating on Maximus.
Well, everyone seems to hate Maximus for some reason, so... Yeah.
Even though it's
fair.
never explained why. They just do.
Yeah, here's the other part to his other comment, and I agree with it. He actually explained the situation to Lucy perfectly. That's the most frustrating and annoying part.
Yep.
And he did it in a shorter time period than the fucking awkward-ass, weird, we need to get our story straight thing he tried with Thaddeus. Like, what the fuck? It's like his brain only works when the blood has engorged his penis.
It's like his brain only works when the script says it can.
Yeah.
Only Maximus makes exactly the kind of difficult moral decisions we have to make in the games. These actions are likely the first time in his life that Maximus has actually lived up to the heroic standards he views the Brotherhood of having.
I mean, you're just wrong about all this. We've already gone through, like, in excessive detail how what you just described before this is wrong, so this literally all just irrelevant now. I don't even know what else to say without reiterating what we already said.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing to cap it off with is you've left out how vile and evil Maximus actually is.
Yes.
Through
because he didn't explain anything. Yeah, because he didn't explain anything about what happened with Thaddeus in the tunnel, really. He just, like, deceptively fucking gave a really shit summary of what happened without actually going into any detail about what actually happened.
If you were to watch this video with no context of the show, you'd think Maximus was some awesome heroic character who actually had a really good character arc, as opposed to what we actually got, where he's just a monster the entire time. An irredeemable fucking monster.
Yep.
Also, trying to compare it to the moral decisions in the games, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yet, away power like this, he is acting nothing like them. So when Maximus returns to the Brotherhood without the head, they understandably get ready to execute him. Hey, it's like in Fallout 1. However, before
Shut the fuck up!
They injured their own foot to avoid duty, so the Elder Cleric lets Maximus live.
And Maximus not...
Again, I don't know why. Why her admitting that she severely injured herself would then convince the Elder Cleric that, okay, so it's fine that Maximus literally just tried to betray us right in front of you. Okay,
yeah,
that's fine,
he literally lied. He brought a false head and then tried to pass it off as a real one. It's like, why would he do that unless he's literally betraying the fucking Brotherhood in some way?
Yeah. It doesn't matter if they suspected him of injuring Dane if he just actively did something so much worse. They're not going to execute him just because, oh, Dane was injured, then Titus died, and now Thaddeus is mysteriously missing. It's, oh, you tried to fucking betray us. Fuck you.
Yeah, like, literally, like, none of the other stuff matters. What matters is you actually brought a false head and tried to trick us. You're actually actively, this very moment, trying to betray the Brotherhood.
Yep. And that's on top of the fact that his knight died and he didn't report it and then didn't say anything about it and then actually took on his identity and lied to the Brotherhood and tried to pretend to be him, and then also tried to kill Thaddeus, who was just upholding the Brotherhood's, like, staying loyal to them, and he tried to kill them for it. And it's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad on top of what you're currently doing as well. Kind of impossible to not see you as a traitor at this point.
Yeah. And Merrick says, wasn't his original promotion because they thought Titus did injure her and that showed ambition? No, that's not made clear. They just, like, did you do it? No, I didn't do it, but I wanted it to happen. Is that so wrong? And the other squire's like, yeah. Or the other cleric, yeah, that is wrong. And then they promoted him. Like, it's not made clear why they promoted him.
Yeah, that's one of those things where people are just doing the writing for the writers, or because of the, oh, he wants to grab power, so that's why they promote. No, that's writing by the writers.
Writing by the audience.
Or, yeah, writing for the writers.
Yeah. And then Mecha Canal goes, well, it's a good thing they have a tracker scanner device that can scan the exact chip they're looking for. Yeah, how do they know how to scan that? Because apparently this is the only cold fusion thing in the entire world.
Yeah.
So how do they know exactly what it gives off and how to track it? And also the fucking stupid blue glow. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Is it even explained how they know that it's in his neck?
No.
So they shouldn't even be scanning the head.
Yeah, because they were looking for a person. The description in episode 1 was there's a person who has a piece of technology that is that could change the wasteland forever, or something to that effect.
Yeah,
so,
they didn't know exactly what it was.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They didn't know exactly what it was. Why didn't they check his body?
Yeah.
Why didn't they take his body back?
Well, if he injected it into his ass instead of his neck.
Yeah, what if he fucking put it in his prison wallet?
Or that. I meant injected into the ass cheek. But yeah.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, not even need injections. You just shoved it right up there.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, the stupid radiation trail thing. Oh, yes. Oh, you're brilliant, Sir Titus. We can track the radiation from the ghoul, and that, like, against all the rest of the background radiation in the fucking post-apocalypse nuclear wasteland. Oh, gee. God, that radiation tracker would be fucking useless.
Well, if he injected it into the dog? That's actually one of the things I was speculating on very early on when we were watching the show, is we saw him save the dog and he was raising it, and I paused the show and said to Pagan, oh fuck, the technology is going to be the dog, isn't it? And obviously that didn't end up happening, but it's one of the things I was considering early on.
Yeah.
Not doing felt a little bit too much like they were just trying to redeem him for no reason. But I think now it makes sense. Back then, Maximus was too much of a coward to do anything, really. What I don't understand is everything else.
Maximus didn't do the foot thing, so you're gonna let him live. I thought that you liked that he did the foot thing. You gave him a promotion when you...
That's your assumption.
Again, you're assuming that they liked that he did the foot thing. They don't say that.
This is writing for... And this is before the high... whatever guy, cleric. This is before the high cleric does say to Maximus, power is taken, not given. So,
yeah,
it still doesn't even work.
Yep.
You thought you learned he didn't do it, so you're letting him go, even though this time he let Titus die and then betrayed the entire Brotherhood, and then you give him another promotion! So, that then is how Maximus is tied.
Well, he doesn't get a promotion. So that one I'll fight against it. He doesn't actually get a promotion. He's literally going to be part of the battle as a penal soldier, basically. So it's his prison sentence. You're going to be in this next fucking battle. If you survive, we'll discuss things later. But you'll probably die. So who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the promotion he gets is after fucking Dane randomly declares, "Oh look, he killed their leader. All hail Knight Maximus."
Yeah, and it's just like
Yeah, which
you
is so
are
weird because she doesn't
proven to be a
have the
lying
authority.
shitstick. Yeah.
Yeah, she should not have the authority to do that, especially since she literally revealed that she lied.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? Why does she have the right to even do that? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh yeah.
I'm in the changes him. But all this talk of gross
No, it doesn't.
feet makes me think now is a good time to talk about what happened to Thaddeus and his foot. Last we saw Thaddeus, he
boy.
of course had a crushed foot from the fight with Maximus. And when we catch up with him again, we see...
Whoa,
Why-
so you're gonna speak about why the fight happened. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice,
fucking-
nice lying by omission there. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
Skipping
talk
the
about how-
entire fucking scene.
Think about how this brave man who you said is now embraced bravery after he beat those people who are trying to steal his power armor. Now again, he gets Thaddeus after he fights for the power armor. He says afterwards. You understand how chronological order works here, Mr. Up is not jump. So afterwards, then he goes into an autistic retard fest, has a fit, and tries to kill Thaddeus because Thaddeus immediately didn't go along with his murder plot. Which, again, only happened is because Maximus is too stupid to explain the fact that Titus wanted him dead.
Yep.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Also, just
Like
quick.
he goes,
Go ahead.
join my criminal conspiracy. Join me now. And then Thaddeus has a moment and gives a look on his face like, oh, you didn't say yes 3 seconds after I gave you the option. Yeah!
Also, just quickly, going back to the previous point where you had to defend the rank up thing. This video is so bad, I somehow end up defending this terrible show. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the
I
worst.
can't
man.
believe it.
Misinterprets things so badly that we have to correct him on the things that the show actually did.
Yeah, the show actually showed us. He didn't get promoted.
Fun
Brotherhood
fact.
members, shut your mouths, sit and listen. The trans squire is talking.
Oh, God, yeah.
Fun fact, Bethesda is going to have your character become Elder in Fallout 4 by eliminating the acting Elder in a trial by combat, but they cut it. Yes, I cover this in my Fallout 4 analysis.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We
Because
somehow...
it was one of those moments of, even Emil knew that would be stupid.
Not right away. They added it in and playtested and realized, oh wait, this doesn't feel right. We're gonna remove it. It's like one of the few instances of there being actual evidence of them having self-awareness.
Yeah.
And it's probably one of the only ones we're ever going to get to, by the way.
Didn't they also make it to where you could have Dance take over as Elder as well? Wasn't that an idea that they also canceled?
Yeah.
Oh no.
That was part of the trial by combat thing, was that Dance was going to challenge him to trial by combat, and he would win, and then he would become the new Elder.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get healed soon, he is going to die. Fortunately, though, he bumps into a doctor who offers...
He's not necessarily gonna die. I mean, it's been several days already. He's probably gonna lose the foot, though.
Yep, he's gonna need a prosthetic.
to heal it. And I've talked about how this show has the same sort of tone as the Fallout games, but this...
You're wrong about that.
Yeah, it does not at all.
Wrong.
This scene with the Doctor plays out exactly like Thaddeus has the Wild Wasteland perk from New Vegas. For those who don't know, if you have...
No, fuck off. It's not a reference to Wild Wasteland.
It's
Also-
just stupid.
Again, you're cutting out the part where this doctor has been shown throughout the fucking series, and his first interaction is that he's gonna get his ass fucking lynched because he was molesting chickens. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Have this Fallout New Vegas, it means you'll encounter things the developers thought were too ridiculous to include in the main game. Like
So by that standard, the chicken fucker Doctor Man should be too ridiculous to include in the main show. You fucking
Exactly.
retard.
Yep.
Yep.
And these were
Also,
always
the-
supposed to be Easter eggs and jokes that weren't taken seriously. That's why they were sectioned off so hard.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
why in the literal description it even like tells you like these are just jokes and references for those that want a more wacky, non-serious experience. Which
Yep.
by the way, do you want to know what that tiny death claw's a fucking reference to?
Spike?
Why isn't? Yeah, Spike from the Gremlins.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
aliens, dogs playing poker, and quest givers taking the form of mysterious cats.
The NCR needs your help, human.
So
Yeah.
unfunny.
So the doctor gives Thaddeus an inhaler filled with what he says is foot healing serum. But he also reveals that this serum can cure any and all illnesses, including his mangled foot. And, well, it does. But this vial looks a lot like the vials we see the ghoul inhaling to stop him from going feral.
No. Stop. I'm going to stop you right there. Do not do the writing for the writers.
Oh boy.
For all we know, this vial is ghoul piss. We don't
Oh,
know
I
if it
can't
has
wait.
any relation to the fucking anti-feral Zombrex that they get.
Oh no, I can't wait for you to hear his actual theory on what this stuff is and his theory on what is going to happen to Thaddeus.
Yeah, don't
Later?
spoil it. I wanna hear what he has
Oh, I'm
to
not
say.
going to spoil it, but I cannot wait for you to hear his fucking absolutely insane theory about this and like what it means for Thaddeus in season 2.
Oh god. All right.
And later, this is shot through the neck with an arrow. But he survives somehow. And this leads to Maximus assuming he is turned into, or is turning into, a ghoul. But like every word
Which again, why would he assume that? And also, how did that arrow get to his neck, considering where the crossbow was placed?
Yeah.
And also, how would that not stop him from talking or just breathing?
Mm-hmm.
out of his dumb mouth. I think he's probably got this wrong. The thing is, there are many weird and horrible substances out in the wasteland that can give rise to eternal life.
Just him mentioning the fucking crown from Fallout 4 pisses me off because Fallout
Yeah.
4 is a Bethesda slop that takes this shit to a whole new level. Shit like that shouldn't exist in the series.
I agree.
Yeah.
The best example of this is in Fallout 1, when you discover the West Tech research facility underground. While here, you can find several logs that reveal this company invented many of Fallout's most iconic objects. They developed the T-51 power armor, laser weaponry, and one of its employees, Roger Maxson, even founded the Brotherhood of Steel. Most notably, though, West Tech developed the Forced Evolutionary Virus, known as FEV. This virus has gone through a lot of alterations in the series, but generally anyone infected by it is forced to evolve into a physically far improved version of themselves. Which in
Arguable. Like, debatable. Especially
Again,
considering they're
that's-
infertile.
But that's
Yeah.
also going off of the notes that you find as well and from research notes.
Yeah, but again, these are scientists and people that are thinking of ways to sell this as a product. Like they don't know exactly that this is what's going to do. That's part of why the master's plans are wrong. Because he's actually believing the hype that FEV is going to lead to a superior human race that will rule this new world, this new wasteland. And
It's
then you have to bring up all of the evidence that I'm sorry, all of your fucking all of your superior master race are infertile, bro.
Yeah. It's not just buying into the hype of the FAV, it's his own experiences too. Because it granted him, like, far more intelligence that he had before. And the ability to fucking assimilate creatures into him. Which is pretty fucked up.
Yes.
But it did result in, like, crazy changes to him that he thinks has improved him, while in reality it's driven him somewhat mad.
Yep.
Not stupid, though. He is still highly intelligent, and
Yeah, which is genuinely what makes him an interesting villain.
yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like Dig Author.
That's why I liked his mental breakdown when he realized that everything he did, all the horrible, terrible things he did because the ends justify the means, was pointless.
Yep.
And how you can hear it in his voice. It breaks his heart. He is broken at that point. He just can't. And he even says himself, I can't continue having done the things that I've done.
Yeah. The voice acting and writing there is fucking fantastic.
Absolutely.
In Fallout, you mean a giant muscular green super mutant. FEV's mutagenic properties has produced for me some of the most interesting characters in the series. The Master, a genetic biohazard made up of a conglomerate of several people and machinery. Harold, a living tree man and religious deity.
I don't want to fucking Fallout 3 screwed Harold over so fucking bad.
Yep.
Hate.
Also,
I don't remember Harold actually getting FEV. I just remember him being a ghoul.
he did get FEV.
Okay.
It's explained in Fallout 1 that he was a part of the group that Richard Gray was in when they went into Mariposa, and they lost most of the members of their group. Richard Gray got knocked into a vat of FEV, and he ended up becoming the Master. And Harold, he had exposure somehow. I forget how exactly, but he woke up outside, and he began to mutate and change. So he looks very similar to a ghoul, but he's not a ghoul outright.
Yeah, fair enough.
Someone in chat said fumes. Yeah, that might be it.
No, that would explain some things. Yeah, you would imagine that the chemical contamination in Mariposa would have been fucking extreme.
Yeah.
And I'll admit is my favorite simply because he's voiced by Michael Dorn.
Smart, charismatic, hell of a mean streak.
FEV also speeds up the cell regeneration of its hosts, meaning injuries will heal faster. And what's great for us viewers and not Thaddeus is FEV mutations become much more unpredictable if...
Fuck off showing Fallout 76.
God.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? I don't even recognize that thing.
Well,
I think those are the floaters from Fallout 76.
no, those are not the floaters. Do you?
Oh no, wait, yeah, no, the floaters are the things with like they look like fucking alien, like big head motherfuckers, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, these are God, I can't remember what they're fucking called.
People are saying it's a mod, and it's because it was Fallout 4 concept art.
That's a Fallout
It's supposed
4
to be
mod.
like a fucking mutated pufferfish? Like, what the fuck?
Someone called it a mutant fleshlight. Bruh.
I don't understand how this thing is.
Bucket.
I don't understand how this thing is supposed to work. Like, how's it just floating? It doesn't have wings.
Go commit, not take in oxygen.
It's supposed to be those things in Fallout 1. They don't look like floaters though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Someone said in chat it's those are modded floaters from Fallout 3 concept art.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay then.
If I wasn't so lazy, I'd dig out my Fallout 3 concept art book and look through it to see if they're in there.
Only a of FEV, this is a small amount of FEV. And 2, if your DNA has been damaged in any way, say by being exposed to radiation your entire life, by living outside.
Oh, no, that's not how FEV, like, no, again, the whole point behind the Master wanting control vaults was because they wanted to make sure your DNA wasn't fucked.
Yeah, they didn't know why, but there was 2 theories. One the Master had and one Lieutenant had. I forget which one had which. But one of them believed that due to the radiation, that somehow causes the FEV to not work the same way on people if they're irradiated. Alternatively, the other one believed that when the bombs dropped, a tank of FEV burst and went airborne, and infected like everything living on the surface, but to such a minor degree that it didn't have any actual noticeable impact on most people, except for the fact that it served as a Lieutenant describes it as an inoculation against like full exposure to FEV, which is why he believes that that's why it doesn't take full effect on people, is that because they've had this minor exposure and that's been passed down through the generations since the bombs dropped, that impure people, it just won't work on. It results in the dumb super mutants.
Yeah.
After our course has taken place. So I think this setup could lead to literally any number of things happening to Thaddeus in Season 2. Overall then, I think...
I hope they don't bring him back in Season 2. He's definitely not a perfect character. They have some dumb moments with him too, but like, he's legitimately the best character in Season 1. And for what little they have for him, I don't want them to ruin him.
Don't ruin him.
Yeah, but I can, now that he's brought it up, I can totally see them doing that, though, where they turn him into a fucking super mutant and he becomes, like, a member of the main cast. And he's, like, the super mutant of the group.
Oh, God, yeah. Lucy and the ghoul run into him, and she remembers him from when they met at the radio station, and he's changing, and she's with a ghoul, so it's like, yeah, let's all travel together. Let's be friends.
I can see that. I can definitely see that happening.
Oh, but she can't bring him. She's only allowed to bring one companion.
Well, one companion and then one support. That's how you could have EDE and Boone in your party at the same time.
I think you can... Oh, I'm really into this show. It has it all for me. Character flaws, interesting themes, 3 ad breaks per episode, even though this is a monthly subscription I pay for. To the town of our...
Again, you lied all throughout that section. I can see how you're into it because you didn't pay attention, didn't know what's going on, or you're intentionally trying to deceive your audience.
You turned your brain off and you took the most surface level fucking observations and you're just like, oh, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and how many times did he say something like, oh yeah, this was terrible, this was awful, or like something that he was praising was immediately contradicted fucking twice.
Yeah.
And yet his takeaway at the end is, oh my god, this show, it has everything for me, it's so good, it's amazing.
Well, yeah. And apparently it's not the end yet because we still got fucking 12 more minutes of who knows.
He's still got to talk about the ghoul, and he's probably going to bring up something about the vault plot, I assume.
There's the ghoul that we're going to go over, which, hoo boy, he's got some shit to say about the fucking ghoul, which, yikes. And then he's going to, I remember a good chunk of the video is literally him talking about the production of the video and how he hired, like, actual fucking movie crews and stuff like that who make, like,
scriptwriters?
No, like fucking...
Damn.
Shit, why can't I think of the word? like makeup and stuff like that, like monster movie effects and stuff like that, and animators and editors and all kinds of stuff. And like he talks a lot about that and how he spent a lot of money to really up the production of this thing. And it's like, wow, amazing. You wasted so much money on a video that could have been good, but you ruined it with fucking an awful fucking script for your video. You had no clue what you were talking about, and the jokes were just not funny at all.
Yeah.
Which again goes back to the fucking awful script.
Style over substance? Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Free a stranger one fine day.
Pausing because of music.
Yeah, copytism.
So the ghoul is a bad man. He shoots loads of people, uses Lucy as live bait, and makes her drink dirty groundwater. And this has led to him receiving a lot of hate online. I wish I was there to tell him his daughter would probably think he was a fucking monster.
But is the ghoul actually a real person?
See, we learned all about what the ghoul used to be like by watching.
Yeah, what the fuck kind of question is that? Like,
What?
shouldn't the question be, is he a monster or not? He's literally a person within the world. Of course he's a person.
Yeah.
No. I think I know what he's trying to get at. Is he trying to say, is the ghoul how he actually is, or is this a character that he's playing, or is he just projecting?
Oh, well, I can answer that. That's who he is.
Yeah, that's 100% who he is.
It is. It is absolutely who he is.
Flashback as Cooper Howard before the Great War. We see that he was a movie star, a soldier for the US Army, his wife worked for Vault-Tec, he helped promote Vault-Tec, and he even did the thumbs up, the big sellout.
Speaking.
Wait, and wasn't it at post the Great War? Like, isn't that the whole point of, like, the Great War happens, and then now we're in the death throes of China, and that's why they dropped the nukes, like, right afterwards?
Wait, what was that?
Or are they referring to the Great War as, like...
The Great War is the bombs dropping.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, I wanted to get that on because, again, in this timeline, he's coming back as a movie star. He's already a veteran of the wars against China.
Speaking of, Wasteland Essentials box is out now, featuring a cap stash, a survival guide.
Do we really need a
doing
second...
it again?
Yeah, do we really need a second ad for this fucking thing in the same video? Like,
there was something in the beginning there I didn't get to fucking read. I think he was saying this is the joke, a part of the skit. I don't know.
I really don't want to go back and check.
It's like...
No.
I could excuse 2 ad reads in a long video if you're at least, like, shilling different products. Like, oh, hey, here's my Raycon ad read, and here's my fucking, I don't know, BetterHelp sellout ad read. As opposed to, yeah, here's the same thing I advertised like 20 minutes ago. Again, for some reason.
I think he does it again at the very end of the video. So he does this thing 3 times at least throughout in the video. Also, I can't help but notice that the foot serum thing is literally one of those like vials with the cork in it, and he just hot glued it to a fucking piece of plastic that he's molded.
Yeah.
From probably like a 3D printer.
No, it was the USB thumb drive. He just turned it over and hot glued it. That's why he's like new fictional product.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But he literally just took one of those vial things with the cork in it and hot glued it to a USB stick port thing.
And unted foot healing serum. Not only does it heal feet, but everything else. Side effects include jump tech. They probably won't kill you.
Anyway, one episode early on, we find him acting out a scene for a movie where he needs to shoot an unarmed man. He is against doing this because his character is supposed to be a good guy. But one of the writers explains that this new direction is part of the new America, where even a good man can be driven too far. And
Was it that it was part of a new America? I thought the reason they did that is because they replaced the old writer who was a communist.
Yeah.
And
Like, it's not part of the new American. It had nothing to do with pushing a good man too far. What the fuck? That's not at all. What was he's any? Oh. Also, again, the person that he shoots is supposed to be a really, really bad piece of shit, right? And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to default to Texas and the Texas colloquialism. Some people just need killing. There are some people like again, it's the whole the Joker in the Batman verse. It's like, yeah, Joker just needs killing. I'm sorry. He's too much of a threat and he can't be contained. If he stayed in Arkham forever, totally understandable. But obviously Arkham's like a revolving fucking door, and he goes and kills more and more and more and more and more people.
Yep.
It's like, okay, at this point you're complicit in it, Batman. Holy shit.
Which is kind of insane that they don't just give him the death penalty, or it's like, yeah, if he's going back to Arkham constantly and he's killing all these people, and Batman doesn't want to kill him and he's actually turning him in, why is the state not like just saying fuck it, kill him, give him the death penalty?
Yeah. It's like, I get it, he is insane. I understand. Unfortunately, we can't seem to contain him, can we? And he keeps killing more people.
Yeah.
I think this is about letting us know that the ghoul is actually a character that Cooper is playing to help him survive the wasteland, and the real...
Well,
Except
no.
that never comes through.
No.
Yeah.
This is just you assuming things.
Why would you even assume he's just playing a character? When from the word go of us seeing the ghoul, he kills off 3 people who are wanting to be business partners with him.
Yeah.
Like, holy
Yep.
shit.
Like,
Yeah, he's fucking ruthless. He kills people he doesn't even need to fucking kill just because he wants to. It's not a character at that point if you're literally taking enjoyment from it and doing it when you don't need to. It's not a fucking character thing, or like, oh, I'm just pretending to be bad. No, you're actually fucking bad because you're actually doing all of it.
One of the worst examples too is with Lucy in the town of Philly, because she shoots him with the tranquilizer gun, and he's like, hey, yeah, this does nothing to me because I've got a bunch of drugs in me. It's like, okay, so she poses literally zero threat to you, and he still raises his gun to shoot her, and he's so intent on killing her that when Maximus shows up, he still goes to shoot her anyways.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm sorry, this just doesn't work. But also, this is just a really dumb path to go down when it's there in the show for you to have the takeaway of, oh, it's not that it's a character he was playing, it's that he realized he became the character he hated, and that's what motivated his change. That's what inspired his change, even though that doesn't actually happen.
Yep.
So it's like, the show gave you, like, they don't support it in any way, but the show gave you what you're supposed to fucking take away, and he's still inventing just, like, shit out of nowhere that doesn't make sense. Creetosis rips apart Dragon Age Veilguard when? I haven't played a Dragon Age game, so I'm not the man for that job. I've also got, like, way too many projects on the go.
I love that clip I shared with you the other night from the response to that Veilguard clip. Hold on, I'll share it here for you guys. It doesn't show the actual thing that they're reacting to, but this is their reaction to it, and it's fucking great.
I cannot believe every new cutscene that comes out of Veilguard, and it looks so much worse.
Yeah.
I love that end where he just smashes his head in. It's so good.
I know Mahler was streaming it earlier. I don't know if he still is, but he streamed it the other day too. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna have to watch these streams at some point. I need to see the long man suffer through this awful game.
Real hit actually still in there.
A scene that sort of backs this up for me is the one that happens after Lucy escapes from the Super Duper Mart. See, after handing Lucy to the organ harvesters, the ghoul collapses to the floor, clearly in need of his anti-feral medication. And even though...
And again, why does it do that to him, but not the other ghouls that are turning feral? They're fine to keep walking around, they just start getting twitchy.
Well, because we need him out of the show for the next fucking 40 minutes, so Lucy can have her adventure in the Super Duper Mart. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Though the treated Lucy pretty badly, she still gives him the drugs he needs to stop him from going feral. And
because she's an idiot.
Yes.
Like,
this also contradicts his previous point about her changing and, you know, becoming more of a wastelander and realizing that she's too naive, because she literally gives the guy who's trying to hunt her down and kill her and do horrible things to her a way to continue to do that.
Yep.
Yeah. And also, how does he do anything from here? He literally is the point he can't move. Like, he hasn't moved an inch from this spot for who knows how long Lucy was unconscious and going through her entire adventure. Can he even move his fucking limbs?
It's unclear.
Don't question it.
I'm not gonna say he's outright paralyzed, but it's unclear. Like, if you're that fucked up, like, where's he gonna go as well? He needs the fucking Zombrex.
Yeah.
So he's probably hoping, like, one of the stoners will come outside with his box of drugs and give one of them to him.
And as he looks on the floor, his face suddenly softens to a smile. I feel this smile comes from Lucy reminding Cooper what it's like to be the good guy, even...
Or
he's
hear
just
me
smiling
out.
because he's not gonna fucking die now, and he's like, oh, thank God, my drugs, they're here.
I can't believe this dumb bitch actually saved my life. I can't wait to track her down and sell her for organs again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For second. I also really like to see the personality traits of different characters rubbing off on each other. Like the ghoul and Maximus are becoming more like Lucy, while Lucy becomes more like a wastelander.
That's just not even accurate.
She doesn't become like a wastelander, and she's absolutely not rubbing off on either of them. Maximus is still the same piece of shit garbage human being he was before he met Lucy, and the ghoul is still an evil piece of shit.
Yeah,
like,
they
in fact change him in the slightest.
Yeah, in fact, what the ghoul does after this is arguably worse than anything else he's done up to this point. So, if anything, it actually made him a worse person.
Yeah. Like, legit, it's all in your head, man. Take your meds.
Yeah.
I have no idea why he also, like, handles the ghoul juice, the thing that's keeping him alive, in such a cavalier, casual manner. It's so weird. Oh, the one thing that's standing between me and total oblivion. Oh, I'll accidentally drop 50 of them. Whoopsie! Oh, I've got more. It's like, I don't get it.
No, not the meds! Okay, we have to take our meds to make all the Pippas in chat go away.
Oh boy, time to take my retard pills.
Don't take your meds, I want to watch Pippa still.
I love that piece of fan art that Beeb drew the other day. It's so good. The fact that you fucking Pippa just like disappearing after I take them. There we go. No!
Oh right, I'm stupid. Time to take my retard pill.
Yeah, I literally said that on stream because I was talking to Zero, and I wanted to tell him about the slash to the zero as like the identifier. My character wasn't smart enough and was just like, oh, yep, there's no way to distinguish the two. And I was like, oh, right, I'm a retard. Hold on, I need to take my retard pills. And then fucking voices in chat was just like, no, I'm disappearing.
Doesn't stop there. After this, the ghoul goes into the super duper mart, reenacts the supermarket scene from 28 days later, but with drugs.
Again,
Copyrighted
none of this-
music, and this is really unnecessary and stupid and unfunny.
Yeah, and none of this
like how he had
makes
to
any fucking
censor-
sense in universe.
Yeah, and I like how he had to censor the fucking jet by blurring it out.
Bruh.
And then watches a tape of the movie we saw him acting in earlier. From this, we see his character did eventually change and become a bad guy. I think watching this movie reminds the ghoul of the bad character he is supposed to be playing. This, combined with Lucy reminding him of the kind person he used to be, makes the ghoul...
I'd argue that he wasn't that much of a kind person. To be honest, he's kind of, well, dumb beforehand. And really, like, I don't know. I don't get, like, what his characterization beforehand is supposed to be, because it's so flimsy. Like, who was he before the war other than a sellout and a really stupid person, honestly?
I mean,
he's basically nothing
at the
before
most,
the war.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the most, he gets into an argument with his wife about like rights and stuff like that and wanting to continue to be free and stuff like that. But then he kind of just forgets about that. And at most, he just gets mad at his fucking wife because he finds out that she wants to end the world, essentially. But then he doesn't take any precautions for him or his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the only characterization I could say from him is that he's a stupid sellout before the war, and then he is pure evil when he becomes the ghoul.
Yeah.
Like, again, I don't know why he has this fucking bizarre takeaway of, oh, he's just playing a character this entire time, as opposed to what I feel is really obvious. He's become the evil character that he disagreed with before in the past.
Yeah.
I don't
he just
know.
is that person now.
Yeah. He's become the character he didn't want to portray on screen.
Yeah, this chart, I agree, doesn't make any sense, Safe Llama. Why is the Cyclops guy on the bad? The Cyclops guy, he's more like a stupid good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like the rest of this video. It's fucking stupid and pointless and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just outright has the wrong read on this situation. Especially
Maximus
considering the
should be
fact that the ghoul doesn't change after this. He continues to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Push him again on the goodness scale. Further. Further! Too far. And we do see this happen. Shortly after the ghoul leaves the super duper mart, he breaks into this family's house to interrogate them for Moldaver's location, brags about killing this guy's son, threatens them both for the whole scene, and then shoots his other son.
And understandably, this makes people say that the ghoul is probably a little bit too evil, but I really think this scene is all about showing us the internal conflict he has going on inside himself.
And that
How?
How?
You need to explain
If
this.
anything,
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. If there was an internal struggle, he would actually be like,
he'd be morose about having to kill people.
Mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he'd
he wouldn't be
like,
killing
son,
people. He
don't
would
do it.
actually be struggling to just like before where it was so easy to casually kill people, he would actually be like hesitating and showing mercy and stuff like that, and then kind of like mulling it over in his head, like, should I be doing this? Should I actually be letting these people live and stuff like that? That would be a conflict. Here, he's just reaffirming that, yes, I am fucking evil. Nothing is fucking changed. If anything, I'm actually more, like, resolute in the idea that I am evil and I'm going to continue to be evil.
Yeah. Like, it's fucking wild. If he was having an actual conflict, you would have explained to him, like, I'm sorry, I did have to kill your son because he tried to kill me. Don't let your other son leave this world. You know, be trying to convince him, like, talk down the situation. And be like, I'm here because I need this. It's got to be put to an end. But no, he doesn't do that. Again, he antagonizes the fucking shit out of them constantly. He eggs him on to draw. He's like, do it, bitch, do it. He's like, oh my god.
Yeah, he wants to kill him. He's bloodthirsty. He gets enjoyment out of it. He legitimately enjoys the act of killing, even if it's an innocent person. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he even did it to the government, and it's like, what was the government guilty of? Like, they had every reason to believe that the ghoul went on a fucking rampage and killed the people that were providing the Zombrex. Like, holy shit. Also, it's weird that the whole government such a scene happens, and suddenly 2 of the deputies vanish out of nowhere.
Yeah, because the ghoul wouldn't have been able to win a fight against 4 of them in close quarters like that.
Yeah.
It had to be 2. One of them they had to arbitrarily disarm. That he knocked them out, then took their guns and shot them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the ghoul's character as it stands covered. Speaking of ghouls, though...
You didn't even explain how it reinforces your idea. You just said it's true and then moved on.
Yeah,
Fuck
holy
off.
shit. That's a fucking lie. Now I know you're doing it intentionally.
Yeah, what a shit fucking video.
I told you it was bad. This is easily his worst fucking video today. It is so fucking bad.
This is retarded.
Here we are. Oh, we've made it. Stop! To the series finale. And you've got to ask yourself, after watching it, does this show really make any sense at all?
The last episode starts with...
No, not at all.
No.
Thank you for finally coming to the same conclusion all of us reached months ago.
Yep.
Us watching Cooper, who is now suspicious of Vault-Tec, listen in on his wife while she's at a big Vault-Tec meeting, after he bugged her Pip-Boy with a listening device. In this meeting, Vault-Tec revealed
that... Wait, are you going to cut out the whole thing that the communists made him do it?
Apparently.
And everything else? Like, okay.
that they're actually planning the destruction of the entire world in order to wipe out all competitors and increase long-term profits. And the first step of their plan is to reveal this to all of their major competitors so that they can be ready for it. This is like KFC nuking every other major business on Earth except Popeyes.
And at first I thought a corporation destroying the entire world for profit was a pretty unbelievable plot point. But then I remembered, you know.
All right, let's go through these.
I saw that first one you put there and fuck off.
Yeah, this shit is fucked.
Let's do slow mode.
Yeah, we need to go back because this is absolutely fucked.
Well, we don't need to go back because we saw the top of the list already.
Climate change.
Yeah, climate change is the top.
Fossil fuels. Whoever fuck James Corden is. Water pollution. Deforestation.
Ugh. Air travel? Air travel?
Mass combat? What? You mean war?
Mass combat? Mass fishing? You can't even spell pesticides right. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what? Mining? What's wrong with mining?
Do you know where we
fertilizers
get everything from, you idiot?
Oh, you see, mining is bad. We need to return to caveman. Return to Monka.
Oh my god, this is actually exactly like the fucking JonTron skit with Goop.
Did you pause? James Corden again?
Because
overfishing again, coal again.
Food waste?
Lead petrol.
Greenwashing? One-use plastics?
What the fuck? Yeah, okay, shit. Somehow that explains the absolute retardation of this plan. Oh yeah, this is totally what a corporation would do because these other things exist, even though there's no correlation between them.
I think
a lot of them don't make any fucking sense.
I think grocery
none
bags.
of these things kill anyone fast enough to the point where they're losing fucking profit.
I don't think.
Customers.
I don't think. I don't think grocery bags that you use once is anywhere close to, nuking the entire fucking planet. I think there's a bit of a
insane
difference there between what they are.
We're going to gain profits by fracking versus we're going to gain profits by killing off 99% of the population of the world so we no longer have customers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, what the fuck is mass combat?
That's a weird one to include.
I assume that's just like a more broader term for wars.
Why not say
that's
either?
What I said.
Just say unending wars.
Yeah, either war or military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
Why mass combat is probably the dumbest way you could word that.
Yeah.
Mass combat is the name of my favorite Double Dragon clone. Oh. Why?
Is he okay with this plot point now? What I don't understand.
What?
Is
No,
all
you're
of the
retarded. Oh
Yeah, you're actually retarded. I'm just gonna accept this because
Because other bad things exist, so therefore it makes sense that other corporations would nuke the United States so that way they can't ever make profit, but they think they do.
Yeah. It, as Ethico puts it, why make billions when we can make hundreds?
Yeah.
Why make trillions when we can make bottle caps?
Yeah. Holy shit.
Fucking stupid.
characters could be in the same place all of the time. First, Cooper, while listening into Vault Tech, gets interrupted by Cliff Vandercave from the Flintstones. I mean, Lucy's dad from the Fallout TV show. Then, when we cut forward again to the future, we see Lucy brings the head to Moldaver and her dad, Hank. The entire Brotherhood then immediately turn up with Maximus, and then the ghoul is just there too somehow. What are all these people quantum linked? They're gonna go dead space on us and all converge into a single being? We find out now, too, that the head actually...
God, this is such shitty commentary and, like, description of events.
Yeah.
Yep.
contains the recipe for cold fusion. Hey,
it's not the recipe for cold fusion, it is cold... How fucking... like... Oh my god!
Yes, they literally plug it in and it just fucking works. It doesn't, like, give a formula or anything.
Yeah. Also, this fucking thing. Oh, it's just like Fallout 1 because water exists.
Bruh.
Is he actually going to say that it's like...
Let's see.
It looks like which can provide limitless power to anyone who has it. So Moldaver's full town of people and the entire Brotherhood fight over this power. However, when this fierce battle consisting of literally hundreds of people ends, the only survivors are Lucy and her dad, Maximus and the ghoul. Sorry.
I'm sorry, are you not going to point out the fact that the faction that they're fighting is literally a faction that's been important since Fallout 1 and 2 and New Vegas that are just wiped out? Did you just completely ignore that?
Yes.
He doesn't even address Shady Sands being nuked. He doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, he has no idea. He has no fucking concept of what Fallout actually is. And he thought... Remember, this is the man that just, like... 2 minutes ago told us that, the plot point of capitalists blowing up all of their customers so they literally make nothing and go into death and decline. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. And my reasons for this is overfishing, mass combat, and climate change.
and plastic grocery bags that you can only use once.
Yeah.
It could also mean plastic straws, too, when he says single-use plastics.
Maybe.
I
honestly kind of missed the Actman video from last week. It was so much better than this dog shit.
Yeah, it actually, unironically, was better than this.
I apologize.
And also, it's fucking weird that he talks about, like, now they just have infinite power forever. It's like, no. They have a certain amount of power. The cold fusion can only put out a certain amount of energy. Like, you're not just suddenly going to have enough energy to power the entire world from this one cold fusion plant. There is a limitation to it. At least
Let me just make
I was gonna say, at least Ackman was just soy jacking at the key jangling, yeah.
Yeah.
sure I read that right. That's what it says.
Right before the fight, Lucy finds out that her dad was actually the person who destroyed Shady Sands, likely using a Vault-Tec brand bomb. He did this partly because the huge city of Shady Sands was too big of a threat to Vault-Tec's plan of resettling the world. We also learn here that Lucy...
Are you going to explain why that's a problem at all?
Yeah.
How that's inherently a contradictory mess that makes no sense whatsoever.
Or how you're going to talk about the whole fucking reason he does that in the first place is because his wife goes there with their kids and then just decides to destroy them.
I think he's about to go into that.
Yeah, he does bring that up.
But also at the same time, you know, apparently you supposedly played the other game, so how the fuck does nuking Shady Sands do anything?
Yeah, how does it stop the NCR in the slightest? Also, they don't nuke Shady Sands, they nuke the Boneyard. But they just say it's Shady Sands.
But someone put a Shady Sands sign there, and they just said, "Bam, Shady Sands."
Yeah,
it would
it's
be
in the wrong
it would be like saying we nuked the Capitol, but instead we nuked the fucking state over, and then still that somehow stopped the entirety of the United States from running.
It'd be like if you nuked Washington, D.C., but you hit Detroit. It's like, oh yes, America has fallen, it is no more.
Pretty sure that would fix things, actually. I think that would improve things a bit.
Free real estate.
But remember, if we want the entire country to be like Detroit, you know who to vote for.
Oh, God.
I can't believe they brought that up so positive.
I heard that if we get Kamala as president, everything will be like Detroit. So broken, torn down, and constantly shut up.
It's crazy someone would say that when Detroit has been, like, the butt of jokes for at least 2 decades now.
Yeah.
Sure, Eminem doesn't even like Detroit, and he's from there.
It's a fucking dying city. It's like, why would we ever want to be anything like Detroit?
Pagan, it's already, it's been dead. Yeah. It's an undead city. It's literally a ghoulified city.
I mean, people still live there, so technically it's not fully dead, but I get what you mean.
Not willingly. I highly doubt anyone that's still living in Detroit is just gaslighting themselves into thinking like, yeah, I want to be here. I want to be here. I promise.
Yeah, this is fine. This is literally the meme of the dog and the house fire. This is fine.
It's all
if you vote for me, I will make the country like Gary, Indiana.
Oh God! every single Hoosier in Indiana immediately shot up and was like, "Oh fuck, grab your guns."
I also don't know why anyone would want to take the fat bitch Lizzo who forced her fucking coworker to eat a banana out of her ass.
Jesus Christ!
God. Thanks for that mental image. Thank you.
I didn't realize Lizzo used to be the amazing atheist.
I didn't know that Lizzo channeled her inner Ralph.
Oh God.
Lucy's mum is that Hank and Vault-Tec were hiding things, so she left Vault 31 to live in Shady.
I don't know if your guys' video's playing. Mine is just doing this spiral of doom.
Oh no, it was playing for me.
Okay, shit. I'm going to refresh my page real quick. It'll probably auto-start it. 1 second.
Alright, he can't hear us. Let's shit talk him.
No, I'm refreshing the page, not Discord, you stupid mom.
Alright, he can't hear us. Let's shit talk him.
This is what happens when you play with one intelligence creep.
His ears are way too big.
Wow. It's the page literally will not refresh. It refuses.
Is your browser broken? Did it fucking too much memory?
So long, lizard man.
Yeah, it's like Chrome just gave up. Again, I can only do it through Chrome because Brave is actually the Brave browser is actually so potent at blocking ads and everything like that. It just will not allow Watch Together to function. Brave browser just tells Watch Together to get fucked whenever it's on. I can't get back in the room at all.
Oh my God.
It's like it knew. You know what? My browser is trying to save me. It's like, all right, there's enough suffering for one lifetime.
You've had
Cringe is
enough of this
over.
video. Move on.
The cringe can no longer hurt you. Please leave.
Finally, I'm free.
Can you load up like other web pages?
Let's. No, I'm getting a spiral in Chrome. Here, let's try on Brave.
Sierra Anderson says, dude, I fucking hope my power goes out in the next 10 minutes or I might actually lose my fucking marbles.
Yeah, Brave browser's working just fine.
But you're a Pippo icon. I thought you already lost your marbles years ago.
The rest of them.
Yeah, so if I come in with the Brave browser, I can't. It's gonna be janky as fuck, but at least I should be able to hear what he's.
Oh boy.
Can't even let me put in my name. Wow.
You don't.
Lucy's mum realised that Hank and Volt.
Yep, there you go. Sorry. Like I said, it was gonna auto do it the moment I came in, so there you go.
You don't get to have a name.
You didn't? Okay, well, actually, you did kind of miss one important thing. He didn't talk about why the guy's wife left to go to Shady Sands. It wasn't just because she just wanted to leave and go.
He did mention they were hiding stuff very briefly.
Oh.
But it's still really shitty, skipping over a lot.
That's fair, Ricky says, Brave browser is too good at blocking ads sometimes. Yep. The struggles of having to log into secure stuff with Brave, and then it's just like, no, blocking this ad. It's like, no, I need that.
Were hiding things, so she left Vault 31 to live in Shady Sands. And this is probably the other reason.
Where you spent God knows how much money and time making this shitty video, and you couldn't be bothered to re-record that line you fucked up, and you just had to put it on screen that you fucked up. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Lewis. However, Lucy's mum somewhat survived as a ghoul. After all the...
Stop!
So I just realized you cut out the fucking ass jerky thing, because it doesn't make any sense since he doesn't seem to need food.
I mean, there's a lot he cut out.
Oh, absolutely.
The fight, Ghoul demands to know where his wife and daughter are, because if Vault Tech executives like Hank McClane are still alive, it's likely the Ghoul's family will be too.
What about
but
the fact that he had his daughter with him?
Wouldn't he know where they're at?
Yeah, he had his daughter with him. Oh, please talk about this line about why he only grazed McClane. Please. Please absolutely talk about how that makes a lot of fucking sense. He's gonna track the blood like a wounded animal? How in the fuck?
Which makes 0 sense.
However, any answers here?
Lucy's dad escapes in some power armor and eventually ends up in my favorite place in the world, New Vegas. And I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
And Lucy and the Ghoul leave to go after him. Finally then, we have Maximus's ending.
That's it? You're just describing the show now. You're not even, like, talking about what's happening. You're just describing the show and acting like a tard.
Yeah, he's literally just soy jacking and be like, "Oh, New Vegas, guys! New Vegas! They referenced it!"
Guys, I promise I'm a big New Vegas fan. I promise, guys. I swear. So I haven't talked about why this fucking show has ruined the whole legacy of New Vegas and a story that it was building everything. But I'm a fan.
Yeah. They shit all over it in every single conceivable way, and the NCR, but, you know, I'm a big fan of New Vegas. Like, how?
Absolutely fucking brainless.
And, after the big fight, Maximus gets knocked unconscious. A second wave of the Brotherhood turns up. He wakes up just as they arrive. They see Moldava dead next to him, assume that he killed her and secured cold fusion for the Brotherhood, and they make him a knight.
Sorry. No. They don't make him a knight. The retard that hurt herself intentionally so she wouldn't be a squire made him a knight.
The person who's on combat duty as punishment which,
Yeah.
bruh, is
And
on.
essentially send him out on a suicide mission saying, hey, you know, you're gonna fucking do this for us and you're gonna fucking either die or we're gonna talk about what your punishment is afterwards. At fucking best, the thing that you're going to get is we're gonna let you live, but you're still gonna fucking serve us.
Yeah.
Wouldn't become a knight.
Everybody in this stream is now dumber for having listened to this video. It is a fucking mental hazard. Oh boy, it jumped to the thumbnail.
Oh boy, it's your turn.
Get that right. That's what it says.
Maximus really lucked out with.
Look, at least he called it fucking total garbage there. Like,
Yeah, but
on the
he's been
script,
fucking praising it and jerking the thing fucking off for God who knows how fucking long. I don't.
Yeah.
His,
I don't understand.
It's like I can't tell if he's actually like praising the show or he understands how shit it is and he's just misunderstanding points in it that are supposed to be shit, but he's still giving it praise. I don't know what his end like thoughts are. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of the things that he's fucking talking about.
No thoughts, head empty.
When he took the perk, right? The thing is, while this ending is a bit insane, I think it does work because it matches the silly and fun tone the show has set up. It also
The
Fuck
silly and
off.
fun tone the show set up? What?
The tone in the show is fucking ridiculous and does not match the games whatsoever. It like
The tone of the show is fucking Borderlands. That's
Even-
what the fucking tone of the show is.
even in defense of Bethesda's shit-ass Fallout 3 and 4, the show ruins the tone of those games. Yes, they go overboard with the silly, stupid moments and the writing is awful. But even Fallout 4 knew when to fucking have its serious moments be serious moments and when to have its silly joke bullshit off to the side.
Yeah, like the father reveal, they at least tried to play that straight, even though that is one of the stupidest reveals of all time.
I would
They
say
didn't have a fucking Thomas the Tank Engine go choo-choo through the fucking scene or anything.
yeah. It wasn't undercut
Yeah,
by
that would've
any
improved
stupid or
it.
pointless jokes. The entire scene was played seriously. It was just shit writing on its own. Whereas Norm, Lucy, and Cooper Howard are having the fucking earth-shattering discoveries they're learning. Cooper Howard in particular learning his wife wants to destroy pretty much all of humanity. We get the fucking brain on a Roomba doing dumb jokes constantly. Korea's talking positively about Fallout 3 and 4. Run! Run! I'm not. I'm saying that even though they're shit-ass terrible fucking games, they still did some things right. That even this show shits on.
It's like when the show can't even get the Bethesda games right, and it can't get the other games right. What the fuck are we supposed to conclude for what it's supposed to compare to?
Yeah.
It's a fucking skinwalker pretending to be two different things, and it's just its own piece of fucking garbage.
Yep.
also works. Characters ending here fits the backstories that they've had throughout the show, while leaving them open for more growth in season 2, series 2. Lucy has gone through a trauma so dramatic she has likely been changed by this world for good. This is symbolized by her killing her ghoul mother before she leaves with the ghoul, showing she's letting go of her past self. Maximus's arc.
No, hold on. I don't think she's ever fucking brought up her mother besides, oh yeah, she died when there was a sickness and I was young and I never fucking, I don't remember her. It doesn't.
Yeah, she barely brings up her mother at all. And it's usually just to like explain something from the past that needs to be explained.
Ooh. It's like he watched a completely different show.
Yeah. Him killing her, or her killing her mom, just feels more like a mercy killing and nothing more. It doesn't feel like she's letting go of anything. Especially since it was her father that she was always more attached to. Because she actually knew her father. And yeah, it's like, yeah, obviously she's upset and crushed that her father's a evil piece of shit.
Yeah.
But I still don't really feel that. I don't know. It's hard to say because season 2, maybe she will just straight up be a fucking the ghoul, but light, you know? Like maybe they will just completely change her fucking character in season 2 and be like, oh yeah, I broke her, so now she's just as bad as the ghoul, and that's why she's traveling with him. Like, who fucking knows, man?
I hope they completely change her character to be a storytelling skeleton in a ditch in the side of the road. And every time it's one of her scenes, it's just unedited footage of the skeleton at the side of the road, not doing anything because it's a skeleton. To be fair, I hope for this for Maximus and the ghoul, too.
Yeah.
Arc over the show was him learning to let go of his lust for power.
He literally didn't! He literally fucking didn't.
Yeah.
Everything,
he didn't let go of anything. In fact, he gets a promotion and becomes a higher rank within the Brotherhood. He doesn't abandon the Brotherhood. He stays with it.
Yeah, the only reason he leaves the power armor behind is because he was practically forced to by Lucy, by guilt tripping him into giving up the fusion core. And, like, after that, he doesn't gain any additional power for him to fucking obsessively grasp onto. And even then, we learn that that's not even what he wants. As soon as he finds out he can live in a vault that's nice and safe, that's what he wants. He's still planning on abandoning the Brotherhood to go live in Lucy's vault.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just wants somewhere safe and cushy to live. That's all he cares about. Is he wants a nice place to live where he doesn't have to do anything.
To the point where when he saw Lucy getting dragged away in Vault 4, he actually had to stop and think whether he wanted to continue eating his popcorn and looking at a still image on a TV and laughing like a retard, or going to go save her.
Yep.
Yet very high-ranking member of the Brotherhood. And the ghoul spent a lot of the series fighting to maintain his evil identity. But now he's seemingly ready to be Cooper Howard again, since he's searching for his family. But could anyone love such a hideous creature?
It really feels like he just watched an entirely different show.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't even know what to say at this point that we haven't already said. Just, like, none of this is accurate. He's ready to be Cooper Howard again because he's the same person he was before, a horrible monster who kills people. But now he's suddenly looking for his family, and that's good writing, apparently. Just out of nowhere, he cares about his family again. Literally at the very end of the show. Really?
Yeah. No mention prior. Not a single mention about him looking for his family before this. And then just out of nowhere, where's my family? Completely just out of the blue. And somehow that's character development.
Yeah.
He's just making excuses to waste all his money on ghoul makeup and skits. This entire video is inspired by a crack pipe.
Probably.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Smooth skin? Nah, smooth brain. This is definitely one of the most smooth brain videos I've ever seen.
Sandpapered down brain.
Wouldn't surprise me if this was a fucking money laundering scheme at this point.
Well, I don't know. I still think I'm pretty hot. Confidence is a preference for the habitual voyeur of what is.
I can't even hear you over the music and the dumb voice you're doing. Like, what are you saying?
Something is a preference of the habitual life or something. I don't know what the rest of it was.
Is it finally over? No, there's like 5 minutes left.
We still gotta
No, he's gonna
vault part of the fucking show.
Yeah, he still has to talk about the fucking
Gnorm the gnome.
The gnome and the fucking rehabilitation of the raiders and the fucking reveal and all that shit.
No so I feel like I didn't talk a lot about what happened in Lucy's vault after she left. So let's, while I search this place for a cure.
If you don't include Vault 4, Vault 33 is my least favourite of the main plot points the show runs along. And while it is still very good, I just found it a bit oddly written at times, with a lot of my issues somehow relating to the Vault dweller, Steph.
Women.
What?
Those are where your issues were?
I mean, there are issues
here.
related to her, but she's not the biggest issue in fucking Vault 33.
Yeah.
I would say the brain on the Roomba and the two fucking homosexuals leading the vault are the big problem.
Yeah.
No, it's just I hate characters with one eye.
See, a big part of the story is that the raiders that attacked Lucy's vault are now prisoners there, and the dwellers of Vault 33 need to decide what to do with them. Lucy's brother Norm, the walking personification of the small frame perk, suggests killing the raiders, but this is turned down. Steph, though, implies that Norm needs to do something about it, which makes sense, as one of the raiders killed her husband.
But it also implies to me that Steph is maybe going to become an ally to Norm, or that Norm's going to get involved in the new upcoming election for Overseer. But none of this really happens. Oh wait, what's this?
Radaway?
Well, it's a bit late for that, isn't it?
The raiders are barely seen again until...
But I do agree. She, like, drops cryptic shit and then just fucks off until the waterfall scene.
Well, there's a lot of things in the Vault 33 section where it's like, we're gonna bring this thing up and then drop it entirely. Like, there's a whole rehabilitation of the Vault, of the Raiders that they don't even attempt to do that. They have one of them in, like, a cell. He wakes up, he starts freaking out, so they trank him again, and they're like, okay, we'll try again tomorrow. There's the broken water chip, which is forgotten about immediately.
Yeah.
I feel like there's fucking other things, but I'm just forgetting them right now.
Oh, and then they weirdly, like, before I forget, they weirdly split up. Half the vault has to go to Vault 32 to repopulate it.
Which makes no sense. Like, remember at the start how I said,
your genes.
if you're at the point where you need to trade with another vault to keep genetic diversity, you're already fucked. You're just delaying the inevitable. The fact that we know now that Vault 32 has been wiped out, they're completely fucked. Lucy had no viable marriage candidates that weren't related to her. This is why they needed to do the trade. If your vault population is that fucking low, splitting the small population you have into two different vaults, it's only going to exacerbate the problem as opposed to fucking fixing it.
Yep.
And keep in mind, we only see like 50 to 100 people max in that vault, which is already like insanely dire.
Actually, now that I think
Near the
about
end.
it, how the fuck is there's only a fucking few people that she can get married to if her dad is one of the few people that were frozen?
You mean her mother?
How many of their family members were they allowed to bring with them that also got frozen and brought in there?
It's unclear. You would have to assume that any familial relations are on the mother's side.
Yeah.
Oh, what a horror!
Like it's just him that came from 31. That was the point.
Oh, right. No, you're goddamn it.
Yeah.
About that.
And he said that he was nervous meeting Lucy's mom for the first time, but he got very lucky that she loved him.
End of this, they're all found dead, and the election plays out just like a really normal election. Saying that, wouldn't that be nice? However, all
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The election in the show is like pretty much explained to be rigged.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it does play out like a normal election in real life.
Yep.
You'll see in a couple days.
It is really weird to have all this political stuff shoved into, like, very random, very briefly. He showed Trump, like, twice earlier, and he threw it in here. It's like, if you're not doing political stuff explicitly, maybe fucking don't do that.
Yeah.
Unless it's, like, actually related. Because I mentioned, like, oh yeah, this one scene sounds like it was made by a butthurt Bernie bro. It's like, yeah, it's actually related to what I'm talking about, though. I'm not saying, hey, look, an election, and showing, like, real politicians.
Yeah.
He's also British, too, so I don't know why he even gives a shit.
Well, don't you know, the
I
people
don't know
most invested in the U.S. elections are Canadians and Europeans.
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to. Being British, I don't think he's allowed to talk about the UK elections and how they only got 20% of the vote, but they control the government somehow. Because they're currently, arresting people for thought crimes.
How the fuck did they miss this video?
Well, he hasn't talked about the UK election.
The joke being that the video is so
political
shit.
jokes, but
Jeremy Clarkson, 2025 Prime Minister. Come on, make it happen.
Yes.
It would be incredible. It really would.
That man would save the British Empire. He would revive the British Empire.
Yeah. He'd be like, all right, listen here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going back. We're going back to India, and we're going to sort this shit out.
Well,
the Raj will live again.
All the remain happens is generally great. I absolutely love the scenes where Norm and Chet are searching through Vault 32 and trying to work out what is going on in Vault 31. See, exploring the Vault...
Vault 32 just doesn't make any... Please tell me you're going to talk about how Vault 32 killing themselves doesn't make any sense. We know what you've done, management. Okay, just seal off the pathway to Vault 31 and tell Vault 33 that 31 aren't to be trusted.
The information.
All you gotta do.
They all act like they fucking stared into Cthulhu's eyes, and they all just decided to fucking kill themselves. Like, no, it's just the management lied. So,
but guys, storytelling skeletons. It's so cool. It's just like the games.
I just do not understand their thought process in the slightest. They have to kill themselves because... look, that guy shoved a fork in a toaster. Oh,
someone's slightly inconvenient, so they all had to kill themselves. What did they mean by this?
Yeah.
I mentioned this in the video, but, like, the whole Vault 4 section feels like it's there purely because we needed an experiment vault in the show for some reason. I didn't consider this before, but Vault 32 is probably similarly there because we needed a dead vault full of skeletons.
I just don't even... I don't get it. And it was like... They've executed the French royal family, and then they all just killed themselves for some reason. I don't understand. Like, what does that accomplish?
I feel like I should celebrate at that point.
Yeah. Like, they should literally have cracked open to Vault 32 and been like, hey, we need to tell you some shit about 31.
And New Vegas is to date probably my favorite thing I've done in the entire series. What the fuck? The creepy soundtracks, mysterious dead bodies, and all the computer logs left behind all came together to create such an immersive atmosphere, while still giving us an overarching story to piece together. Simply put, the show takes all of this and adapts it into TV perfectly.
Shut the fuck up! Dude, it doesn't make any sense. Why did... You need to answer, why did Vault 32 kill themselves?
How is it this easy to please people? Oh, look. It's a vault full of dead people. They adapted it perfectly from the fucking games. Oh, look, they had to look up something on a terminal, just like the terminal notes in the vaults.
Yeah.
It's perfect. They adapted it How? How is it this easy to fucking please people? This is fucking... Yeah. Basic-ass, superficial, substanceless fucking bullshit. God, I'm glad this video is almost over. This has been fucking insufferable.
Chet and everyone in Vault 32 killed each other long before the raiders arrived, all because they found out the horrible secret of Vault 31. And it's not until the very
How'd they find it out?
Wait, hold on. Is he implying that they killed each other and not themselves?
Yes, well, literally, that's what happened. Like, we see bodies, they're dead, strangling each other somehow.
Yeah, but then the people that survived then killed themselves.
Yeah,
too.
they tied up the overseer to his chair and killed him. There's a bunch of people trying to get into Vault 31 who are all dead. No idea how they just spontaneously died. Maybe they got shot, I don't know. But, like, we don't know who won, but one side is going to come out on top. That's typically how it works, unless somehow... Okay, let's split this into 3 factions. You have the people who killed themselves, you have the people on the side of Vault 31, and you have the people rebelling on the side of Vault 32. No. So the people who kill themselves take themselves out. There is a very slim possibility that in the fighting, everyone got fatally injured and just died off on their own, but that's so slim it's basically not worth considering. If you're having 2 sides fighting each other, one side is almost certainly going to come out on top. If it was the people on Vault 31 side, why did they not inform Vault 31 of what had happened? Because Vault 31 doesn't know that everyone in there is fucking dead, despite there being no communication for 2 years, until the Raiders attack 33.
Yep.
If it was the Vault 32ers who won, why did they fucking kill themselves? And if we're best faith interpretation, they just left for some reason, then, like, why not tell Vault 33? Like, yeah, Hank will probably try to filter it, like, prevent anything from happening, but I don't know, I just can't imagine them leaving and not attempting anything.
Yeah.
Don't you see, Creetosis? The skeletons at Vault 31's door is a reference to Ed's skeleton at Vault 13's door! I was going to mention this earlier, but since it got brought up, the vault doors again. I hate that they have the new vault door style in vaults earlier than Vault 13, and immediately after, I guess, with Vault 4 and 33. Because it now looks like, rather than adapting vault door style over time, they just randomly switch between them. So, Vault 4 has the Fallout 4 style vault doors. Then, obviously, Vault 13, 15, all the original ones in Fallout 1 and 2 have that style door. Then there's the Fallout 3 style doors. And it's just a complete mishmash that get changed at random. I hate it.
Yeah.
very last that Norm makes it into Vault 31, and we learn the horrible truth. Norm discovers that Vault-Tec actually cryogenically froze and then stored many of its original employees here. This was all so that Vault-Tec could survive.
Not employees. Specifically, Bud's managers. Bud's.
Yeah, because they were going to use eugenics to make a race of super managers to manage apparently no one, because they fucking killed everyone on the surface and they only have themselves left, and apparently they have no communications with any of the other vaults, because Shady Sands came from a vault and they nuked that, which means they provided all the other, most of the other vaults technology and resources to become more competition that they're going to have to nuke.
Yep.
Which is part of why this is so fucking stupid.
It's also that natural thing of, like, not every single person can be a fucking manager, Bud, you idiot.
Yeah. Like I say in the video, if everyone you have is generals, then who are you going to send to fucking fight and die in the trenches?
Yep.
The world and be ready to return to the surface as the dominant corporate force in this new world.
Corporate force over who?
Yeah, who are their customers? What are they selling? They have to have products and ideas to actually sell to the rest of the world.
And how are they going to manufacture those products when everything has been destroyed?
Yeah.
And they need to find a way to move all that product around the entirety of where they want to sell that product, which I'd assume would still be the United States.
Yep.
Listen, Creetosis, I had to use shitty grocery store plastic bags. This means Vault-Tec's plan is totally realistic.
Yeah.
Hate!
With 2 and 33 acting as nothing more than a breeding pool. Good grief!
And all of that.
Okay.
That combined with the reveal that Vault-Tec planned the end of the world, it all adds up to a really dramatic, if what slightly unbelievable ending. Wait a second, what's this? Jump tech.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Why does he keep bringing this up?
Because he's trying to sell his fucking shitty merch.
Yeah.
One thing I was wanting to point out, especially at the side profile, that ghoul nose looks more like a pig nose because it obviously comes out way farther than a normal nose would.
Yep.
Foot healing serum. I mean, if it heals feet, it might heal all of me? Ooh, banana flavor! Oh, hey, it did it. I'm back to normal. And with no side effects. Oh. Oh, well, I'm sure I'll find a use for that. See you later.
What a shit fucking video. Is there any more to it, Pagan, in the
It's
last
not
minute
over.
and 20 seconds?
It's just him going over all of the VFX artists that he hired and animators and stuff like that, and how he spent so much money on this.
Jerking off H-Bomber.
You know what? Let's hear it. Let's hear how much money he wasted on this dog shit video.
Yeah. I'm curious.
So we really went all out for this video and hired as many independent artists as we could find. For this video alone, we hired 2 separate animators, 2 SFX makeup artists from Monster FX that worked for 2 full 12-hour days. We had artists, prop designers, 3D printers, a special effects editor, set designers, camera people, and a music producer making all of the songs. I really loved making this video and want to continue making more crazy long-form.
So you had a video where you did the. Did he just say long form?
Yes.
Yes, as if this is long form content.
I need to inform you of something terrifying, such. Some people consider 5-minute videos to be long form, particularly YouTube.
Oh my god.
Yeah. They did a survey like a year or 2 ago where they're like, what kind of videos do you make? Do you make shorts less than a minute long, or longs more than 3 minutes long?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's
And
fucking awful.
there's a bunch of YouTubers who, well, not quite as bad, still think videos are like less than an hour long, but over 30 minutes are long form.
Holy shit. Yeah, Zoomers are fucked. I'm sorry, but this is not long form content. This is like a mad average content. I'm fucking weird, but I'm watching like, you know, D&D fucking streams, and those things are 8 hours long plus.
To be fair, I think a stream would be classified differently than like a scripted video that's 5, 6, 7, 8 hours long.
Fair. Okay, so I should say their edited stuff to do their podcasts are like 2.5 hours long, 3 hours long. Still, like, man.
This is just a normal 15-minute video with 40 minutes of filler? Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it just seems like a waste to get all these effects artists and animators and everything for such a shit video that's, like, poorly researched, you know?
Yeah, that's my point was before I heard him say this is long form content was that you hired all of these people and spent all this money and you couldn't be fucked to fix like audio flubs and shit like that. That was just too much effort for you.
Or even just like get basic stuff about the show right.
Yeah.
Or use spell check.
Yeah. Oh
Wow,
my
what a
God.
microcosm of the Fallout show
Or just
itself.
fact check yourself about basic things like how fucking nuking the entirety of the United States wouldn't do anything for capitalism wanting to be better capitalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but grocery bags and mining and mass combat.
Or even just making sure that you actually get the story beats that you're going over correct, because he straight up gets plot points just flat out fucking wrong. Like him saying that the ghoul is looking for Moldaver because he knows who she is at the start, even though that's a reveal for later, which means that's not the reason he's doing it.
Yeah.
And there was the other thing. What was it? There was something else he got like completely fucking wrong, where it's like, no, that actually happened after the fact, but I can't remember what it was.
Pretty sure it's happened like 3 different times.
Yeah. I'm like, I
Yeah,
can't
there was
remember
something where he would
exactly
like,
fuck-
yeah, there was multiple times where he would say something, and it's like that either didn't happen or it literally happens way down the line and not where you're saying it happens.
Yeah. Or
Maybe
like
also-
the continuity thing where he fucked up and he talked about where an incident had made him change, and then another incident came afterwards, and he just skipped over that to go to the next one. And it's like that's the in between fucking thing. Oh, it was Maximus. Maximus is now changed after he fought to get his power armor back, and then now he's not going to be a coward anymore. Then he tries to murder Thaddeus, but he skipped over that was when that happened.
He also did a similar thing with Lucy, where it's like, oh, well, she's hardened to the wasteland. Well, no, she hasn't. Well, yes, she has for realsies. Well, no, she hasn't.
Yeah.
But for real this time. Oh wait, no, she hasn't.
Yeah.
Of our days, we had artists, prop designers, 3D printers, a special effects editor, set designers, camera people, and a music producer making all of the songs. I really loved making this video and want to continue making more crazy long form stuff like this. And so, if you enjoyed the video and want to support the channel,
No.
This was genuinely awful.
Yeah. Like, I know this advice is never going to be taken, but, like, go back to the fucking drawing board and figure out how to make better content.
Absolutely.
The skits wouldn't even be so bad if they at least, like, were funny. I don't know. Like, it's almost one of the worst, like, not worst, but one of the harshest things you could say to an aspiring comedian, but, I don't think you've got it in you, buddy. If your joke is, I am the one who has hair, for your Breaking Bad meme, because Walter White is bald, comedy might not ever be your thing. And you should either hire someone who is a comedian, or maybe just give up on it.
Well, that's the weird thing. His older videos, like the jokes and skits in there, most of the time they were pretty decent. Like there was some pretty funny ones in there. I remember laughing pretty hard at least a few of the jokes in some of his videos, but in this one, the only joke that literally, as I've mentioned, that got a chuckle out of me was literally the one he took from Smiling Friends, which is actually funny.
Funny is subjective, Cree? I feel like that one is so egregious we could say it's just objectively not funny.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
objectivity on how much cringe you can put in a joke to fucking get rid of how funny it could be. I think you could look at objectively, and there's so much fucking cringe in most of his jokes that it's just borderline on just being just unfunny intentionally.
Yeah,
there is an actual like methodology on how to deliver jokes and the ways to create punchlines and setups and payoffs and things like that, and what the lead in is, what the twist is, and so on. You know, there is a science to telling jokes as well. It's massively an art form. It comes down to how you portray yourself and the way that you speak.
Yeah.
But again, there is a science to it. It can be quantified down.
Yeah. But for this entire
not
video,
like-
he's just being a fucking spastic, like, constantly, then cutting to even more spastic jokes and skits that are just really not funny and not landing.
Yeah, it's like why Smiling Friends is successful when their humor is so like all over the place and seems random, but it works because they got the timings down. They understand the fundamentals of how to deliver the jokes, how to do the setups and payoffs.
Yeah.
And then there was a guy. He's a really good comedian, but he teaches the art of like comedy and the way to tell jokes and everything like that. And during one of his stand-up gigs, a member of the audience said something back that was genuinely funny and made the rest of the audience laugh. So he then played off on that, and he kept interacting with this audience member over and over again. And in his comments section, he was explaining like what the audience member was doing right, what he was doing wrong, what he was coming up with, like why some of the stuff was hitting better and landing better than others. And it's like here again, he tries to go back to the setup, but he fumbles the execution here. And again, he's explaining the science and methodology of how jokes and comedy work because he understands the basis that well.
I've had a made of me turning into a ghoul. It's so good. So anyone who wants to support the channel by joining my Patreon or YouTube member at the $10 tier within the next 30 days will get this poster as an extra reward. You'll also get other stuff like this.
I don't know, I feel like I'd be embarrassed to own that after seeing this video.
I would.
Yeah.
It would be like having a fucking Multiverse of Madness poster in your room or a fucking Black Widow popcorn bucket.
This extra I've made that I'm posting tomorrow that is made up of almost 10 minutes of unused clips and sketches. But if you want to support the channel, join...
Oh god, there's more?
I have a feeling with that fucking clip that he showed that there was a part where he was going to talk about the doctor fucking the chickens and he just cut it out.
Oh god.
Join today tier. All the links and explanations of everything I've talked about is below. Finally, if you like the posters and you just want to buy them outright, they're available now at pixelempire.com. Linked below, you can just get them. And you can also get the merch boxes there too if you want to support the channel that way.
Do you guys want to buy the merch boxes for $100? You could get a piece of his broken VR headset.
No.
Are you not excited for this amazing loot thing that has a bunch of garbage in it?
No.
Take it or leave it.
Without my Patreon,
I'd be like, if you give me the house pin, I'll give you $5.
Yeah.
And the merch I've been selling, this video wouldn't have been possible. I would have just run out of funds.
Oh god. If only. A fucking brighter timeline than the one we're in.
I don't want to sour the mood even more, but this video has a very, very high like compared to the dislike ratio.
I'm not surprised. People like
surprised.
this piece of shit show for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know how like people can shut their brain off to such an extent that these are okay.
Positive reinforcement is just going to keep making these people think that what they're saying is right and okay when it's just a bunch of fucking echo-chambered fuckers just spewing the same bullshit to each other. Yeah, fucking, you're right, the Fallout show is great, but they can't quantify with anything because it's just, the same bullshit that they can't fucking make any fucking arguments about.
Oh boy, time to find more Fallout TV show slop to feed Creetosis.
No, fuck you.
This guy does have videos. I remember he did one on Fallout 2. I can vaguely remember some stuff from it, but I honestly don't remember if it's good or bad. And now I'm kind of curious if I were to go back to it, like, would it be really fucking bad?
He had a really funny video about fucking Fallout. We're trying to get Fallout New Vegas to work in VR. I remember that one was pretty good. His older Fallout 4 ones are pretty good from what I remember, except for the one where he defends Fallout 4, but that's mostly referring to him working with that game as a machinima. Because, like he said, his fucking how he started out was him just doing machinimas in Fallout 4. I don't even know if he did a Fallout 3 video. And then he did the one on 76 where he talks about the criticisms of the game, but also talking about, you know, his enjoyments out of it, but that was mostly opinionated and not statements of fact.
Fair.
Well, after over 6.5 hours, we're finally done with this god-awful video.
Yeah.
I feel like I've walked through the fires of hell.
I told you it was fucking bad.
I survived because the fire within burned brighter than the fire around me.
I will be right back a second. The bathroom is calling.
Okay. Can you understand why I kept wanting to talk about it on stream and why I couldn't just like let it go and had to keep bringing it up? Because it was so fucking bad and I just could not fucking like get it out of my system of how pissed off I was at this fucking video.
But don't you know,
so bad.
It's about letting go. That's the whole point. Oh wait, shit, wrong Fallout Media. Fuck.
So, yeah, I wasn't expecting to cover another Fallout show video because I thought they'd all be out by now. No, of course one dropped after the Actman video. After we covered the Actman video too, and I was like, no more, we're not covering this shit anymore.
Of course we have to end it with something related to H-Bomber Guy too. He had to make an appearance somehow.
Yeah, the whole entire video was bad, but the H-Bomber Guy jump scares were probably the worst. It should be a crime to fucking inflict that man's face on people.
I would rather have double the H-Bomber Guy if he got rid of all the fucking shitty-ass skits.
Would we have to see his face?
At least I can tolerate with a fucking face I can just not look at or just imagine punching.
Made it through without fully swallowing the 12 gauge. I am a changed woman.
This video is comparable to the completionist's Bioshock 2 video, just awful. Oh no.
Ugh. Completionist.
I'm thinking about making a meme. Was there anything Miniature Nerd got right in his Fallout 3 video? Yeah, the direction, the way they lead you to Megaton from the vault is done pretty well. The guy's a bread tuber. He's offensive enough with his mindset on the world. But anyways, we should start wrapping it up. Setch will be back any minute, but Wolfie can start shilling.
Huh? What?
Shill!
Shill.
Hi. My name Wolfie. I have a Twitch. I'm going to be doing a 1-year anniversary this month, and tomorrow with Setch, I'm going to be playing Lockdown Protocol. So if you guys want to come by and watch that, please do. I'm also doing some game giveaways. Currently, I'm only going to be doing it with people that have collabed with me. But depending on how things go, there may be some game giveaways for the audience. So if you guys want to come in and join for that, please do.
Sad to hear you have a Twitch, Wolfie. I hope your medical disorder gets better.
Look, eventually I will move to YouTube. That probably is going to be the goal for next year, as I'm probably going to switch over to just doing YouTube. My internet can't handle streaming on both YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, understandable. It's just, Twitch may not be long for this world.
That is also true.
And they definitely have a vendetta against VTubers, so...
Yeah, that is also the case. So fuck you, Mechanical. I will be going onto YouTube. You'll have to suffer more of me, so fuck you.
Pagan shell.
I have a YouTube channel that I'm actually using now. So I have been doing Let's Plays.
Congrats.
We're currently playing Stalker Gamma and Fallout New Vegas. I I'm probably going to stream more Fallout New Vegas tomorrow, in fact. So if any of you all want to come around for that, that is something I am doing. And eventually, I do want to make analysis content as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
I exist.
Good timing
Chill.
on existing again.
Chill your shit.
Oh, well,
Too slow.
I stream every weekday over on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. I stopped on Kick because it was just infested with bots. We've had the model reveal. I know Pagan's seen it. Yeah, it came out really well.
Nice.
Still tweaking bits and pieces of it. I moved the wings now, so they're a little bit down and out of the way. So that should be a little bit better. And yeah, it's just been really good. For November, I'm doing New Vegas as well. I'm gonna actually finish a house playthrough because I've never finished houses playthrough.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
even
that's
know
what I'm
why.
doing.
Just
Guess
kind
you
of
could say you got to do the house tour.
yeah. I don't know why either. I have never finished houses playthrough. I just don't know. Just one of those things where like it seems something else comes up and I start drifting off into it, like Space Station 13 or StarCraft 2, and it just never gets done. And we're doing Abiotic Factor, which is that survival game that's heavily inspired by Half-Life 1. Oh yeah, been a lot of fun, and well, Half-Life 1 and SCP, I should say, both together. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and tomorrow I'm going to be doing Abiotic Factor, and we're going to then go to a stream with Wolfie. So Wolfie, if you would like to talk about tomorrow and what you
he already did.
I did a little bit already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing Lockdown Protocol tomorrow as well, later in the day.
Yeah.
But I stream from 10 a.m. Eastern U.S. time to 1 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Sometimes we'll go over. It just depends. It's been very, very good. Been liking the model a lot. I think the model came out incredibly well.
I think so
Hopefully
too.
we'll,
I like it a lot.
Well, I know you like it a lot.
Such a tease.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys there at the streams and stuff too. I appreciate it. We always love having a good chat. We even have hangout streams where we'll just sit back and chat and talk and maybe watch YouTube videos or discuss the books and everything.
I assume you're done.
Yep.
All right. As for myself, obviously I'm here on YouTube. I was multi-streaming, but I kind of stopped that because I got a little bit cheap on paying for restream. I might start that again though. I'm going to be finishing off Elden Ring with Pagan on Wednesday or Thursday, and I'm going to try to stream other things on other days when I can. The Fallout video is the big thing right now, still. So for anyone who missed it, I was working through the copyrights. I rendered and uploaded it over 40 times trying to get it past copyright, where I'd upload it, it would hit for copyright, so I'd fix those problems, render, upload again, and it was a cycle of that for all of October. The last time I tried to do that, to render the video out, my computer blue screened. This computer has never blue screened on me, but then it blue screens 3 times in 1 month. I'm fucking very not happy. But worse than that, when it blue screened when I attempted to start that render, I started up the computer again and tried to load the video file, only for it to be file not found. So all those 40 renders were for nothing. I am really, really fucking unhappy about that. So what I'm doing is I'm going through the entire video timeline, start to finish, the entire 7 hours and 15 minutes, and changing the clips, stretching them out and stuff to try and get it past copyright. I'm going to finish off the last little things I need to do, the little fixes and changes and filling in the blanks and the last of the background music as I do so. I'm going to do a full render on it. And, thing. If it gets hit on that upload, I'm going to go for the nuclear option, which is going for an appeal. There's a difference between a dispute and appeal. Appeal, they have 7 days to respond, but if they deny you, you get a strike against your channel. It's a risky move, but I'm hoping I explain my case, do the appeal, that it'll get through. And if not, I'm just gonna have to fight the fucking copyright bot for however long it takes. At this stage, I genuinely don't know how long it'll take to get this video out. To the point where I might not even get it out this month thanks to copyright. Which is completely fucked.
It is unfortunate. I would really like to see this video come out. I'm genuinely have been really excited to see everything that you've fucking made, and it's just shitty the way this whole fucking system works. It's so backwards and broken. I don't understand it.
I believe It's a Gundam gets around copyright videos by using overlays that hide more than 50% of the video. I might have to do an overlay type thing similar to what EFAP does on EFAP movies, if it gets that bad. But I'm hoping that isn't the case, because that's kind of what I was doing. I was using effects in Vegas. There was this one TV effect, this old-timey TV effect, where you can make it blurry and staticky, and it didn't look great, but it was getting past copyright. And that's kind of the silver lining of losing that file, is that I do have all the footage looking clear, but if it results in the same situation, then I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. If it's audio, that's harder to hide, maybe distortion. Audio is fine.
Honestly, like, if you do have to end up doing the EFAP overlay thing, just have the overlay be a fucking, I don't know, a Fallout character holding out the middle finger that just says, fuck you, Amazon.
Maybe. I don't know at this point. I wanted this video out a fucking month ago, and it's just been nothing but a constant fucking obnoxious, stressful, but I can't even really work on other videos while this is going on. Because while I'm rendering and uploading, like, uploading I can't do any, like, streaming. Rendering I can't really play any intensive games, so I can't even do more research on Starfield off stream. And it's just completely fucking takes up your time and wastes it where you can't really do much. I've spent most of my time rendering and uploading, most of which is just fucking waiting, playing Stardew Valley. Because, like, what else can I do at this point? So, yeah, I can't even get work done on the Starfield video. I am working on another ML video, and I suppose I can start getting scripted on the 1 year anniversary Never Knows Best response video. But other than that, it's still just a waiting game, and it's still fucking kind of exhausting, honestly. Because whenever I work on a video, every single video, I always hit that point of, okay, I want this to be done and over with. I'm gonna try and get it done, and admittedly, I've rushed a few things in the past, like the Amnesia Rebirth video. By the time I got putting the background music in, I was so sick of it that I just downloaded the entire Amnesia soundtrack and just put it on loop in the background, which was incredibly fucking lazy, but I was just at that point of wanting it done and just getting it out of the way. I've been long past that point on this video, and it's genuinely hard to fucking try working on it again. So, yeah. I was hoping to get through, like, at least a few hours of it this past weekend that's just ending. And I got about 35 minutes in, if that. So, who knows? $20 from...
I was just going to say, I think I speak for everyone when we say that, you know, we understand the reasoning behind it and why it's taking so long for this to get out, and to not stress so much about getting it out so quickly for everyone. If you have to take your time to fix all this, get it to fucking work, then I'm sure everyone here is willing to wait.
It's less about that and more about wanting to move on, because as soon as I knew that this video was going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 hours long, because I obviously didn't know the length from the start when I first started scripting, but I knew from the start, okay, this isn't going to be a timely video, so, you know, there's no chance in hell I'm going to get it out within a month, so time isn't an issue in that regard. It's the fact that it's pretty much actively preventing me from doing other videos at this point and limiting my ability to stream if I'm trying to work my way through the copyrights, which had fucked over most of my October. And, if it gets bad enough, I might just have to use still images like, this idiot did we covered today. Aside from, like, clips where I need it to be animated, or not animated, but playing properly, like the ghoul getting shot. But yeah, that's the situation currently. This is fucking bullshit. YouTube's copyright system fucking sucks. No reasonable person in the world could ever claim this video is not fair use. And yet I have to deal with this bullshit because everything is automated.
Yeah.
$20 from Mecha Canal Numbariaro. Thank you. We believe in you, Creed. Don't give in. I'm not giving in. It's... There's a lot of times where, like, I see something that's so fucked, I just kind of give up and don't want to deal with it. And this would be one of those situations if it wasn't for the sunken cost fallacy. It's actually the thing that's kind of saving this video at this point. I have worked on this video for fucking 4 or 5 months now, however long it's been. I've had someone help edit it with me, British Potato, so I can't let his work go to waste either. It's like, I'm going to get this fucking thing done. I'm going to get it out. But Kree is a goat for a reason. Yes, I'm a hard-headed bastard. And that's pretty much what I'm going to say in the fucking appeal, too, if they give me a chance to, like, state my case that this is fair use. I'm going to go through the 4 factors and everything. I'm going to outright say, this video is coming out one way or another. You can't stop it. I'm fucking patient enough and autistic enough to get this thing done and out and pass copyright. Just approve it now, please.
I know you guys hired Quantum TV over at YouTube, but just know that his influence will not fuck me over.
A hard-headed bastard. Yes. But yeah, that's the situation with the video for anyone who hasn't heard yet. I've explained it a few times on Twitter and on the Discord and everything, but you know how things are where, like, not everyone will see that.
Yeah.
So yeah. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. We'll see you next time, whenever that may be. I'll try to make sure I stream something on Wednesday and Thursday. One of them is definitely going to be Elden Ring with Pagan. And besides that, I don't know.
Are you guys going through the DLC as well?
We already finished the DLC.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. We're going to start another run.
We have 3 main bosses left.
Yeah.
Is that including the double fight as one boss or 2?
Yes, it is including the double fight as one boss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we're probably going to do another playthrough after that, because Pagan has a plan to go through the DLC as early as possible. Get all the DLC shit, then fucking wreck the base game.
Yeah.
There's been some interesting streams people have done with Rags to Riches, going into the DLC with basically, like, stripping all of their armor and stuff off and then going into the DLC completely naked and having to build up from there. It has been genuinely interesting to watch.
Yeah. I've done an offline or an off-stream run of that already, where I literally did that. Like I went and beat Moog as early as possible and went into the DLC with basically nothing, beat the DLC, got all of the like high-end gear, and then went back to the start and did all of the base game with all of the loot and level ups that I had gotten from the DLC. And oh boy, you are crazy overpowered with the DLC stuff in the base game. It's not even remotely a challenge. It's hilarious how overpowered you are.
I'm going to be doing
DLC
a Struct
gear.
build for that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of doing a either a Dex sorcery build or a strength sorcery build. I don't know which one. It depends on which weapons I end up enjoying using the most. We'll see.
But anyways, yeah, that's it for tonight. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
See ya.